When the wraith in front of him was gone, Emlyn White retracted his gaze, untied the thread on the dossier, and pulled out the documents inside. As he read through them, Emlyn had a rough idea of Ernst Boyar's routine. This sanguine viscount had a routine which was rather random, staying at home, out visiting exhibitions, partaking in wine tasting at manors in the city outskirts, shopping at department stores with female companions, or sketching female models. He was like the typical wealthy man. However, Ernst had recently been visiting St. George Borough every other day to monitor the renovations of the furniture factory he had invested in. It was a bid to ensure that it could quickly resume work. This way, the sanguine viscount's lifestyle became repetitive. The places he visited, the paths he took, and the places he had lunch were repeated every other day. Emlyn pressed down on his temples, seriously filtering out 3 venues which were suitable for the operation. The first was inside or at the entrance of the furniture factory owned by Ernst Boyar. The second was St. Hireland Square, where he stopped along the way home for a meal and to feed birds. The third place was Backlund Bridge. Unless Ernst was willing to take a huge detour, he had to pass by this area when traveling between his home and St. George Borough. These 3 spots meet the requirement of having plenty of people, making it chaotic. However, Backlund Bridge has too few entrances and exits. With the 2 ends locked down, one can only leave by jumping into the river, an act only chosen by idiots. St. Hireland Square comes under St. Hireland Cathedral, core to the Church of Steam in Backlund, and even the entirety of Lone. It's akin to the Second Holy See. It meets Mr. Hanged Man's suggestion. It can effectively prevent conflicts from escalating, and it can interfere with any subsequent divination and investigations. Emlyn gradually had an inclination, and once a living being had an inclination, they would unknowingly seek more reasons to affirm their choice, and Emlyn was no exception, without a doubt. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that St. Hireland Square met almost all the requirements. First, Ernst wouldn't stay in the area for too long. He would have lunch at a restaurant with civilized cuisine since he was born in Civilhouse County. Secondly, there were several tracked carriage stops in the vicinity, making the area filled with traffic on foot. With most of them being people from the lower or middle class, accidents often happened. Thirdly, with it as the origin, one would enter the area south of the bridge if one didn't head to the Backlund Bridge. It would then be close by to the Harvest Church. Finally, at noon, the St. Hireland Cathedral would spew steam, turn its levers and chime a clock. It was inevitable for everyone's attention to be attracted. As confirmed, Emlyn quickly made up his mind. Raising his right hand and adjusting his bow tie, his red eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment he suddenly frowned, sensing that something wasn't right. St. Hireland Square was just perfect for the job. It was so suitable that almost all the conditions were met. Will Ernst be wary against my revenge? Why would he allow himself to stay in such an environment for such long periods of time? Even if he's stupid enough to not realize it, wouldn't the Earls warn him? The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up slightly as he understood the reason. St. Hireland Square was the venue the sanguine upper echelons had designated for him. Emlyn chuckled, keeping his mouth curled. He decided to request Mr. Fool to have a gathering for the few members and also invite Mr. Hangman to discuss the plan in detail. This was different from the framework that they had previously decided upon. They needed to consider every detail and consider every problem. At 15 minutes to 12, St. George Borough, St. Hireland Square. In a private room on the 3rd story of a restaurant northwest of the square, a figure stood in front of the window, holding a cup filled with scarlet blood-like liquid. He was leisurely looking at the fountain nearby and the crowds that came and went. He was a lanky person wearing a formal suit meant for banquets. His light-colored hair that was nearly silver and his bright red eyes combined together to give him a sense of coquettish handsomeness. There was a constant faint smile lining his lips. "My lord, will it really be fine?" Emlyn seems to be different from before. This can be seen from his recent hunt of the primordial moon believers. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked to the window and said with some hint of worry. The man who had been politely addressed cast his gaze at the square where Emlyn White stood. He was listening to a violinist busking on the street as he chuckled. Our preparations are enough even against a demigod, much less a kid who hasn't even become a viscount. Besides, we don't really plan on doing anything serious. Our only goal is to identify and make confirmations. This is a lot simpler than preventing certain people from escaping. As he spoke, the man with the light hair and bright red eyes raised his right hand slightly, rotating the ring on his left ring finger. The ring was made of silver, and embedded in it was a strange gem with a ghostly blue hue. On a carriage driving towards St. Hireland Square, Ernst Boyar had his right hand over his left. He naturally rotated the ring on his ring finger that had a ghostly blue gem embedded in it. He casually looked out the window and saw a trackless carriage slowly drive over from afar. A paper boy slightly taller than 160 centimeters had a sling bag across his chest as he peddled his papers along the street. Quite a number of bicycles had replaced the carriages that were often seen last year. They darted through the crowds in St. George Borough. Here, the number of workers wearing light blue or grayish-blue uniforms with hats had far exceeded the number of people in formal suits and top hats. Ernst retracted his gaze as he chuckled. He had no fear about what would happen next. He even looked forward to. He believed that he had made enough preparations. He wore Oath of Rose on his left hand. It allowed him to share what he saw, heard, and smelled with Earl Mistral from a distance away. It made sure that nothing would go wrong while ensuring that their objective was met. In his inner pocket where his silver pocket watch was, there was a moon paper figurine. These could suffer a single lethal blow or an attack that targeted his sole body. It ensured that he wouldn't suffer any serious injuries or death within a short span of time. He also wore Alcohol Nemesis, a diamond brooch. It kept him brimming with energy, with lucidity in his thoughts. It raised his resistance against spells that acted on the body of heart and mind. By his waist was a belt named Moonlight Sash. It could effectively reduce sun and lightning damage. These mystical items were the accumulation of Ernst's wealth or were bestowed by Earl Mistral. It made sure that Ernst was a target that could hardly be quickly finished off or controlled. With the Sanguine Viscount's natural resistance against nightmare-type influences, Ernst was nearly without weakness. Even against a demigod, he could put up a fight as long as the latter didn't reveal their mythical creature form. The only problem is that the negative effects of all these mystical items are quite excessive. Ernst's facial muscles twitched, but he quickly composed himself. The Oath of Rose would make his thoughts appear in Earl Mistral's mind from time to time, and if he kept wearing it for a week without removing it, the pair who had the matching rings might very well end up in love, regardless of gender or race. Moon paper figurine was an expendable item. It had nearly zero side effects apart from making the body slightly cold. The Alcohol Nemesis brooch's problem was that it would deal continuous damage to one's liver and brain. If it was worn for excessively long periods of time, it might result in one losing one's thoughts and logical reasoning. Therefore, one had to take it off for 15 minutes after every half an hour of equipping it. Once Moonlight Sash was worn, it made all senses much sharper, making it easy for one to see and hear things one shouldn't see or hear. At the same time, the wearer would feel itchy at intermittent intervals. Let's hope they don't cower in fear and that this doesn't drag on. Ernst Boyar checked on his condition once again, casting his gaze of anticipation at the St. Hireland Square's entrance nearby. On the other end of St. Hireland Square, Emlyn White, who was taking in the sights of the buskers on the streets, suddenly looked up at a bird that flew over. Following that, he raised his hand to press down on his top hat. Bowing his head slightly, he briskly walked to the middle of the square, approaching the fountain. In this process, Emlyn's figure kept moving as he mixed into the crowd. However, this failed to avoid Earl Mistral's tracking. This sanguine earl with silver hair rotated the ghostly blue gem ring on his left ring finger and coldly said, "Take note." At the entrance of St. Hireland Square, Ernst Boyar grew increasingly pumped. He knew that the operation was about to come finally. Emlyn still chose St. Hireland Square after all. Ernst cast his gaze out the window once more, warily watching the pedestrians on the street, the trackless public carriages that were about to pass him, the ordinary paperboy who was peddling his papers, and the elegant windows of the surrounding houses and shops. He didn't believe that Emlyn's potential partners were hiding in there, because there were even more, better spots in St. Hireland Square that made it conducive to take action. However, he still kept up the required level of wariness. Suddenly, his body lunged forward slightly as he nearly got out of his seat. The carriage he was on had stopped without any warning. Right on the heels of that, the horses that pulled the carriage seemed to be in a nightmare as they raised their front hooves, struggling wildly, flipping the carriage to the ground. During this process, Ernst Boyar actually had ample space, time, and strength to help the carriage driver control the berserk horse. However, he didn't do so, because he saw a transparent wolf-shaped specter jump over from outside the window. It had thrown a rose within its body. A rose. Ernst Boyar's eyes widened as the carriage toppled. He hurriedly jumped to the side and out the carriage as he made an illusory and incorporeal black chain extend out of the void. It wrapped around the wolf-shaped specter. With a soft poof, the wolf-shaped specter dissipated without a struggle. And when Ernst Boyar found his footing, he stood there motionless, his eyes turbid. He had already been pulled into a deep sleep. In a trackless public carriage that passed him by, a black-haired, green-eyed young man wore a thin trench coat. His back was facing the middle of the street as he focused on reading a notebook with a green bronze hardcover. Around him, the other passengers were either reading the papers or chatting. Some were looking out only to see the berserk horse quickly recover. With a whoosh, the black-haired, green-eyed man flipped the page of the notebook. The trackless carriage continued forward and gradually distanced itself. St. Hireland Square, in the northwestern corner, at the third story of a restaurant. When the wolf specter with the rose appeared in front of Ernst Boyar, the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Mistral retracted his gaze from Ernst Boyar. Darkness suffused from behind him as countless tiny bats flew within. Bribe. Just as the sanguine Earl silently muttered the single word, he saw the toppled carriage, heard the neighing of the horse, and smelled all kinds of smells. However, he wasn't able to instantly find the origin of the disturbance and accident. At this moment, his vision darkened as his eyes seemed to lose the ability to take in light. The din in his ears also halted. Earl Mistral chortled inwardly as he immediately fused with the bats behind him, rematerializing beside Ernst Boyar. Suddenly, in his black vision, a point of light appeared. This point of light rapidly expanded as it grew brighter and brighter. A golden figure with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings walked out of it. The pairs of wings spread out, blanketing Mistral's vision, causing light and darkness to mix. This created mysterious and complicated symbols that didn't differentiate themselves within the golden figure. It was both holy and corrupted, both light and dark. Angel. Mistral's pupils widened slightly as he couldn't help but take a step back, terminating his previous thoughts. In confusion, Ernst Boyar rapidly snapped awake when he saw a pair of limpid eyes that resembled crystalline gems or a lake. He felt a copy of the newspapers being stuffed into his hand. In those emerald-green eyes were ripples. Deep within the emanating ripples were twirls of a vortex that seemed to suck in the soul of anyone who lay their eyes on them. Ernst Boyar instantly became engrossed in it as he couldn't move his eyes away. Then, he heard a gentle and ethereal female voice in his ears. "Take this newspaper and follow Emlyn White. Take this newspaper and follow Emlyn White." This voice was layered as it resounded within Ernst Boyar's ears. It drilled into his brain, sinking deep into his heart. Ernst Boyar nodded in a daze, sensing that there was more, but he couldn't hear it clearly. The paperboy with a sling bag diagonally across his shoulders swiftly turned around and agilely passed through the bicycles, mixing into the crowd that came and went. This boy had a pretty face as his messy hair drooped down and hid his brows. As he walked, he took off a black fishnet glove that he had worn at some point in time, stuffing it into his sling bag filled with newspapers. As the wind blew, his clothes shrank as a spot on his exposed arm protruded out. A few seconds later, Ernst Boyar suddenly jumped back from where he stood, doing so as though he had been trying to dodge something. No good. I was influenced by a nightmare's ability. Just as he found his footing, his pupils dilated as he looked around his surroundings in a state of high alert, prepared for any impending attacks. Although Ernst Boyar was perplexed about how easily he was pulled into a dream, he knew that it wasn't time to consider the details. What followed next was key. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ring. A few bicycles passed him as they used their bells to warn the gentleman in the middle of the road to make way. Ernst Boyar narrowed his eyes as he glared at him, his muscles under his clothes ready to deliver their might. These few bicycles circled around him as the pedestrians came and went, some slowing down their footsteps and pointing their fingers. Gong! 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 12 gongs were heard as the white steam spewed out from the chimneys of St. Hireland Cathedral. The holy hymns of praise resounded as the gears and levers got to work. On the square, everyone stopped in their footsteps. At that holy moment, they either closed their eyes in prayer or were listening silently, regardless of whether they were believers of the god of steam and machinery or not. Only the pigeons that were being fed flew up and soared into the sky. Gong, gong, gong. As the gongs sounded, no one moved. Even Earl Mistral, who was inside a private room at the restaurant, stood there motionless with a heavy expression. His vision had already recovered, but all he saw was workers wearing grayish-blue or light blue clothes and bicycles of the same make. Apart from that, he discovered nothing. Furthermore, Ernst Boyar hadn't been injured at all. Of course, he had guessed that the paperboy was problematic from the newspaper in the Sanguine Viscount's hand. However, he didn't attempt to carry out a pursuit. Clearly, the power that had borrowed the level of an angel didn't belong to a low or mid-sequence beyonder. This also meant that Emlyn White's faction had at least a demigod hidden in the vicinity. Mistral believed that once he took action, he was bound to be stopped or even incur retaliation. In a situation of being easily detected while not knowing where his opponents were hiding, Mistral believed that it spelled trouble. Carrying out a pursuit in such cases only exacerbated the matter. Furthermore, to the Sanguine, this was only a test. If the faction backing Emlyn had mobilized a demigod, they could detain that powerhouse thanks to Ernst Boyar's protective measures. And through Oath of Rose, Mistral could confirm the attacker's identity. They had never thought of escalating the matter into an intense conflict. In their plans, it only involved Earl Mistral stopping the other party to prevent Ernst Boyar from suffering any harm. In the present situation, they had lost the initiative. To forcefully carry out a pursuit might highly likely result in a demigod's battle. And in Backlund, around St. Hireland Cathedral, this was equivalent to suicide. Besides, to Mistral, since the other demigod hadn't personally taken action and had only provided auxiliary help, to personally take action and make a pursuit would be a loss of decorum, and an insult to his reputation as a sanguine earl. Humph! I want to see what happens next. Mistral's facial muscles twitched as he rotated the ghostly blue ring on his left hand once more. After the 12 gongs, Emlyn started walking again. He circled past the fountain and arrived at the other end of St. Hireland Square amidst the landing pigeons. He then saw Ernst Boyar, who had his back hunched slightly, afraid to even move half a step. He saw the toppled carriage, the horse that was flicking its tail, and the carriage driver who wore a look of pain. Emlyn walked over, took out a wallet, and pulled out £100. He handed it to the carriage driver and said, "This is your compensation." Ah! The carriage driver wore a blank but pleasantly surprised look. The rental carriage wasn't his. He was only an ordinary employee. After the carriage was damaged because of the horse being startled, he experienced a brief moment of feeling the pinch. Following that, it was anxiousness and despair that ruled over his mind. Based on the so-called contract and other similar accidents he had seen over the years, he was responsible for all of this. This meant compensation from him and, with his income and family situation, meant bankruptcy. During that short moment, all kinds of thoughts had surfaced in the carriage driver's mind. They were mainly of 3 types. One was to scare the frozen gentleman and get him to pay compensation. This prevented his family from falling apart, with his children having to slave away at the factories at a young age. Another option was to immediately bring the horse to a gangster and sell it. Then, he would return home and leave Backlund with his wife and children. The last option was to arrange for his family to move from the place they rented. He would then plead with the owner of the carriage, hoping that he could repay it in installments. If the person wasn't agreeable, he would rather be thrown into jail than reimburse him a single penny. Now, having £100 suddenly hit him left his mind groggy. He was at a loss for words. £100 was enough to buy a brand new rental carriage and even more. Emlyn ignored the carriage driver and looked at Ernst. Everything's fine now. Aren't you the biggest problem? How can it be fine with you here? Ernst lampooned as he rotated the ring with the ghostly blue gem on his left hand. For some unknown reason, he felt that he should believe Emlyn White and even approach him. Emlyn shot a glance, suddenly turned around, and walked briskly into an alley. Ernst subconsciously opened up his stride and followed closely behind. He kept holding onto the newspaper in hand. The two sanguine moved at extremely fast speeds, with one running and the other chasing. However, they didn't dare reveal anything extraordinary. When Earl Mistral sensed that the two sanguine were beyond the reach of his spirituality, he used the connection between the paired Oath of Rose rings to follow behind unhurriedly. Emlyn occasionally made detours, taking shortcuts and occasionally returning to spots they had been before. It made it difficult to guess where his destination was. As for Ernst, he was like a bull having seen a red cloth. He refused to give up as he followed closely behind. Unknowingly, the two sanguine arrived at Rose Street, which was south of the bridge. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly sped up. He wasn't afraid that others saw him producing afterimages as he dashed right into the Harvest Church. Ernst did the same. Not good. From afar, Earl Mistral was just about to descend upon them to stop the subsequent developments when Ernst's figure vanished inside the Harvest Church's entrance. Gotcha! A tile at Mistral's foot instantly shattered. After entering the cathedral, Ernst came to a realization. He then saw a figure wearing a brown priest robe stand up at the front of all the rows of pews. He appeared like a mountain. At the same time, the entire cathedral turned heavy as if it was a jail. It seemed to fuse with the land itself. Ernst's mind buzzed immediately as another voice sounded in his mind. After you awaken from the first hypnosis, throw all the items on you to Emlyn White. Amidst shuffling sounds, Ernst took off his sash, threw out the brooch, and slammed the various items towards Emlyn White. This included his silver pocket watch and a wallet filled with cash. Pa! The newspaper in his hand fell to the ground, throwing out a paper card that was stuffed within. On the paper card was the goddess of justice sitting on a chair and holding a sword and scale. It was the tarot card Justice. After throwing everything other than his clothes, Ernst Boyar was stunned for a moment before he snapped to his senses. What am I doing? What did I do? This sanguine Viscount finally recalled the matters he had deliberately forgotten. Those pair of emerald green, limpid eyes. A psychological cue, no hypnosis. Ernst Boyar looked around in anger and irresistible horror, instinctively taking in the situation he was in. His gaze then landed on the mountain-like figure. He saw Father Yutravsky with his thin and sparse brows. Instantly, Ernst Boyar had all sorts of thoughts run through his mind and collide with one another. He quickly came up with one intense thought. He didn't put up any resistance, and he immediately said, I'll come here to do a month of volunteer work. Emlyn's predicament had long been spread amongst the sanguine in Backlund. Ernst Boyar was well aware of Father Yutravsky and knew that, even if he were to put up a fight, it was difficult for him to escape the fate of doing volunteer work. He might as well surrender and choose conditions that were more beneficial to him. At the very least, I shouldn't have any cues planted in my mind and end up converting my faith to Earth Mother. This thought flashed through Ernst's mind. He discovered a lantern in Yutravsky's hand, and inside it was a strange candle that seemed to be covered in human skin with protruding lumps. Under the candlelight's faint illumination, Ernst's pupils widened again. He only had one thought on his mind remaining as it kept resonating. Another psychological cue. At that moment, he felt the gloominess thicken in his heart. "All right." Yutravsky nodded and agreed to Ernst Boyar's request. Emlyn held back his smugness and pleased smile. He then looked at the items he had caught, looking like a farmer who had just reaped a bountiful harvest. In a private room on the third story of a restaurant northwest of the square, the lights darkened as a huge shadow appeared. Tiny bats flew out of the darkness and quickly clumped together. Smoke rose up as the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Earl Mistral appeared at the spot where the bats had appeared. Everything around him had been restored to normal. His servant, a middle-aged man in a dark formal suit, immediately stepped forward and asked with a bow, "My lord, are you having your meal now?" He couldn't tell if things had happened smoothly, or if something had gone wrong, much less about the success of the outcome from the Earl's face. However, he didn't dare inquire. Mistral nodded and said, "Yes." He walked to the table with a composed look, took off the ring with the ghostly blue gem, and sat down without showing a chink in his disposition. It was as though he had headed out to feed the pigeons. "This rich smell is rather unique, but it's not bad." In the private room neighboring Earl Mistral, Klein was wearing a very ordinary face as he commented on the Civilau's cuisine delicacy, lamb tripe. This punishment operation was an attempt by the few members of the Tarot Club, one that didn't need the world or Mr. Fool's interference. But considering how Miss Justice and the Moon Emlyn had zero experience in such matters and lacked experience in other matters, he had come to the area incognito as a final safeguard. He had previously used his marionette to pray to the Fool while he entered the attached bathroom of his private room to head above the gray fog. Using the corresponding point of light he had taken in the entire square and its surroundings. He kept holding the sea god's scepter the entire time, prepared to deliver a lightning strike to prevent any problems once he discovered anything amiss. However, he ultimately didn't do a thing. Everything happened more smoothly than he imagined. There was no need for him to consider the experienced the Star Leonard, but Miss Justice, who was participating in such matters for the first time, had exceeded his expectations. She wasn't nervous at all, not showing any signs of panic. Indeed, a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway is far greater than low and mid-sequence beyonders of the other pathways when it comes to controlling emotions. Even if she felt uneasy, she would have resolved it with her beyonder powers before the operation. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he continued sampling the other delicacies. Outside the window, on St. Hireland Square, it became filled with lively music, an eclectic mix of the flute, violin, accordion, and 7-string guitar. A rental carriage was slowly circling around the perimeter of St. Hireland Square. Leonard Mitchell, who was prepared to return to the north bank of the Backland Bridge, took one look at the pigeons in the middle of the square before asking with a suppressed voice, "Old man, what's your take regarding the outcome of this operation?" After he pulled Ernst Boyar into a dream, he flipped Lamino's Travels and activated Angel's Embrace. He then left the scene on carriage, unsure of the subsequent developments. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast snapped back, "In the fourth epoch, there's such a saying, believe in the might of deities. This means that this matter has received the tacit approval of Mr. Fool, so it's bound to succeed?" However, Old Man doesn't know much about the Tarot Club. Mr. Fool is a witness most of the time, so there's no so-called tacit approval. Leonard mumbled inwardly before diverting the topic. Why doesn't this saying feel complete? He had never informed Pallas Zoroast of the exact situation of the Tarot Club. All he did was give mention of the general situation of the Tarot Club and inform him of the matters that had been approved by Mr. Fool. Pallas chuckled and said, "Indeed, there's also a second half of the saying, do not trust their benevolence. Believe in the might of deities, but do not trust their benevolence." Leonard repeated in silence as he looked down at the notebook with a bronze hardcover. He then muttered wistfully, "This is really akin to a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, resolving its negative effects is relatively simple." Before this operation, consideration was given to the fact that beyonders of the pathway involving the moon domain, as well as the darkness, had relatively stronger resistance against nightmare-related effects. Leonard had originally planned on borrowing Creeping Hunger from the World Klein Moretti. However, after some subsequent discussion, Miss Magician mentioned the traits of Lamino's travels, giving him a better option. Hence, Klein, who was originally responsible for Angel's Embrace, lent him creeping hunger for 3 hours. Various useful beyonder powers were recorded, such as bribe, weaken. This is something from the Abraham family, Pallas Zoroast said with a sigh. Leonard had long known of this as he nodded indiscernibly. He then asked, "Old man, do you have the means of weakening or controlling the negative effects of the mystical item I previously mentioned?" "You call that a mystical item? That's something that requires sealing." Pallas first reprimanded Leonard. Then he said, "Didn't you say that it has a living characteristic? That makes it much easier to resolve." Leonard felt relieved as he cast his gaze out the window again, taking in the sight of St. Hireland Cathedral, which had parts resembling factories. In Phelps Street, North Borough, in the vicinity of St. Samuel Cathedral, at the entrance of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. After changing her clothes, Audrey got off a carriage like an ordinary girl. She had already gotten rid of her paperboy attire at a hotel room that had been prepared ahead of time, and that room was reserved by someone under Emlyn's instructions. It had nothing to do with her. At this moment, there were people coming and going at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's entrance, but Audrey walked over without any hesitation. No one looked at her, as though she lived in another world. Audrey briskly walked into the foyer, went up to the second story, and headed for the director's office. And everyone who she walked past seemed to join her in playing a game, pretending as though they hadn't seen her. They weren't puzzled about why this unfamiliar girl was inside. Audrey was just about to enter the office when she suddenly heard a familiar voice inside. "Miss Audrey, this is the amount of donations we have gathered this week." Audrey couldn't help but curl the ends of her lips as she gently nudged the ajar door and walked in. Inside the office, a staff member was holding a stack of documents, showing it to the person behind the desk. Sitting behind the desk was a golden retriever with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging by her neck. It sat at the director's seat, casually flipping through the documents, and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." The staff member then took back the document and smiled at the golden retriever. "Then, I'll take my leave, Miss Audrey." Behind her, Audrey held back her laughter as she walked to the sofa. She silently watched the staff member leave without interrupting the golden retriever from reading the other documents. Susie seriously read the different documents, afraid that something wrong would happen to her acting, thus affecting Audrey's matters. After a while, she suddenly looked around in puzzlement. "Audrey, are you back? How did you notice?" Audrey stood up from the sofa and appeared within Susie's sights. For this operation, she had specially spoken to Susie. She got the latter to replace her at work in the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, with the golden retriever in tow, she hypnotized all the staff members who would interact with her that day, making them treat Susie as Audrey. As for any possible visitors, she told her staff that there would only be guests in the afternoon. And the signal to snap out of the hypnosis was the cathedral bells at 2 in the afternoon. Susie jumped off the chair after seeing Audrey, saying in exasperation, "It's almost 2. That's right." Audrey inwardly made a silly face as she rushed into the small lounge and changed into her clothes. She then used Lai's flame-controlling powers to bum her previous disguise. After returning to her office and sitting at her seat, she felt completely relaxed. She clasped her hands together and lightly pursed her lips. To be frank, she had always been nervous. However, she had successfully cast Placate on herself before the operation, preventing any slip-ups. It's quite interesting now that I reminisce over it. We even discussed how we would compensate those who were affected. Audrey, well done. A smile beamed on the blonde, green-eyed beauty as it grew brighter. After this operation, she realized that her hypnotist potion had digested by a significant amount. Furthermore, she had also confirmed one thing. The mystical item, Hand of Horror, which came with bribe charm, worked perfectly with hypnosis. Yes, I also learned that Mr. Moon's name is Emlyn White. He didn't bother hiding the matter because he had to tell me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved our goals. Yes, Perhaps just giving the name of the cathedral was enough, but that will still expose his identity. I'm still feeling some anxiety. I was too stiff when hypnotizing. I actually used words that were too direct during the first level of hypnosis. Audrey cast placate on her slightly agitated feelings as she reviewed the entire operation, hoping that she could draw from the experience and lessons of today. Gong! Gong! St. Samuel Cathedral's bells chimed, indicating that it was 2 in the afternoon. Many staff who were inside 22 Phelps Street at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation had their bodies tremble after hearing it. Following that, they continued with their work as though nothing had happened. Gong! Gong! Amidst the cathedral's bells, Klein, who had transformed back into Dwayne Dantes, once again walked to 160 Buckland Street's balcony and took in the situation of Mock's house. At this moment, a carriage passed by his residence's entrance and drove to the end of the street. Suddenly, Klein felt his perception trigger as a scene surfaced in his mind. A gray rat was leaning against the carriage's window, leisurely watching the street scenery. He moved at an adequate pace, doing so as though he had been repeating this entire process like a daily routine. Locking the bathroom's door, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and passed through the gray fog filled with ravings and roars, finally taking his seat on the high-back chair of the fool. And before this, he made his valet, Enuni, who was standing by the corridor, softly pray to see God Calvetua. Using the corresponding point of light, he beckoned for the sea god scepter and began expanding his vision. He then locked onto the carriage that was driving towards Mock's residence, 39 Buckland Street. And this time, the person leaning against the glass window and leisurely taking in the scenery was no longer a gray rat, but a young man wearing a silk top hat and black trench coat. He had black hair and black eyes. His face was thin with a broad forehead. He wore a crystal monocle and had a faint smile on his lips. He was none other than the blasphemer, the angel of time, son of the creator, Amon. Although Klein was already mentally prepared, his anxiety made his entire body feel chilly. Amon had clearly appeared in his original form, but after stealing the rat demigod's destiny, he appeared as a gray rat in everyone's eyes without incurring any suspicion. He and his brother, Angel of Imagination Adam, had certain powers which were similar. It left terror in the mind of others the more they thought about it, but it was intrinsically different. If not for the gray fog and not for my deeper control of this place, I wouldn't have discovered it either. Klein felt a mix of joy and alarm as he expanded his vision to seek out Amon's avatars. Compared to the grafting of destiny, the signs of parasitizing was a lot clearer. However, Klein didn't notice anything this time. Be it the other passengers in the carriage, the horses that towed the carriage, or the surrounding trees and air, there wasn't any sign of parasitizing. This is different from what Leonard's grandpa said. Shouldn't the appearance of one Amon mean the accompaniment of many more Amons? He is clearly aware that he was discovered by a bizarro sorcerer of the Church of Evernight, and he suspects that Buckland Street is under surveillance. Therefore, he only sent a single avatar to investigate the situation. Klein frowned as he came up with theories. He was a little unsure of how to handle the current development. Of course, he recalled Pallas Zoroast mentioning that as long as one avatar was resolved, he could eliminate all the Amons in Buckland Street. And now, there was only one Amon in Buckland Street. A perfect time to take action. I'll first hear what the expert's opinion is. Klein immediately conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow's figure at the other end of the long bronze table and made him reverently and piously pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that Amon has appeared at 39 Buckland Street, but there's only one. While Gehrman Sparrow made the prayer, Klein didn't stop monitoring the carriage. He saw Hazel in a light-colored dress alight and enter her foyer. Amon, who was wearing a monocle and black trench coat, walked behind her with complete composure. Despite not having any concealment, the servants didn't notice him at all. It was as though there was only air or some inconspicuous creature behind Miss Hazel. Occasionally, the female servants would look at the ground and jump in fright. Just as they were about to scream, they would forget what they were about to do after their mouths opened. Amon passed through the foyer and walked up the stairs. Pinching the crystal monocle, Amon stuffed his hands into his pockets. Ringed transparent worms began squirming out of his body as they crawled in every direction before vanishing. This left Klein's scalp tingling. He recalled Pallas Zorost's description of Amon's parasitizing power. A plague-like infection. Hazel had been in an excellent mood recently. This was because her teacher hadn't truly gone mad. Everything that happened previously was only a test, and she had passed it with flying colors. This made her gain plenty of knowledge about the supernatural world. She learned the essence of the potions and grasped the acting method. She also gained the opportunity to advance to cryptologist. She was currently a sequence 7 beyonder. So the world actually has such a magical side to it. I wonder when I can become a demigod and shake off my mortal coils. Hazel glanced at the hanging wall clock and rubbed her sunken tummy. She decided to get her mother to bring forward the high tea session today. After all, there weren't any guests. At noon, she had used the excuse of heading out for a meal to bring her teacher back. She also took the opportunity to act and hadn't had anything to eat. Upon thinking that, she glanced at her teacher who was sprawled on a leather cushion on the sofa. The gray rat had raised its front paw and pressed on its right eye. "Do you need any food?" Hazel asked reverently. The rat lowered its front paw and answered unhurriedly, "There's no need." "All right, teacher." Hazel turned around and walked forward, opening the door to her bedroom. Her lady's maid was standing along the corridor, leisurely looking at the balcony at the end of the corridor as though she was admiring the afternoon sky. Hazel indiscernibly frowned and said, "Guard this place. Don't let anyone in." The lady's maid shot one glance at her and smiled. "Yes, Mississippi." Only then did Hazel leave her bedroom and head for the activity room on the second story. She found her mother, Ma'am Rihanna. This lady with the same black-green hair received a pair of gem-embedded glasses with a gold chain hanging from it from her lady's maid. It was more an accessory than an eyesight correction tool. "Don't tell me that you don't like it?" Hazel asked in puzzlement. The corners of Ma'am Rihanna's mouth curled slightly. "I like it now." As she said that, she wore the glasses. As Hazel was just about to say something, she heard footsteps approaching. She turned her head to find her father, Member of Parliament Mocked, coming home early. "Father, didn't you say that you'd be at the military veterans mess?" Hazel asked in passing. There wasn't anyone there today. Mocked raised his right hand and pinched the two sides of his eyes. Hazel thought nothing of it as she nodded. "Perfect. We haven't had high tea together in a long time." "That's right." Member of Parliament Mocked and Ma'am Rihanna laughed at the same time as a faint smile appeared on their lips. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard, who had just returned from St. Hireland Square, threw himself onto the sofa as he lifted his feet onto the coffee table. Having not received any information, he believed that the punishment operation had come to a perfect end, allowing him to look forward to the spoils of war. "Old man, didn't you say that the Sanguine Viscount had many mystical items on him? Can you tell me what they are?" Leonard softly asked in puzzlement. In his mind, Pallas Zorost harumphed. "Items of that level aren't worth my notice." Leonard was just about to press further when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the boundless grayish-white fog and Gairman Sparrow's blurry figure, as well as his prayer. "Amon has appeared at 39 Buckland Street, but there's only one." "Amon has appeared?" That quickly. Leonard, who had already relaxed, retracted his feet immediately and sat straight up. He became more anxious than before the punishment operation began. He hurriedly informed Pallas Zorost of Klein's words and asked, "Old man, what do we do now?" "Begin the operation. But there's only one Amon avatar." Pallas Zorost fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "If there's only one Amon, it implies that he has other motives, but none of that matters. In the 4th epoch, there's a saying, there's no point crying over spilled milk. Since it has begun, we can't falter. If we delay this any further, Amon will attempt to influence the entire street. When that happens, he will definitely discover Dwayne Dantes's abnormality. Klein returned to the real world and walked out of the bathroom. He had already made the corresponding preparations. He had creeping hunger on his left hand and an emblem carved from obsidian in his right. Then, he made Enuni snap his fingers and use flaming jump to enter 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house, with the appearance of Gairman Sparrow. Control of the spirit body threads was instantly transferred to Klein, but this only seemed to sink into the vast ocean without any reaction. He had lost control of his marionette. Klein's eyelid twitched as he heard the door to the master bedroom creak open. It was Enuni. This youth with Lone and Balam blood in him had pushed open the door and walked in, completely outside of Klein's control. He then took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and rubbed it with his sleeve. Then he leisurely wore it on his right eye. He then looked at Dwayne Dantes, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Found you." The mood in the bedroom froze as Enuni, who was pinching on the monocle, continued. Flora Jacobs' destiny was filled with too many abnormalities, and they mainly came from this street. This piqued my interest, and I spent some time to distinguish and seek out the source. Took me so many days to find you. I'm no stranger to this mirror, and I can control it, but I've never seen it ingratiate itself so much towards one person. This really is an interesting matter. Perhaps I should steal your destiny and see why that is the case. Alright, you likely do not know of its origins. It's in no way simple. Wearing a monocle, Amon, who wore the appearance of Enuni, didn't seem like an infiltrator or assailant. Instead, he appeared like a visitor as he eagerly mentioned all the preparations he had done, as well as Rhodes's origins. He paused before he could finish his sentence. Dwayne Dantes opposite him had turned into a dirty gray rat. The rat raised its right claw, pressing at its eye. At the same time, in the garden of 160 Buckland Street, with his thin and cut, black-haired, brown-eyed face, Gairman Sparrow appeared in the middle of a bunch of roses. Back when Amon was saying something highly enticing, he had secretly split off a worm of time in an attempt to invade Klein's body in order to parasitize him. However, Klein had been on high alert the entire time. He detected this attempt via the changes in his spirit body threads, so he rapidly created a marionette at the critical moment and swapped locations. Silently, Amon, who looked like a mixed-blood youth, appeared in front of Klein. Behind him, a 12-ring transparent worm fell from the 3rd story and returned to his body. And at that instant, the earthworms in the garden's soil, the insects in the woods, the rats in the shadows all crawled out, either swarming towards Gairman Sparrow and Amon or were fleeing from this region. The main reason why Klein had patiently listened to Amon was to use that time to create marionettes. To a bizarro sorcerer, they were only complete with their marionettes. Amon still wasn't in a rush to take action. He pinched the monocle embedded deep in his eye socket and looked around, saying with a smile, "Your actions often expose your problems. To a master of deceit, everything that you did was enough for me to detect your weakness. In such a tense and dangerous situation, you actually chose to convert rats, insects, birds, and earthworms into being your marionettes without considering your servants. What does this tell me? It says that you have outstanding moral standards. You still view yourself as human and are unwilling to harm them. Upon grasping this point, even if my avatar is inferior to you, it's still easy to break you down. You wouldn't even be capable of dying even if you wish for it. Ah, right. You can stop your attempts at secretly controlling my spirit body threads. This is because you're controlling the spirit body threads I stole. They belong to your butler, your maid, and your coachman. If this continues, I'm afraid you will feel a deep sense of guilt. Even spirit body threads can be stolen? No, it's more like grafting. Klein's expression froze slightly as he terminated his control of Amon's spirit body threads. He had been patient, allowing Amon to drone on with his drivel, mainly doing so because he was secretly trying to turn Amon's avatar into his marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, battles like this, where he stalled for time and exerted his influence in secret, should have been something he was best at and something he enjoyed the most. Unfortunately, he had encountered blasphemer Amon, the current pinnacle existence of the Marauder pathway. Even if he was only facing an avatar, he could do nothing about him. Klein actually suspected that Amon's words were a ruse, but he wasn't able to see through it. He didn't dare take the risk. During such times, he needed the help of a spectator. For you to say so much, I doubt it's solely to think of the means to parasitize me, right? You should know that, before severely injuring me, it's very difficult to parasitize a bizarro sorcerer who can see spirit body threads, Klein calmly said as he wore Gehrman Sparrow's face. Amon immediately chortled. You finally noticed it. You're trying to steal my destiny? Klein swapped locations with a marionette once again, constantly making his actual body appear in different corners of the garden. No, Amon shook his head, keeping his hands in his pockets while leisurely saying with a smile, if a magic mirror like a Rhodes is willing to listen to your instructions and deliberately ingratiate itself towards you, it means that you aren't as simple as I imagined. I'm not a beyonder of the tyrant pathway, so I wouldn't be so rash as to directly steal your destiny. Heh. I suddenly have a feeling that directly replacing you would result in something I don't wish to see happening. How did you know a Rhodes is ingratiating itself? Flora Jacob's destiny shouldn't have something like that. Klein appeared on a tree. His different marionettes continued changing their locations. Amon pulled out one hand and pinched his chin and said, Didn't I say why? I spent time to gather information and seek out the source. Oh, I went to the Church of Steam and had a chat with a Rhodes. It wasn't too frank, and it was willing to be tortured by me rather than reveal your true origins. Unfortunately, that was inside the Church of Steam. Otherwise, I would have directly parasitized it and learn of everything. Even living sealed artifacts can be parasitized. If a Rhodes strictly abided by the rules, based on its answers in the past, he isn't too sure of my actual situation and only has certain guesses. Klein's eyes widened. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Amon laugh and say, You really don't seem to be in a rush. What are you waiting for? Do you not know that my Pathways Sequence 2's name is Trojan Horse of Destiny? Although I'm only an ordinary avatar, I do have some powers that I can use, such as tinkering with your destiny, making certain errors appear for a certain period of time. For instance, no one will notice it no matter how much you cry for help. That also means that, even if you were to trigger the Evernight emblem in your hand, you will only be able to get the effects of concealment, and you will not be able to transmit your intentions of seeking help regardless of your prior agreements. Also, even if you were to shout for help or create an explosion, the pedestrians and servants in the room wouldn't be able to hear a thing. This is the reason why I was talking so much. For an ordinary avatar, certain matters take time. All right, it's your turn to answer my question. Klein didn't answer as he kept switching positions with his marionettes. However, Amon kept appearing in front of him as they continued their conversation. At this moment, he made one of his marionettes ask, Since you've already completed the controlling of destiny, why aren't you taking action? You also seem to be waiting. Before this Gehrman Sparrow, who was a thin paper figurine, could finish his sentence, there was a strong gust of wind from afar. Leonard, in a black trench coat and a black silver-inlaid cane in hand, flew to Buckland Street. Klein, who had appeared to Amon's side, immediately said, This is what I've been waiting for. As he said that, he triggered the Evernight emblem that he had been clasping tightly. Simultaneously, he snapped his left hand's fingers, igniting the tallest tree in the garden, making its scarlet flames soar into the sky. And this huge, obvious bonfire that would have been noticeable at a glance from across the street was noticed by no one, be it the maids wiping the windows on the first story or the pedestrians strolling beneath the Intis parasol trees. Even in midair, Leonard Mitchell ignored this scene, rushing for 39 Buckland Street at high speeds. And at this moment, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in this red gloves' mind. Turn back. Head to Unit 160. Although Leonard was puzzled, his experienced self didn't ask why when it came to supernatural matters. He immediately swung the direction word of the sea pointed and changed directions. In the garden of 160 Buckland Street, Amon raised his head as he pressed the crystal monocle on his right hand, chuckling. This is also what I've been waiting for. He ignored Gehrman Sparrow as his smile grew obvious. He continued speaking in irresistible delight. To be able to discover the abnormalities of fate in this region. It's him, a palace. As he spoke, this blasphemer changed his actions and adjusted his monocle. At this moment, a strange gloom fell over the entire street. It was as though the entire place had been separated from reality, turning into a secret. In the activity room of 39 Buckland Street, Hazel looked out the window and muttered in puzzlement, "Is it about to rain?" This wasn't anything important, so she retracted her gaze and reached out her hand onto the 3-layered tray for high tea. Then, she saw her father, Member of Parliament mocked, strangely open his right palm. Glimmers of light condensed out of thin air, forming into a crystal monocle in his palm. Mocked then wore this monocle on his right eye. Hazel had already sensed something amiss as she frantically looked at the others in the room. Her mother, Ma'am Rihanna, took off the accessory on her nose and wore a monocle that she had taken out of somewhere. The servants standing beside her all took out a similar monocle and wore it on their right eye. Thud. Hazel stood up instinctively as she retreated repeatedly, toppling the chair over in the process. This sound alarmed everyone in the room. Mocked, Rihanna, and the servants turned their heads to look at Hazel. Bit by bit, a smile suffused the comers of their lips. Ah! Hazel broke down as she let out a shrill scream. This scream passed through the house and through the garden, drawing the attention of the pedestrians on the streets. At this point, Aman had already lowered his right hand from his monocle. Looking at the figure in midair, he said with a smile, "Pallas, it's already 1350 of the 5th epoch. The technique of relying on the gathering of avatars to raise one's level is already outdated." Behind him, Klein didn't waste any time as he reached into his pocket as though he was drawing a gun while he made creeping hunger turn transparent. A transparent book condensed in front of him. However, Aman simply raised his hand and the glove vanished. However, along with the human skin glove's disappearance, Gehrman Sparrow also did. Pa! Landing in Aman's palm wasn't a glove but a rat. A rat that had died after becoming a marionette. On the other side of Aman, Klein, who wasn't wearing a hat but was wearing a shirt and vest, appeared. He then threw out the item he had previously taken out, and he threw it at his target. It was a paper crane. It was an ordinary paper crane, bursting into scarlet-red flames just as it flew out, scattering ashes in the process. Aman, who had been looking up into the sky, suddenly turned his head and looked at the paper crane who was a vessel of flames. He then raised his palm again. A cold glint had lit up in the eye beneath the monocle. Suddenly, the flames on the paper crane's surface vanished. Klein and his ability to swap locations with his marionette vanished. Likewise for flame controlling, flaming jump, and air cannon. In that instant, he had 6 Beyonder powers stolen, 4 of which were rather important ones. If Aman was able to make a few more thefts, then Klein might have even turned into an ordinary person. This was theft at the angel level. Amidst the extinguishing flames, the paper crane slowly floated. Backlund, Dr. Aaron's house, in a black pram, wrapped in silver silk, while Osepton rubbed his mouth and eyes, grumbling, "Life is just so hard," before he finished his sentence. He took out what looked like a cane from somewhere. It was embedded with clear gems. Pure bright light lit up, illuminating the calendar in the room clearly. Today was Tuesday. 160 Buckland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' garden. The paper crane, which was already charred and incomplete, suddenly froze in midair. Complicated chrome-colored symbols appeared out of it, instantly taking on the form of a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. The dense patterns and symbols on the surface of the gigantic silver snake formed a wheel that was connected to each other. Around each wheel were different symbols. With a sweep of the cold, bright red eyes, this giant serpent soared into the sky and stayed above Buckland Street, curled its body and bit its own tail. Its shadow blanketed the entire street like a mysterious and ludicrous wheel. Suddenly, mocked, Rihanna, and several servants in 39 Buckland Street's activity room wiped the smiles from their faces. They raised their hands in unison, taking off the monocle on their faces, allowing the monocles to turn incorporeal in their hands before transforming into beams of light. Immediately following that, they wore their eye accessories once again and pinched their eye sockets, either leisurely looking out the window or returning to their former state. Hazel sat on the ground watching this scene. As she shook her head, feeling the world crumbling around her, she used her hands to hold her body up while rapidly retreating. The cold glimmer in Winner Enuni's eyes vanished. The crystalline monocle was left cooked, and he no longer wore that supercilious look. In addition, something in his body seemed to be extracted as a clear, thick, but transparent and mysterious worm of time took form above his head. And amidst concealment, this worm of time quickly transformed into a figure with black hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. This wasn't time reversing itself on Buckland Street, because Klein and Leonard didn't suffer any of its effects. It was Amon having his condition return to a few minutes prior to this. Snake of Fate. Reboot. Although Will Ossepton had predicted that there would be some changes in fate, things had happened slightly later. However, his influence that descended from afar came in such a timely fashion. In order to gain this Snake of Fate's help, Klein had not only fed him 5 different flavors of ice cream, but he had also agreed to further compensation. The outcome of their negotiation was that Klein had to think of the means to create at least 2 items that could allow Will Ossepton to briefly regain some of his strength while in his weakened state. When Amon suffered this unexpected blow, Klein didn't hesitate and drew Death Knell. He cocked it, gently pushed the cylinder, and aimed it at his enemy. Bang! He staidly and decisively pulled Death Knell's trigger, shooting out the control spirit bullet he had long prepared. A black stream of light flashed out, striking the illusory Amon figure with the sharp bonnet and classic black robe, the Worm of Time. This was even thicker and clearer than all the Worms of Time Klein had previously seen before. The light scattered as Amon's figure quivered in midair and froze without being able to wear any expression. And at this moment, Leonard, who had already arrived overhead, followed Old Man's instructions. Standing on Word of the Sea, he floated in midair, slightly spread out his arms, and relaxed his spirit body. Both his green eyes immediately reflected a slightly gloomy, 12-ring transparent worm of time in each one of them. These 2 worms of time had their heads and tails connected together, forming a similar loop. As the loop slowly spun, they projected a huge ancient modeled illusion behind Leonard. This illusion looked like the surface of a wall clock carved from stone. There were 12 segments. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black. They were clearly demarcated from each other, and the symbols were all different. With just one look, Klein had the feeling that life was speeding past him. Gong. A bell gong that seemed to travel across time from ancient history resounded through the spacious secret world. Everything before Klein seemed to slow down, including the Amon figure above Enuni. An indescribable invisible surge appeared, sweeping around that Amon figure before hurling it towards that huge, illusory stone-carved wall clock. What was actually a worm of time, Amon's avatar with a monocle, suddenly extended a hand, aiming it at Gehrman Sparrow. Suddenly, Klein saw the skin on the back of his hand rapidly dry up as they wrinkled up, producing unobvious aged spots. The speed at which Amon's illusory figure was being pulled away slowed down, but the process couldn't be interrupted. Finally, it contracted into the form of a ringed worm and was thrown towards the illusory, ancient stone-carved wall clock behind Leonard. Gong! Another bell gong sounded as the grayish-white and bluish-black clock surface had an additional modeled hand. This hand quickly rotated a few segments, speeding up the sound of the gongs. Inside 39 and 160 Buckland Street, all kinds of resplendent glimmers of light flew out, pulled and attracted by that ancient, illusory, stone-carved wall clock. Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. He had used the connection between the avatars and his higher level to strengthen the law of Beyonder Characteristic Convergence. Gong. Several streams of light from different spots in Backland flew over. After everything calmed down, Klein's current appearance appeared in his mind. He had more white hair than black. His forehead and the corners of his mouth and eyes were covered with obvious wrinkles. His skin had sagged with several aged spots. He looked like an elderly gentleman, ready to pass away at any moment. At this moment, the clock's gonging sounded again. The grayish-white hand on the ancient, illusory stone-carved wall clock began spinning counterclockwise. 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. Klein saw his skin rapidly recover its luster as the spots faded and vanished. In just seconds, he recovered his original appearance. Life had seemed to begin flowing in him again. Powers at the angel level are almost godlike. I only suffered some repercussions of it, and I nearly died of old age. I wonder if I can revive under such conditions. Klein observed his condition and hurriedly looked up and said to Leonard Mitchell, "How should the people parasitized by Amon be rescued?" At this moment, the ancient, illusory clock behind Leonard rapidly faded away, turning into glimmers of light that drilled back into his body. Leonard cocked his head slightly as though he was listening to something. After a while, he said, "The beyonder characteristics of the worms of time in them have been sucked out. The remaining parts have either been absorbed or have some remnants left behind. However, it wouldn't result in having an excessive influence on them. Old man said that it won't be excessive, but it might be from the viewpoint of an angel. In short, they can pray to the deities they believe in and see if they can obtain a complete purification. However, without them explaining what exactly happened, the deities might not give a response. If you're afraid of any remnant effects, you can consider guiding them to pray to that existence. All the items that come from that will be yours." Perhaps having personally experienced a battle at the angel level, and having seen the snake of fate's spectral form, Leonard's agitation and trembling could hardly be suppressed in an instant. The people on this street are basically the believers of the goddess, so how can I get them to pray to the fool? I don't wish to be thrown into the foggy town. The goddess is very aware of this matter. They will likely receive a response if they were to pray to her. Then, I can get Her Eminence Ariana to return the worms of time that they cough out to me. I can give her some. As Klein's thoughts raced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked in passing, "Will there be any side effects after a complete purification?" Although he had some experience from Little Sun, this youth of the City of Silver wasn't an ordinary person. After listening for a moment, Leonard said, "A little, as it's a deeper level of parasitizing. Even if ordinary people were to experience a full recovery, there will be some level of influence left on them, such as them liking to wear monocles. All right, head back first. Leave the rest to me." Klein nodded and was glad that the parties involved in this battle weren't the kinds with obvious destructive might. Otherwise, it might not only be Buckland Street, but all of Northborough might not be left intact. In Pritz Harbor, a black-haired, black-eyed, thin-faced young man wearing a monocle rode on a bicycle as he leisurely returned home. He wore an obvious smile as he opened the letterbox and took out the newspapers and letters inside. After entering the house, the young man pinched the monocle on his right eye while tearing open the letters, reading their contents as he walked. This continued until he found a letter without any name on it. If all connection to us in Backland is lost, it means that Pallas Zoroast might very well be hidden in the vicinity of Northborough's Buckland Street. Don't ask us why we're taking such risks. Life often requires some excitement, joy, and anticipation. On 160 Buckland Street, after watching Leonard fly out of the world of concealment with the word of the sea in one hand, Klein turned his attention back onto his surroundings. He first observed Winner and Uni. He originally imagined that he couldn't use the marionette that had been parasitized by Amon. But to his surprise, he realized that he could control his spirit body threads again. Klein was first stunned before he came to a realization. When Snake of Fate Will Osepton used Reboot to reverse Amon's condition in time, it also made the things he parasitized experience similar changes. Hence, Enuni had turned back into his marionette. As expected of the strongest power of a Monster Pathways Sequence 1, Klein heaved a sigh of relief before allowing his figure to fade away from where he stood. He teleported back to his master bedroom, leaving a bunch of marionettes around to defend against any accidents. Right on the heels of that, Klein entered the bathroom and headed above the gray fog. He used Anuni's prayer light and began observing the entire street with the sea god scepter in hand. Without a doubt, his focus was on his residence and Unit 39. He found Butler Walter, Housekeeper Tanaja, Member of Parliament Mocked, Ma'am Rihanna, and many servants having remnant signs of being parasitized. They appeared somewhat in a daze. As for Hazel, she was on the brink of total collapse. Her hands were on the ground, having pushed herself backwards into the corner. Her back was leaning close to the wall as she huddled into a ball, trembling. Mocked and company had noticed something wrong with her. They surrounded her in concern, hoping to know why. However, Hazel would scream loudly whenever they attempted to approach her. She would resist violently, so all they could do was stand meters away, wearing a panicked and helpless look. During this process they would, from time to time, nudge their glasses or pinch their eye sockets. This only served to leave Hazel even more horrified. She appeared to be on the brink of losing control. Klein felt horrified when he saw this scene above the gray fog. He imagined a scene. Daddy Amon, Mommy Amon, Maid Amon, Footman Amon were circling around Hazel, trying to soothe her nerves but were helpless. They wore the same expression and the same monocle with different clothes. Even if Hazel were to hold out and not lose control, she would definitely develop mental problems. At the very least, she would be in a half-crazy state. Klein's thoughts raced as he lowered the sea god scepter and returned to the real world. Buckland Street and the several streets remained enshrouded in darkness. It exuded a serene, tranquil, and profound feeling. This was a world that had already turned into a secret. Klein took down a hat, wore it on his head, and teleported to a director's office in 22, Phelps Street, Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Audrey had already changed into a light green dress and was daydreaming with a fountain pen in hand, reminiscing over every detail of the punishment operation in the afternoon. Susie, on the other hand, had gone out for a stroll. Suddenly, this noble lady sensed something and looked up. A black-haired, brown-eyed, thin-faced figure with cut facial features was rapidly reflected in her emerald, limpid eyes. This figure wore a white shirt, black vest, black trousers, and black leather boots. He had a cold expression. His body was bent slightly as he held one hand over his top hat. Audrey was first taken aback before she recalled who this person was. Gehrman Sparrow. Although she had never met him before, she had already seen his extremely lifelike picture on the papers and wanted posters. Klein realized that he hadn't changed back to Dwayne Dantes based on Miss Justice's reaction. However, he wasn't too mindful of that. He released his hand from his top hat and straightened his body. He said with a nod, "There's something that requires your help." His disguise had also been stolen by Amon, but after a reboot it was returned to him. He just didn't have the time to change back into Dwayne Dantes. Mr. World, who's already a demigod, needs my help? He's in need of therapy because of some mental problem? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Audrey pursed her lips as she put down her fountain pen in anticipation and curiosity. She stood up and gave a serious reply. No problem. Klein didn't waste any time and walked over, grabbing her by the arm. Their figures faded away as they vanished from the spot. Instantaneously, they appeared outside the activity room at 39 Buckland Street. This is teleportation? Audrey's eyes turned slightly as she instinctively wanted to ask something. However, when she felt the heavy atmosphere and the screams, her face immediately wore a solemn look. "There's a patient?" she asked without much doubt. It's really easy to talk to a spectator. There's no need for much explanation. Klein tersely acknowledged and said, "Yes. She encountered a supernatural incident and suffered a terrible fright. She's on the brink of losing control. Do you have the means to not be seen by the people inside?" There was no need for him to say his last sentence, as a large-scale illusion was enough to resolve the problem. Furthermore, after receiving the blessings of concealment, ordinary people likely didn't retain much of their corresponding memories. However, after witnessing Adam's powers of invisibility, Klein was rather curious if Miss Justice had such skills at Sequence 6. Mr. World is feeling curious. That's really rare. He doesn't seem to be wearing a thick mask and has changed to a thinner one. He's a really good patient who heeds medical advice. Audrey's chin moved slightly as she nodded. Yes. As she spoke, she glanced at Gairman Sparrow, who reached out for the handle and pushed open the door after receiving her response. Member of Parliament mocked, and Ma'am Rihanna completely ignored this beautiful girl as they discussed in a panic about hiring a doctor. As for Hazel, she remained curled in a corner, trembling vigorously like an abandoned baby animal. Miss Hazel. As a senior spectator, Audrey didn't have the problem of forgetting others. She observed Hazel's condition and frowned slightly. She turned her head and said to Gairman Sparrow, Mr. Sparrow, can you briefly explain what she encountered? Only with sufficient knowledge can I quickly resolve the problem. Klein was already prepared as he quickly and succinctly explained. She's a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, a student of a demigod who had nefarious thoughts. Her teacher attracted blasphemer Amon's avatar and ended up getting herself killed. Her destiny and identity were stolen. As such, Amon infiltrated her family, parasitizing her parents and servants. Just now, while we were eliminating Amon's avatars, she realized that her parents and servants had all turned into Amon. She didn't know that was Amon, but she understood that it was a strange existence. If you have anything you wish to understand at a deeper level, things which do not involve the psychological treatment, you can always ask during the next gathering. Blasphemer Amon? Mr. World and company have eliminated Amon's avatar again. No. Avatars? Audrey was somewhat shocked as she instinctively glanced at Mocked and company. She couldn't imagine that they had once been parasitized by Amon and had turned into him. To have everyone parasitized. Audrey recalled Mr. World's words and felt more afraid the more she thought about it. She felt her entire body turn cold as she couldn't help but think of herself if she were in Hazel's shoes. This left her somewhat stifled as she subconsciously cast placate on herself. Is the supernatural world always this cruel and terrifying? Or is it just occasionally? After calming down, Audrey muttered softly. She didn't wait for the World Gairman Sparrow's reply, because from what she had seen at the tarot gathering, she knew the answer very well. Always. Looking back at Hazel, Audrey walked over, filled with pity. She crouched down and first used placate. Hazel looked up blankly and saw a perfect, flawless face, as well as that pair of emerald-like eyes. At that instant, she seemed to return to the ball of that previous night, having witnessed this lady descend like an angel. She instantly calmed down. She saw ripples rise up in that pair of limpid, green eyes. They were serene, calm, and deep. There's no need to be afraid. Calm down. Everything is already over. Audrey used hypnosis to directly communicate with Hazel's body of heart and mind. She heard hysterical screams and the horror that was taller than mountains and deeper than the ocean. Taking into account Hazel's condition and encounter, she quickly came up with a plan for treatment. She directly hypnotized Hazel and made her forget today's encounter and the existence of her teacher. She was only capable of vaguely remembering her identity as a beyonder and other general knowledge. Hazel gradually calmed down before she slowly fell asleep. After you awaken, that terrifying experience will no longer exist, and I was never here. Audrey used a gentle voice to complete the last step of the hypnosis. Following that, she slowly got up and observed Hazel for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and whispered without turning her head. I made her temporarily forget the corresponding memories, but that memory remains. It's just hidden deep down. In future gatherings, I'll continue treating her, guiding her to slowly remember and accept this memory. Only then can her mental problem be completely resolved. Otherwise, perhaps a familiar action or sentence will jolt her awake. She will then break down once again, and perhaps it will result in a direct loss of control. Miss Justice is becoming more and more professional. Klein sighed as he asked cautiously, Then you will have to hypnotize all the people who were parasitized. They are not to show any hobbies that don't originally belong to them, like the wearing of monocles. Also, let them pray to the Evemite goddess after 15 minutes to obtain complete cleansing and purification. Audrey nodded with abnormal seriousness. No problem. Klein immediately stood to the side, watching this noble lady cue everyone who had been parasitized in this house with the greatest feelings of pity. Minutes later, Klein, with the face of Gairman Sparrow, walked out of 39 Baclund Street with Miss Justice Audrey and headed for places where the other parasite victims were. After a few silent steps, Klein suddenly looked ahead and said, "It's not rare to see such matters happen among unaffiliated Beyonders. Without any suitable guidance, it often implies that they're constantly dancing at the edge of a cliff with the possibility of falling at any time." Audrey tersely acknowledged and said after a few seconds, "I know. Compared to before, I'm not as. She deliberated for a moment before breaking into a grimacing smile, as though she had found a suitable adjective she required to mock herself. Naive. Phew. She then exhaled without hiding it as she looked ahead. If I had known that the mysterious world was so cruel and terrifying last June, I might not have raised the request of becoming a Beyonder. Klein turned his head slightly and took a look at the noble lady's face. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, "If I were to give you the chance now to completely leave the mysterious world, would you accept it?" Audrey was taken aback as she slowly pursed her lips and said, "No." After giving such a response, she seemed to relax a little as she smiled and continued. "Under the premise of knowing how cruel and terrifying the mysterious world is, the me from last June would have given up being a Beyonder. But the me of this year wouldn't. This might be the price of growing up. I understand what you're getting at." Klein continued forward at the same pace as he said, "After those victims are completely purified, a number of them will spit out worms of time. They can be used to create fate siphon charms. It's a demigod-level item that can switch the fate between two parties for a short period of time. When the time comes, I'll give you one as payment for today's treatment." Audrey was about to decline it before she fell silent again. She then nodded gently and said, "Okay." Just as she said that, she suddenly paused. She turned her head to glance at Gairman Sparrow and smilingly said with a mixed expression, "I know why you just asked me that question." Klein chuckled without giving a direct answer. Audrey retracted her gaze and immediately felt a lot better. She asked as though they were having a chat, "I participated in the punishment operation at noon, and I dealt with the Amon aftermath in the afternoon. Today is really a tarot day." Her words were a double entendre as she said with utmost wistfulness. From her point of view, noon was a cooperative operation that involved 5 members: the moon, the star, judgment, justice, and the magician with different levels of involvement. In the afternoon, the tarot clubs The World and Justice had involved themselves in the elimination of Amon's avatars in different ways. This was indeed a day to remember, and in a sense it could be considered a tarot day. Klein nodded in agreement at Miss Justice's words, but he didn't tell her that the Star Leonard had also been involved in the afternoon operation. Furthermore, he was the main force in the operation. Amon's avatar must have been difficult to deal with, right? Audrey finally found an opportunity to raise the question. She stared at Gairman Sparrow, making no attempt to hide the curiosity in her green eyes. Klein smiled. "If I had done it alone, you wouldn't be seeing Gairman Sparrow, but Amon here instead." "Having your destiny and identity stolen?" Audrey asked in enlightenment. Klein tersely acknowledged. "We'll discuss the specifics in the future. In short, to eliminate all of the Amon avatars in Baclund this time, we had mobilized angels. If you were to encounter Amon's avatars in the future, never believe that you have the means to handle him alone. Immediately find an opportunity to seek help. Yes, his trait is the wearing of a monocle. He enjoys pulling off harrowing pranks. Angels were mobilized. I wonder if it was that death console or the angel from the fate domain or—" Audrey looked up at the sky and saw the clouds frozen in midair. They appeared like props under the dark background. Like an attentive student listening to a teacher, she seriously nodded and said, "I will keep that in mind." The two continued walking, occasionally silent, occasionally breaking out into a conversation until they entered 160 Buckland Street. After a few minutes, inside the activity room of Hazel's house, Mocked and company suddenly had the strong urge to sit in their seats, raise their hands, and place their clasped hands before their mouth. They then began to piously pray and chant the Evernight goddess's honorific name. After an unknown period of time, they coughed in unison until their tears and snot flowed out. Cough, cough, cough. Without realizing it, they separately coughed out worms with 12 translucent rings. The moment these worms fell to the ground, they vanished without garnering any notice. Similar things happened in other places of Buckland Street, but everything was quickly restored to normal. And the darkness had faded away at some point in time as the clouds began churning again from the sweeping winds. Amidst her parents' coughing, Hazel slowly regained consciousness. She was puzzled as to how she fell asleep on the sofa during high tea. She felt that she should have been in an excellent mood, but she just couldn't bring herself to smile. She felt as though there was a feeling of indescribable sadness and pain bearing over her heart. Upon seeing her parents' concerned gaze landing on her, not only wasn't she touched, she even felt a little fearful. She trembled like an introvert who wasn't accustomed to making contact with others. Hazel knew that this wasn't her personality, but she couldn't control herself. However, she didn't find it weird or puzzling as she continued enjoying the high tea pastries. Mocked and Rihanna felt the same. They had a nagging feeling that there was something hazy about their memories, but they just couldn't recall what. 160 Buckland Street. In the master bedroom, which had its curtains drawn, a figure suddenly outlined itself across the coffee table. It was the barefooted Ariana, leader of the ascetics, matron of the Evernight cloister, head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight. She was wearing a Spartan robe with tree bark as her belt. In the lady's eyes, the gray sideburns Dwayne Dantes was about to leave the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were 9 transparent ringed worms. "Good afternoon, Ma'am Ariana," Klein said with a solemn bow. "Thanks to your help, Amon's avatars and Backlund have all been eliminated. You can choose a portion of these spoils of war." He had previously prepared a marionette beside every person who had been parasitized, and he used an illusion to bring these worms of time back. After hearing him, Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied in a pious manner, "Praise the lady." She didn't decline the offer or stand on ceremony. She reached out her right hand, and 2 worms of time flew up and landed in her palm. Amon must have certain guesses about this. "You still have to be careful in the future," Ariana said simply before her figure vanished inch by inch as though she had been erased. Watching this archbishop leave, Klein sat down and picked up a pen and paper, writing to Leonard Mitchell. He wanted to ask what other effects the worms of time had other than creating fate siphon charms. He believed that he couldn't turn all the remaining worms of time into fate siphon charms, as it would be too monotonous. It made it easy to be countered, and it prevented him from handling different situations. Therefore, he had to consider other possible uses. With the worm of time as a vessel, he could use the powers stirred from other symbols, patterns, and labels that differed from the Fool. This would likely result in different effects from the fate siphon charm. And this was something Pallas Zoroast was an expert at. After writing his letter, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew at it. Rionette walked out of the void with the 4 blonde, red-eyed head in hand. The 8 eyes paused before looking at the remaining 7 worms of time on the coffee table. Miss Messenger looked at it for 3 full seconds before retracting her gaze. She then bit on the letter and gold coin which Klein handed over. "Still 7 Pinster Street," Klein succinctly said. Rionette Tinker's remaining 3 heads replied, "In the future, you can seek my help in such matters. The payment will be the spoils of war." Klein was taken aback as he said, "All right." After Miss Messenger returned to the spirit world and vanished from his room, he frowned and muttered, "Since she can recognize the worms of time, it means that she knows that this battle might have escalated to the level of angels. She wasn't afraid at all. Miss Messenger is stronger than I imagined? 7 Pinster Street. Leonard received Klein's letter from Rionette Tinker's mouth. He still felt a hint of excitement as he eagerly unfolded the letter and read it. After the messenger left, he immediately asked with a suppressed voice, "Old man, there should be other ways to create charms, right?" Just now, Pallas Zoroast had given him 2 worms of time from Amon as today's reward for the risk he took. In Leonard's mind, the slightly aged voice replied with a smiling tone. "Of course, once I sleep for a while and digest what we received this time, I'll teach you. It wouldn't take too long. Also, do not go to Baclund Street any time soon." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, "All of Amon's avatars in Baclund have been eliminated, and it is in no way a trivial matter. The number of people who can do that is just a handful. So, do you think he will have some guesses?" Leonard's nerves tensed up again. Pallas continued, "However, there's no need to be too worried. His true body wouldn't be able to enter Baclund, and having recovered quite significantly, I don't have to be too worried about his avatars. In addition, I found a piece of information from Flora Jacob from his memory fragments. Somewhere in Baclund hides the treasure of the Jacob family. We shall wait until the end of the year for the gathering. There, we will seek out and cooperate with the other descendants of the Jacob family to excavate that treasure trove to share the items inside. When that happens, even if Amon gathers a large number of avatars, raising it to almost the level of a sequence one, there's no way he can truly defeat me. To ensure balance, Dwayne Dantes can also be involved in it." Leonard immediately felt very relieved when he heard Old Man Pallas. He cast his attention back to the angel-level battle that happened in the afternoon and asked rather curiously, "Which Pathways angel does that giant serpent phantom belong to?" Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a moment before saying with a sigh, "Snake of Fate, the counselor of the Life School of Thought, a Sequence 1 angel. I never expected him to join them, counselor of the Life School of Thought. He has also become a blessed of Mr. Fool? The corresponding card is the Wheel of Fortune." Leonard's eyes widened as he realized that Mr. Fool's faction seemed comparable to the 7 Orthodox churches. It was truly unfathomable. Death Consul, Snake of Fate, Incomplete Messenger. There are 3 angels under Mr. Fool. It's no wonder Klein was able to become a demigod so quickly. Just how long has it been, and I've already been embroiled in a battle at the angel level. It's really unimaginable how things will develop in the future. Leonard held the letter and sat on the sofa. He felt another sense of urgency towards digesting his Soul Assurer potion and advancing to Spirit Warlock. He had been busy placating the souls in the Baclund region recently, but due to the numerous missions, he was still far from completing them. He couldn't find an excuse or opportunity to visit Tingen City to steal the powers from that drop of the eternal blazing sun's blood. Furthermore, the arrival of Amon's avatars had been quicker than he had expected. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who had changed into a brown priest robe, stood in front of a long table with candle stands. He watched Ernst Boyar working hard at wiping the altar before he raised his right hand and casually pointed. "To the side. Left side. That spot's dirty." Ernst Boyar, who also wore the clergyman attire of the Earth Mother, shot an angry look at Emlyn, but he still listened to his instructions and re-wiped the area he hadn't wiped seriously. "I know you're very mad. It's how I felt when I learned that you deliberately hid key information from the ancient castle until you sold me," Emlyn said with a smile, completely unfazed by his glare. "Also, I forgot to inform you. I'm also a Viscount. It happened last week." Sanguine Viscounts corresponded to the Moon Pathways Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar. The advancement ritual required the illumination of the full moon. Apart from that, one had to gather different metals, gems, and beyonder creature blood that represented the different moon phases. It was rather complicated. However, Emlyn had long obtained the promise from the sanguine upper echelons that a free advancement ritual would be held for him. He could advance easily once the full moon came. As for the digestion of potions professor, he had completed digesting it without putting too much effort into it. This was because he often taught commoners who were willing to learn at the Harvest Church to learn about herbs and medicine, and even combinations of some special potions. And apart from usually collecting dolls, researching history, and doing volunteer work at the cathedral, he loved thinking about the different potions and considering how they could be used in different battle situations. "You're a Viscount?" Ernst Boyar abruptly stood up straight as he wore a flabbergasted look. Among the sanguine, as they were all long-lived, they had quite a huge population. The number of Beyonder characteristics was limited, so advancing was a very difficult endeavor. One had to be in a long line before they had the opportunity to advance. However, Emlyn White had only been a baron for half a year. Ernst remembered that it took him 6 years to go from baron to viscount. This was because his father had suffered an attack from artificial vampires. His passing left him the inheritance. Of course, Emlyn's smug smile grew obvious, but he remained restrained. "I obtained a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics from artificial vampires." Ernst Boyar looked at Emlyn, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that he had suffered a heavier blow than needing to do volunteer work at the Harvest Church. "Your expression is rather interesting." Emlyn sked and said, "Perhaps one day you'll have to address me as Lord when I become an Earl." "Preposterous! What arrogance!" Ernst blurted. "I'm already very humble. I didn't mention I would become a duke or even a princeps. How am I to be the Sanguine's Messiah without being an angel? Besides, in our tarot club, Mr. World has already advanced to become a demigod. Ma'am Hermit won't take much longer. This will definitely be a club filled with demigods." Emlyn chortled without arguing with Ernst like he usually would. He took on an attitude that whatever Ernst said was beneath him. Of course, he also understood that the advantage the Sanguine had after the Scarlet Scholar stage no longer existed. Becoming an Earl was in no way easier than an artificial vampire advancing to Shaman King. The digestion of the Scarlet Scholar potion is still relatively simple. All one needs to do is sincerely like the moon, worship the moon, and study the moon. This is what most sanguine do usually. However, the corresponding ritual is in the hands of the demigods. Without their approval, even if I were to obtain a Shaman King Beyonder characteristic from the sun, I won't be able to become an Earl. Emlyn might be arrogant, but he knew very clearly what was required of him subsequently. There were 2 core powers of Scarlet Scholar. First, it was to create an environment that was advantageous to them. When the enemy wasn't good at spirituality or things related to the spirit world, they could create the effects of the full moon. On the contrary, they would also make the moon vanish if necessary. Second, it was to gain an instantaneous blink and a spectral form state under a certain area of the moon's illumination. Even if they were smashed to bits by an enemy, they could still reform themselves under the moonlight. And the strength of these powers was derived from one's comprehension and research of the moon domain as Scarlet Scholars. As for the strengthening of darkness-related spells, the enhancements of potion effects, and the resistance towards nightmare-like influences, they were just supplementary. Ernst was enraged by Emlyn's attitude. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw the mountain-like half-giant, Utravsky, walk out from behind the cathedral. He hurriedly bent his back and bowed his head as he continued cleaning the altar. Emlyn White also picked up his cloth and the candle stand, wiping its surface with great proficiency. In the silent atmosphere, he thought of something. If he were to leave the Harvest Church now, would the upper echelons of the Sanguine force him to hand over the mystical items and supernatural props he obtained from Ernst? I really have no reason to reject their request, because some of the items don't belong to Ernst in the first place. Emlyn thought about it seriously and decided to return to the room later. He would set up a ritual and sacrifice the spoils of war he received to Mr. Fool. When the time came, he could split it with the other members like the Star and Justice. Oath of Rose cannot be sacrificed. It's only one part of the pair. Whoever obtains it will be discovered and identified by the wielder of the other ring. I'll just treat it as a spoil of war. I'll hand it over to Marquis Nibs tonight. I should be able to exchange it for some rewards. As for the rest, I won't participate in the splitting. Emlyn very quickly came up with a plan. As for whether the sanguine upper echelons would bear a grudge over this, he wasn't too worried. This was because he would also mention in passing about the cooperation that the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction had requested while handing over the Oath of Rose. This matter had happened last week. He had planned on informing the sanguine upper echelon, but in the few mini-gatherings, the hanged man had advised him to do so after the punishment operation. It would accentuate his importance and mitigate any anger or resentment. Striking with a stick and offering a carrot? At that moment in time, Emlyn suddenly had a deeper understanding of the suggestion. 160 Buckland Street. Inside Dwayne Dantes' bedroom. The spoils of war received are pretty good. A diamond brooch that can raise one's energy and maintain lucidity while resisting spells that act on the body of heart and mind. A paper figurine that can prevent any fatal damage and psychic piercing. A belt that can produce sun and lightning damage. A wallet that contains more than 300 pounds. After receiving the sacrifice and returning to the real world, Klein silently sighed as he sat in front of his study desk. He then took out a transparent maggot. Upon seeing this maggot, he felt his head ache, recalling the pain of having his soul body fracture. This was a worm of spirit that he had fractured from himself. It was to be made into the payment given to Snake of Fate Will Osepton. He already had an idea on how to replicate the item which could briefly allow someone to restore their strength. It was to use the Worm of Spirit as a vessel and copy the complete symbol from before to garner a response from the mysterious space above the gray fog. For this, the outcome of his divination was that it would be rather successful. That item's true essence is actually one of the powers of the Seer Pathways Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. To borrow a portion of one's power from one's past self. Responding with the Fool's identity would definitely work. The only problem is that the corresponding dimensionality, mystery, complexity, and danger of the symbols cannot be directly engraved on different metal plates. According to Will Osepton, I have to use cogitation and draw on my spirituality to draw it on the Worm of Spirit. If it succeeds, I'll make myself one. I'll look at myself from the past and see if it will be Klein Moretti's childhood or myself hanging in the cocoon above the door of light. If it's the latter, it's best if I can confirm how long I've been hanging. Klein entered a cogitation state while in thought. Then, he kept constructing symbols with his mind, allowing his spirituality to repeat this process outside as it penetrated the Worm of Spirit. This was a complicated and difficult task. If he wasn't careful, it might lead to failure. As the invisible symbols fell and augmented the Worm of Spirit, Klein suddenly trembled. The Worm of Spirit ignited by itself and turned to ashes. Looking at his empty palm, Klein felt a headache. After a long period of silence, he silently muttered, "Life sure is difficult." In the mouth of one of Miss Messenger's heads was a neatly folded letter. "Who's it from?" Klein asked in passing. Rionette Tynker's remaining 3 heads replied, "The Mushroom King's Superior Mushroom King?" Klein was stunned for a full 2 seconds before realizing that it could be Frank Lee. And Frank Lee's superior was Admiral of Stars, Catlia. "The Mushroom King is Frank Lee?" Klein asked in confirmation as he reached out to take the letter. With the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads' hair being held, they were made to bob up and down as though they were nodding. Miss Messenger even gives others nicknames. That's not right. Frank doesn't just specialize in mushrooms. His domains include cows, malt, fish, rose bishops. It's because Frank has had a breakthrough in his mushroom experiments, so Miss Messenger saw a boat full of mushrooms? Klein couldn't help but draw a breath as he hurriedly unfolded the letter. He was worried that the letter was Ma'am Hermit's plea for help. Of course, he wasn't too anxious because, at the most critical juncture, an experienced pirate like Admiral of Stars would definitely choose to pray to Mr. Fool. This letter did come from the future's captain, Catlia. On it were neatly written words. "The Queen has already confirmed the time and place. Wednesday, 11 p.m. same place. I've no idea what you said to Frank Lee, but I can tell that he has been very excited recently. He has done many experiments with the artisan. He said that he would be able to produce another phase of results in 3 to 6 months' time. He also made it clear that if he were to obtain the Druid Potion, he could save on making many intermediary objects and directly produce the final outcome. All I can say is that I wish you the best. I hope that everything will come to an end before the artisan completely breaks down. He has already begun regretting his faith in the primordial moon. Should I be happy that the securing of the City of Silver's food supply has progressed? Or should I be worried about accidents? Klein rubbed his temples and decided to put the matter aside. After all, Ma'am Hermit, who was almost about to become a demigod, was watching Frank. If some unexpected development really happened, she would definitely seek help. Phew, having finally confirmed his meeting with Queen Mystic, he heaved a sigh of relief and flicked his wrist, burning the letter in scarlet-red flames. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he continued splitting a worm of spirit when he suddenly frowned. He felt that the desk and the letter's ashes in the trash can were abnormally off-putting. Subconsciously, Klein got some tissue and wiped the desk before covering the trash can. After doing all of this, he looked at his dirted hands and stood up. He headed for the washroom and turned on the tap. As he washed his hands, he caught sight of the toilet beside him through the corner of his eye. He frowned bit by bit again. Today's cleaning wasn't done well enough? Klein softly muttered and suddenly sensed something wrong with him. Amidst his thoughts, his spiritual intuition quickly explained why he was feeling this way. This was a side effect of using Death Knell, as he had already become a demigod, allowing him to have a qualitative change in his spirit body and attain godhood. The corresponding negative effects had been reduced by more than 90%. The terrifying weakness of germophobia ended up becoming a trait of cleanliness OCD. Likewise, the period of weakness dropped from 6 hours to 1 hour, and the thirst that Death Knell gave him was no longer as obvious. Thankfully, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he skillfully pulled out the toilet brush from the side. 11 in the evening, above the gray fog, due to Emlyn White's request, all the members who had involved themselves in the punishment Operation Justice, the Star, Judgment, the Magician, and the Hanged Man, appeared inside the ancient magnificent palace. These are all the spoils of war. Emlyn threw 3,000 pounds that he had just sacrificed in the middle of the table and explained. One of the mystical items was Oath of Rose. It's a paired ring, allowing the wearers to be able to share their senses and thoughts with one another within a normal-sized city, regardless of the distance. It's very valuable, but only one of the rings was acquired. It would spell danger for anyone who takes it. Therefore, I handed it over to the sanguine upper echelons and received 3,000 pounds in return. He originally thought of keeping the 3,000 pounds as his spoils of war, but he decided that it was better to sacrifice it and make it be one of the options. After a pause, Emlyn introduced the other items, listing their uses and negative side effects. He had even added more to the description knowledge stemmed from his penchant for sanguine history, and some shared by Ernst Boyar under Father Utravsky's watch. He is doing it with the intent of flaunting. Otherwise, with Mr. Moon's character, he wouldn't say so much. Oh, the reason for him being relaxed is due to Mr. Fool's absence. Audrey watched as a bystander without saying which item she wanted. Alger glanced at the spoils of war and said to Emlyn, "Have you met the sanguine upper echelons? Has the hunting of the key members of the Rose School of Thought been confirmed?" "Pretty much. I've also established contact with a member from the Temperance faction. However, he wishes to carry out the operation after September." Emlyn didn't hide the truth, believing that Mr. Hanged Man could provide useful pointers. "Indeed," Alger nodded and asked, "It has to be after September? This means that they are waiting for something that will drastically change the situation." Klein, who was waiting for the mini-gathering to end somewhere else in the ancient palace, suspected that it had something to do with Miss Sharon's advancement when he heard that. According to Miss Sharon, she should have been able to attempt the demigod ritual in July. Don't tell me that this ritual will last at least a month? If that's the case, it's quite different from the other pathways. Klein had a theory he wasn't too sure about. Possibly. Emlyn thought for a while before agreeing with Mr. Hanged Man's words. Following that, he surveyed the area and said with a smile, "You can begin choosing." Audrey had Mr. World's promised fate siphon charm, and Leonard had obtained the corresponding rewards from Old Man Pallas. They appeared rather calm with the spoils of war offered by the sanguine Viscount. None of them rushed to speak as they politely waited for the others to go first. In addition, they had either experienced an angel-level battle in person or witnessed the horror brought about by Amon's avatars. Furthermore, they had confirmed that the Tarot Club contained potent forces, and they were suffering from some level of mental fatigue. Zio looked to her right before looking forward. Seeing everyone being so modest, she broke the silence. I was involved in a very simple part of this and didn't take much of a risk. Furthermore, Mr. Moon has already paid £60 in advance. I'll just take the cash in the wallet. As she spoke, she took the handcrafted wallet, took out the cash and counted it. £335. Emlyn surveyed the area and nodded when no one objected. Okay. As for the handcrafted wallet, Zio threw it in the middle of the table and returned it to Mr. Moon to handle it himself. With Zio taking the lead, Furs said, I only lent out Lamino's travels and didn't take on any risks. I'll take that moon paper figurine. Compared to the mystical items, such expendable Beyonder items were relatively lower in value. However, to the magician herself, she wouldn't have selected a mystical item even if she was qualified. This was because she could hire the corresponding member to record it if she needed a particular power of the mystical item. As for moon paper figurine, an expendable item that could take a fatal blow and psychic piercing once it couldn't be recorded. It was definitely the first choice for someone who feared for her life. After saying that, she waited for a moment. Only when no one objected did she take the moon paper figurine. Emlyn then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. Leonard extended his hand and said with a smile, Ladies first. Audrey didn't decline the offer as she swept her gaze across the items on the table. She pointed at the diamond brooch and said with a smile, I'll take this. She had heard Mr. Moon mention that its name was Alcohol Nemesis. It kept the wearer brimming with energy with lucidity in their thoughts, giving them resistance to influences on the body of heart and mind. Thankfully, I had first used bribe charm to be safe, and with Ern still being in a half-conscious state after waking up from the dream, I wouldn't have been able to hypnotize him. This item is also useful to me. At the very least, it will give me another layer of protection when facing the higher-level members of the Psychology Alchemists. I don't have to worry about the negative effects if I don't always wear it. Audrey thought thankfully as she retracted her gaze from the diamond brooch in satisfaction. After the selection, Emlyn didn't give Leonard the chance to speak as he directly said, This moon sash is yours. From his point of view, the moon sash was worth more than £5,000, something more valuable than the £3,000 in cash. Actually, I was leaning towards taking the £3,000. I have to buy the Word of the Sea, and the price is still £10,000 after Klein gave a discount. After spending that, I'll only have £650 in savings. Leonard ultimately didn't reject it as he nodded. Okay. Emlyn finished distributing the spoils of war and picked up the remaining £3,000 in cash. He then split a stack and pushed it to the side. Mr. Hanged Man, this is your payment. £1,000. You should call it the consultation fee. Without Mr. Fool present, Furs was also a lot more relaxed. Alger didn't stand on ceremony as he nodded, reaching out to take the stack of cash. The compensation for the carriage driver will also be borne by me. Emlyn surveyed the area in a rather good mood. 11 p.m. on Wednesday, at the south entrance of the Backland Bridge. A figure quickly phased into existence in the night sky, with one hand on his hat and the other hand by his buttons. He had black hair, brown eyes, and sharp facial features. This strongest adventurer with the cold expression was none other than Gairman Sparrow. It was late at night with the thick clouds concealing the moon. It was dark across the Backland Bridge. Just as Klein teleported here, he saw green pea vines descend from the sky like a storm that enveloped his surroundings before he could look around. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest. They stacked upwards in layers, making it impossible to see its peak. Klein released his right hand's grip on his top hat and familiarly followed up the path paved by the vines. It didn't take long before he saw a naturally formed swing made out of green plants. He also saw Queen Mystic Bernadette who stood beside the swing. This eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle had a head of long chestnut hair. She wore a blouse with laced flowers that formed a bow tie. She matched it with a gray dress that went past her knees and a pair of Wellington leather boots. She also wore a bonnet with a hanging black fishnet. "You've grown faster than I had imagined." Bernadette's blue eyes behind the black fishnet reflected Gairman Sparrow's figure. Klein replied without any change in expression, "Praise Mr. Fool." As he said that, he inwardly lampooned, "This is what it means to strive to be stronger, relying on oneself rather than on others." Queen Mystic nodded slightly as she said with a gentle but emotionless voice, "I know why you want to see me." Without waiting for Klein to say a word, she tilted her head slightly and looked at the vine swing beside her. She said in a tone as calm as a lake that had countless undercurrents beneath it, "I feel that he hasn't really perished completely." "Does that mean you believe that Emperor Roselle hasn't died completely?" "He lives somewhere in this world, with a chance for him to return." Klein didn't expect to hear such a straightforward and sensational words right at the beginning of their conversation. Although he easily controlled his expression, he was somewhat at a loss for a reply. At the same time, he noticed that Bernadette referred to Emperor Roselle as he instead of he. Regardless if they were using ancient Fasak to speak or the normal daily language used in Loan or Intis, they were completely different words. This means that deep down in Queen Mystic's heart, Emperor Roselle isn't an angel, but a father. Klein calmed down his emotions and deliberated before asking, "Why do you have such thoughts?" Bernadette retracted her gaze from the vine swing and said with the same gentle voice, "Towards the final stages of his life, although he was crazy and radical, everything he did had preparations in place. I believe that he must have prepared something for himself. You should know that he attempted to switch pathways in his later years and tried for the vacant Black Emperor throne. This required him to build 9 secret mausoleums in the form of pyramids. After he died in the White Maple Palace, the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and Steam jointly found 8 mausoleums and destroyed each one of them. However, the 9th mausoleum remains to be discovered. No one knows where it's hidden. If he had already become Black Emperor, he can definitely awaken inside that mausoleum. If he fails, I believe that there's a possibility of using it for his resurrection." Bernadette's voice softened as she spoke. Towards the end, her voice was ethereal and nearly indiscernible. "You aren't that confident either. It's mostly a kind of hope and expectation." Klein sighed. Suddenly, he recalled the words by King of the Five Seas Nast. Emperor Roselle liked to stand in front of a particular floor-to-ceiling window and look to the west. From Roselle's diary, Klein knew that he had discovered the abyss's entrance in the fog sea west of Intis. There, he had found a primitive island and believed that it was filled with oddities and was worth exploring. Could it be that Emperor Roselle built the last secret mausoleum in the abyss or on that primitive island? Klein thought for a moment before smiling. "You seem to understand the Black Emperor pathway very well." He suspected that Emperor Roselle had left the Black Emperor card as a bookmark and had used Bernadette's name in ancient Fasak as the activation incantation because he partially wanted to inform his daughter of the corresponding ritual. In the end, Bernadette had seemingly grasped the information via other means. The lips behind Queen Mystic's fishnet veil produced a slight curl. "I've already investigated this matter for more than a century, and to figure out the details, I've suffered the infusion of knowledge from the hidden sage. I can tell that you, and Mr. Fool who's backing you, have a deep understanding of this. I've always been curious why you're so interested in his matters. From the current situation, and in terms of seniority you could call me Uncle. The Emperor and I might very well be roommates, who had been hung up for many years." Klein lampooned to relieve his emotional upheavals. However, he replied in a calm tone, "You can raise this question to Mr. Fool." He didn't plan on telling Bernadette that the 9th secret mausoleum might be somewhere in the fog sea, very likely to be on the primitive island, or in the abyss. It was more suitable for the Fool to answer the question. Queen Mystic wasn't surprised by Gairman Sparrow's response. She cast her gaze west to a certain spot far away. Although he couldn't see Bernadette's gaze, Klein could vaguely sense that this lady was looking at the place where she had her childhood. She was looking at her spiritual home, the home where she could no longer return to. At that moment, in the green vines and deep darkness. There were a lot of subtle emotions and dreams that hid deep in the heart, fermenting. In just a matter of seconds, Queen Mystic retracted her gaze and gently said, "After my matters in Backland ends, I'll pass a few pages to Catlia and get her to ask the question on my behalf." "Why don't you ask next week?" Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Bernadette calmly replied, "I feel that the answer will affect my mood, and a bad mood will result in my failure." "A failure because of a bad mood? What sort of matter has such strict requirements? A clash with a demigod of the mind domain? Or perhaps, after she resolves the knots in her heart, will she have the confidence to attempt to become an angel?" Klein nodded in thought without pressing. This was a secret of hers, something that it was best not to ask about unless necessary. Queen Mystic then said, "When he wrote those few diary pages, I was sitting opposite him. I wanted him to teach me how to interpret and write those symbols. He didn't agree to it and only ruffled my hair. Back then, I was already of age. I can tell that he was worried, apprehensive, and in a difficult position when he wrote those pages. Finally, he told me that if I can really become an important figure of the mysterious world as Zeradal predicted, I must make sure to remember be careful of the spectator. Be careful of the spectator." Klein couldn't help but inwardly repeat Roselle's warning. He believed that the Emperor wouldn't be broadly referring to the beyonders of the spectator pathway. He was definitely pointing to a particular special existence, some special matter, or both. Emperor Roselle was a member of that ancient secret organization. That ancient secret organization's founder and leader is... Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to think any further, afraid that a particular existence would hear his thoughts. "Perhaps there are detailed descriptions on that diary page," he said, hoping to see that diary page as soon as possible. "I know." Bernadette nodded. She didn't continue on the topic. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "I should thank Mr. Fool and you on Catlia's behalf. Obtaining the blood of a snake of fate is very helpful towards her future. Although the advancement ritual of a mysticologist doesn't have any requirements on the mythical creature's pathway, the best choice is still the fate pathway. This will make it a lot easier for her when she advances to sequence 3. "Why?" Klein asked with the mindset of learning new knowledge. After all, it was impossible for a blessed to know everything. Even a true god was incapable of that. Bernadette's eyes turned slightly vacant. Another way to call prying into the secrets of fate is clairvoyance. The Mystery Prior's sequence 3 is called clairvoyant. This also why I'm in Backland. Due to a particular future prediction? Klein mused, having a guess and some level of enlightenment. Many pathways seem to have the ability of clairvoyance. The corners of Queen Mystic's mouth curled up slightly as she sighed and said, "In ancient times, many Beyonder creatures believed that gathering similar powers would lead to a qualitative change and breakthrough, but all of them went mad without exception or lost control. Only after the first blasphemy slate appeared did all creatures realize that balance, the kind of balance needed to walk on the edge of a cliff, was key to the path of extraordinariness. Therefore, a domain's powers can be scattered across many pathways, concentrating on a few main pathways while the other pathways share the remnants. A negative example is the King of the North from Groselle's travels. You listen." Klein fell into a deep thought without pressing. After a while, Queen Mystic broke the silence. "If you have nothing else, let's end it here today." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "All right, if you need any help, you can find me through Admiral of Stars." Bernadette nodded gently as her figure suddenly turned transparent before turning into a cluster of bubbles. The bubbles scattered and flew off before vanishing immediately. The dark green pea vines retracted and vanished into the night. Klein seemed to be held by an invisible hand as he landed gently on the Backland Bridge. He reached out his hand to press his top hat and surveyed his surroundings. There were rows of houses lining the banks, emitting faint yellow lights. Amidst the gushing sound of the surging river and the darkness of the night, everything appeared serene, silent, warm, and peaceful. "I hope none of this will be destroyed." Klein sighed as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. Dear Mr. Azik, ever since September was ushered in, Backlund's temperature has been dropping day after day. Recently, the elderly can already be seen wearing gloves when outdoors. Just like last year, the smog has begun to envelop the city. This would happen 1 to 2 days a week or even more. Clearly, the environmental measures governing air pollution aren't something that can be resolved in a year or two. It will take at least 5 years. Something that should be worth being happy about is that the pungent smell in the air has already lessened significantly. My sanguine friend is very pleased with such weather. Another delightful change is that more and more students, postmen, and technical workers have bought bikes. The number of carriages on the streets has decreased, implying that the smell of horse feces and the stench it brings is no longer the main pollutant in Backlund's air. Of course, they still occupy a rather important position. As you know, those ladies and gentlemen who think highly of their standing wouldn't casually lower their own standards of Wenlingyo. However, based on my observations, their kids are gradually having a growing interest in bikes. I've been leading a normal life during this period of time. I go to St. Samuel Cathedral and the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation a few times a week, participating in their activities and continuously donating cash. I occasionally visit the turf club, watch plays and orchestras, or play cards or golf at the club. During weekends, I either participate in balls, banquets, or saloons. I forgot to mention that I've already bought a manor. It formerly belonged to Duke Negan and is called Mager. It has its own excellent vineyard and brewery, as well as a huge forest and plantation on it. Can be used for farming and hunting. Its main building has a huge rectangular shape with 4 stories. It has a large number of rooms, and a casual tour of the place without walking out the door would take me more than 10,000 steps. At the same time, it also has a large number of sculptures, oil paintings, decorations, and exquisite cutlery. Simply palatial. Perhaps my description is a little exaggerated. After all, I've never seen a real palace. This is also the first manor that I own. I still remember my time in Tianjin. I lived in a rental apartment with only 2 bedrooms with my brother and sister. Every day we slept to the smell of coal. This was introduced to me by Brigadier General Konas Kilgore. Cost me £20,000. You don't have to worry about my financial situation. I made a huge sum of money from the southern continent, and I also sold some mystical items. Currently, I still have more than £17,000 in cash and £15,000 worth of gold bars, including various gold coins, soli, and pence. I'm rather satisfied with Mager and have sent my former valet, Richardson, to be the land steward. It's now autumn, and I'm going to invite guests to enjoy a pleasant weekend there. I hope Richardson can make adequate preparations. The mysterious world in Backlund hasn't changed for now. I hope it will continue like this. The magic mirror I previously mentioned to you has been restored to normal. However, it seems to still suffer from post-traumatic stress due to the damage Amon had dealt it. As long as I question it about what happened, it will automatically change the color of its text and give an erroneous answer and repeatedly request me to compliment it. It also has different views on leaving the Church of Steam. It seems to have decided to stay a little longer, believing that it would be safer that way. It has even thought of showcasing its danger and become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I have to say that I'm always surprised with the way it thinks. Thanks to some of its answers, I found a way to create pure darkness. It is to create it with a charm of the Evernight domain that has Dreamworld properties. It's considered a response of the Evemite goddess and is categorized under pure darkness. In addition, after repeated tests, I finally figured out the way to carve the godhood symbols through cogitation and create the item I want. Upon writing this, Klein, who was sitting on the sofa while using his thigh as his table, stopped writing and rubbed his temples. Repeated failures implied the repeated loss of worms of spirit, and every separation was a damaging blow to his spirit body. Took him a long time to recover. Therefore, in order to have redundancies to prevent any accidents, Klein never pushed himself to the limit. After separating 3 or 4 worms of spirit, he would choose to rest for a few days before beginning the engraving process. Such breaks took him this long to master the method and create a finished product. Glancing at the rectangular diamond beside him, He saw layers of complicated symbols that extended into the void from the constantly refracting light. His head felt a little dizzy, as though he was witnessing a part of history. I'll call it the yesterday once more charm. Klein retracted his gaze and continued writing. The coastal regions have had another storm brewing. The two houses of the kingdom have entered the traditional phase of debating over bills. With the footsteps of the new year approaching and getting louder, it makes me worried for some baffling reason. May you recover quickly and wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti. Putting away the pen and folding the letter, Klein blew Azek's copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger that stood nearly 4 meters tall. Unlike before, this messenger had only shown its head and one arm. The rest were beneath the floorboards on the second floor. This made it appear significantly shorter than Klein. After all, I'm now barely considered a blessed of death. Klein handed the letter to the messenger as he watched it crumble into bones, gushing down into the ground like a waterfall. After doing this, he picked up the yesterday once more charm on the armrest. This was his first successful product, and he planned on using it first. After all, making it again was easy now that he had the experience. As for whether borrowing strength from his historical self posed any dangers, Klein had already performed a divination above the gray fog ahead of time. He believed that if it involved the real fool or the owner of the Door of Light, then he would have the mysterious space above the gray fog to block it for him. And the result of the divination was that it was very safe. After staring at the diamond-like charm for a few seconds, Klein no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and said a single word in ancient Hermes, history. He had attempted it in the real world and not above the gray fog because he was worried that the mysterious world would sever the connection to the past. Amidst the echoing of the jarring word, Klein injected his spirituality into the yesterday once more charm. Light that appeared like scattered fur lit up, illuminating the surroundings with bright and pure light. Vaguely, a scene flashed past Klein's eyes. It was him dancing leisurely with Daily Simone beside Insangwal's corpse. It was the gray-sideburned and exceedingly handsome Dwayne Dantes. It was Gairman Sparrow pressing down on his top hat while landing on the black tulip thanks to the blessings of the wind. It was the Sherlock Moriarty who struggled during the descent of the meteor. It was Klein Moretti who summoned sunlight when he heard the baby's cry in the Blackthorn Security Company. It was the pale university graduate who raised the revolver and aimed it at his temple. Beyond this, all the scenes vanished. All that was left was the grayish-white fog. And only when the powers of the charm were exhausted did Klein find himself at the end of that fog. Indeed, my transmigration is related to the gray fog, that mysterious space, and that strange door of light. This basically verifies it. I was sleeping in a cocoon in the past, hanging above the door of light. I've no idea how long I was in that state. Compared to his first time seeing the door of light, Klein, who had made the confirmation, remained calm as though he had long expected it. Phew. Next, I'll make 2 yesterday once more charms for Will. This charm isn't of much use to me. I won't be visiting him this week. It will incur suspicion if I feed him ice cream every week. Their maid is already looking at me in an odd way. Also, since I've mastered the cogitation engraving method of the godhood symbol, I can bring forward the creation of the extraordinary bullets made with the worms of time. Yes, Leonard said that he will be visiting Tingen in the next few days. Let's see if the power of the mutated sun sacred emblem can be stolen. Klein rubbed his forehead and left the sofa. At a previous tarot gathering, Leonard had already informed him of the 4 types of godhood symbols and magical labels he learned from Palaz Zoroast. They came from the Marauder domain, and it was said that one of them was capable of misdirecting the enemy, making them make errors in judgment. Another was to steal 3 Beyonder powers that the target had formerly used, beginning with the most recent power. The third would cause the enemy to lose plenty of vitality if the enemy could be affected by it, making them enter an aged state. Finally, one of them could create worms of time that didn't live long. They would secretly parasitize the target's body and allow the charm user to control them. Among the 7 remaining worms of time that Klein had, he had already made 3 into Fate Siphon charms and had given Miss Justice 1 and kept 2. This also meant that he still had 4 worms of time, allowing him to try out each of the 4 effects. Of course, his intuition told him that the chances of a successful product weren't guaranteed. As for Leonard's 2 worms of time, one had been made into a fate siphon charm. He had followed the World Gairman Sparrow's instructions to pray to Mr. Fool and had received a reply. The other relied on Pallas Zorost's help to create a parasite charm. After busying himself with a series of tasks, it was evening. Klein had 5 successes and 1 failure. He obtained 2 yesterday once more charms, 1 parasite bullet, a deceit bullet, and a deprivation bullet. The only failure was the aging bullet, seemingly due to the inability to use sufficient powers from the mysterious space above the gray fog. Looking at the 3 similar-looking bullets that were a mix of transparency or translucency, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took out Death Knell and loaded the bullet. In the revolver were 3 of his control spirit bullets. After clearing the altar, he walked out of the room and headed for the 2nd floor. Upon entering the dining hall, he said to butler Walter, who was waiting for him, "Invite the guests to a hunting trip over the weekend in the city outskirts using the name list." "Yes, sir." Walter was already prepared for this, remaining stem and serious. Tingen City, 36 Zutland Street. Leonard got off the carriage as he looked at a newly built building with a mixed expression. He momentarily forgot to enter. The 36 Zutland Street of the past was just filled with a cement foundation, with each floor's 2 windows forming the shape of an arch with their covers being shut. It had the architectural traits of post-1300s of the 5th epoch, and the natural lighting wasn't very good. After its reconstruction, the bottom floor had a small sheltered porch with 2 oriel windows that extended to the 2nd floor. The thinner portion of the window frames had a wall and a decorative column that supported a thin stone beam. Above the oriel window was a parapet that connected straight to the 3rd floor. This was a 3-story architectural style that had been made popular in recent years. His thoughts seemingly going adrift, Leonard had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. After falling into a daze for about 10 seconds, he stepped into 36 Zutland Street with a silver inlaid cane. Following that, he walked up the stairs, turned around a bend, and saw the black door and vertical signboard. Blackthorn Security Company. When he arrived, he seemed to gradually find a sense of familiarity. He sped up his pace and pushed open the ajar door. A brown-haired girl who held the Tingen City Honest paper up vertically on the desk moved the papers to the side when she heard the unconcealed footsteps, revealing a smooth forehead, light brown eyes, and a pretty face. "Good afternoon, Rose N," Leonard greeted somewhat hesitantly. Rose N first wore a look of surprise before her expression fell. She said in an abnormally cold tone, "Good afternoon. Congratulations on avenging Captain and Klein." Leonard widened his mouth, at a loss for a response. He didn't even press down on his top hat despite his dislike of wearing hats. He forced a smile and nodded slightly. Then he went forward in silence, passing Roseanne, planning to enter the door beyond the partition. Just as he was about to enter the office, he suddenly heard Rose and say rather softly behind him, "Live well." Leonard slowed down his pace slightly before nodding his head heavily. When he entered the interior, he instantly saw Fry standing by the captain's office. This corpse collector still had a paleness that resulted from not being under the sun for a long while. He had black hair. This corpse collector still had a paleness that resulted from not being under the sun for a long while. He had black hair. Leonard solemnly looked at him for a few seconds before exhaling, trying hard to coolly smile. "Long time no see." "Good afternoon, long time no see." Fry pointed to the captain's office. "I've already received the telegram and know of your request. I'll get 2 team members to carry out the operation with you. Also, you need to fill in a sealed artifact request form." Slightly surprised, Leonard said with a smile, "You're the captain now? You aren't as silent as before." Leonard had actually finished digesting his Soul Assurer potion and could advance to Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. But to obtain the power of that drop of the eternal blazing sun's blood, he deliberately kept it a secret. He continued placating the souls around Backlund and finally, through his hard work, found an opportunity to come to Tingen. "Yes." Fry said with a gentle nod. Actually, I don't like to speak much, but I have to do so as the captain. Leonard nodded slightly. When did you become a captain? Why haven't I heard of it? Recently, Fry succinctly replied before giving an explanation. Shortly after you left, I became a Sequence 8 gravedigger. I finally advanced to Spirit Medium last month. And it just so happened that the previous captain was transferred away. That's fast. Before Leonard could finish his sentence, he had punched himself in the head. Look at my memory. I forgot that Klein had already shared some experiences with everyone. He lowered his right hand and said to Fry with a smile, in that case, you still have room and time to make further progress. Perhaps you might become a deacon. Fry shot a look at him and retracted his gaze. I'll likely not choose to continue advancing. Why? Leonard took a few steps out and came to Fry's side, asking in puzzlement. Fry looked up at the ceiling and said in a calm and heavy voice, I wish to stay here, protecting this place always. Leonard fell silent and didn't give a response. He observed his surroundings and felt that there were quite significant changes, but there were also many things that remained immutable. Fry fell silent for a while before saying, I'll dispatch 2 members to follow you. As he spoke, he headed for the basement. Leonard then subconsciously followed by the side. The office right at the bottom had its door open. A few Nighthawks were in there playing cards, fighting evil. When they sensed their captain approaching, they hurriedly put down their poker cards and stood up. Leonard swept his gaze across them and saw 2 familiar faces. They were Royale, with her smooth black hair, and the white-haired, black-eyed Sika. At the same time, he also saw a few unfamiliar faces. He saw the pence, soli, and poker cards on the table. For a moment, he felt his mind adrift as his vision blurred up. In the Rorstad archipelago waters, in a small harbor neighboring a fishing village, at the bottom of the future. Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and crossed his arms, seriously looking at the mushroom in front of him. The mushroom, together with its cap, stood at a height of 1.8 meters tall. Its white surface had a few bright red spots that resembled eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Apart from that, its stem had protruding spores. They had thick and strong-looking white hyphae that resembled tentacles. Frank sized up this gigantic mushroom and surveyed the area, looking at the wooden walls, floorboards, and the mushrooms of different shapes and sizes before saying to Artisan Sealf, Not bad. This experiment has made progress again. This mushroom has a strong inclination to reproduce, and this will make it hungry, making it eager to replenish itself with monster flesh and blood. Be it roasting or boiling, these can cease its activity, making it not as dangerous. How does it taste? Didn't you try it? The offspring that it produces have random flavors. Beef, fish, and malt. Some are even filled with milk. One of them is enough to satisfy any requirements for breakfast. See, the crew no longer enjoy drinking anymore. There are mushrooms that can be plucked everywhere. I believe that when out in the wilderness, to fill one's stomach, one has to carry dry rations and hunt wild beasts. That's just too troublesome. If we can let our bodies grow mushrooms, wouldn't it save the hassle? Artisan Sealf was a lot thinner than back when he was in Biome. His eye sockets were deep and his eyes vacant. They were lacking in life. Upon hearing Frank's words, he seemed to recall something as his body trembled. He silently crouched down and opened his mouth, producing retching noises. Are you okay? I know it was tough on you. I'm really grateful for all you've done recently, Frank said sincerely to the artisan. If it wasn't for you, the mushrooms wouldn't have such a strong inclination towards reproduction. Also, they have obtained abnormally strong vitality under the moonlight, allowing themselves to purify themselves. This effectively eliminated the poison that accumulates from devouring monsters. The only problem is that there's no moonlight in pure darkness. This is the next problem that we need to resolve. Sealf didn't say a word. After he finished vomiting, he immediately stood up and turned to rush outside. However, a thick and strong white hypha reached out and pulled him back. Return my mystical items to me. I want to die with these mushrooms, he yelled frantically. his voice softening as his mouth was covered. At this moment, green vines rapidly retreated from a certain spot of the fishing village, as though it was growing in reverse. Katlia walked out of it, her eyes dark purple with some silver hints to them. Her ears continued resounding with the illusory ravings of the hidden sage. However, she no longer found it terrifying. She didn't find it unacceptable like before. Wherever she looked, there were countless indescribable figures looking as if they were shadows stacked upon each other, like an invisible gaze that was cast over from an unknown location. Compared to the past, she could already see the unknown existence hidden behind the curtains. She could see the moons high up in the sky that were of different colors. They were either blood red, silver, dark brown, or ghostly blue, resembling eyes that looked down upon the land. Katlia's mind hummed as she hurriedly retracted her gaze, afraid to look further. She had already dissected the snake of fate's blood and completed the ritual. Through that, she had obtained godhood, becoming a Sequence 4 mysticologist of the Mystery Prior pathway. However, she remembered the Queen's warning. Among all the Sequence 4 beyonders of the 22 pathways, mysticologist was the job that encountered danger the easiest. It was because they often saw things that they shouldn't see, hear things they shouldn't hear, and be aware of secrets they shouldn't be aware of. Therefore, a mysticologist needed to know how to curb their curiosity and control their respective actions in order to live long. Removing the heavy glasses she hung on her clothes, Katlia wore it, but all the various things she saw in the real world didn't vanish. She curled her lips in satisfaction in a self-deprecating manner. She knew that the item could no longer seal her ability of prying into secrets. She closed her eyes before opening them. Her eyes had turned black, no longer having the mysterious dark purple and silver hues. Phew! Katlia heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked to the future as though she had simply gone out for a stroll. She didn't wish to announce her becoming a demigod, and she had no intention of quickly becoming the fifth royal over the seas. To her, this was a trump card in this dangerous world, one that she had to keep close to her chest. South of the bridge, Rose Street. The carriage that Emlyn was on drove down the street when he saw the blurry figure in a white shirt and black vest with slightly messy hair appear opposite him. It was that wraith-like young man. "Long time no see, Mr. Marie," Emlyn said with an unsurprised smile. Marie nodded slightly. "I'm here to tell you that we've already made the preparations. We can discuss the actual operation." "All right," Emlyn replied very calmly. Marie didn't speak further as his figure vanished. He knew that it was impossible to come up with a specific plan in an instant. Emlyn White had to first seek the opinion of the upper echelons of the Sanguine. Therefore, he didn't stay. "This might be a chance for me to obtain godhood and become an earl." Emlyn smiled as he watched the wraith, Marie, leave silently. He had yet to digest the Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. The so-called opportunity to become an earl referred to the promise of obtaining a free ritual and the corresponding potion formula. The carriage continued forward and stopped at the entrance of the Harvest Church. Emlyn looked at the grayish-white fog in the sky with a look of satisfaction, pressed down on his silk top hat, and unhurriedly alighted the carriage before entering the cathedral's door. After changing into his brown priest robe, he picked up a cloth and a pail of water and began seriously wiping the surface of the candle stands. After Father Utravsky, who appeared taller, finished his morning sermon, Emlyn stopped working and grumbled, "Why was Ernst allowed to return? He only requested to do a month of volunteer work." Father Utravsky wasn't annoyed by Emlyn's repeated question from time to time, appearing extremely patient. Upon thinking of his encounter, Emlyn immediately felt indignant. He couldn't help but mumble. He was forced to do volunteer work, not out of his own accord. He can't be allowed to decide on the period. He needs to serve at least half a year. Father Utravsky replied with a smile. He did well. He worked hard the entire month, guiding the devotees and copying the Bible. I could clearly sense that he had already realized the value of life and the joy of the harvest. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly. Is he soon going to become a believer of Earth Mother? No, I didn't force him to change his faith, Father Yutravsky said gently. I only taught him the teachings of Earth Mother and to sense the traces and fragments that life brings. I hope that he will recall the home for the soul, the mother's embrace, whenever he feels lost. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He lowered his head and continued wiping. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Furs sat on a high-back chair, her gaze focused on an empty glass bottle on the desk in front of her. She had finally digested the astrologer potion some time ago. Today, under Zio's watch, she had concocted the Asmon's brain and the ancient wraith's cursed item into the scribe potion. She mustered her courage and drank it. At this moment, she felt her brain rapidly expanding. The grand folds and white matter rapidly increased as her body gradually blurred, separating into individual cells. Those cells formed a haloed door that circled her brain. Furs subtly heard the familiar ravings, but they were indistinct and blurry, preventing her from identifying the exact words at all. To the experienced her, it didn't affect her in any way. After an unknown period of time, Furs finally regained control over her brain and cells, and could sense her body's existence. Almost at the same time, a large amount of knowledge resonated in her mind, making her understand how to use the powers of a scribe. The mutated brain reproduced the beyonder powers used by the target before driving a portion of the vitalized cells to form corresponding symbols, patterns, and labels for complete storage. This was I came, I saw, I record, which used one's soul as a pen and one's spirit body as the paper. At present, I can only record one beyonder power that has the influence of godhood. The higher the target sequence, the higher the chances of my failure. Even targeted at sequence 4, one might not be able to succeed even once in 10 attempts. I can record 8 sequence 5 and 6 beyonder powers, and the effects are half of the original. I can record 20 sequence 7 to sequence 9 beyonder powers with their effects being almost like the original. When the potion is digested further, I'll enjoy an enhancement in all these aspects. Furs concluded the knowledge and her experiences before silently muttering to herself. This appeared to overlap with Lamino's travels, but Furs felt that no one would ever find having too many beyonder powers being excessive. Besides, the two were complementary. After all, she could rent Lamino's travels to other Tarot Club members and be paid with beyonder powers. However, she was unable to rent herself out. At sequence 6, an apprentice finally has sufficient combat strength. Furs reigned in her thoughts as she sighed to Zio. She then took a pen and paper and began writing a letter. Dear teacher, I'm very pleased to inform you that I've finally become a scribe. I'm just one step away from my dreams of traveling. After writing a few sentences, she saw Zio stand up and walk towards the door from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly shouted at her, Hey, shouldn't we head to a restaurant to celebrate? Zio replied in a stern manner. Your overflowing spirituality is rather serious. You'll need several days of cogitation to keep it under control. You aren't allowed to smoke or drink. Don't overly indulge yourself in your emotions. After the advice, she added, I still have commissions to do. I almost have enough to exchange for the judge formula. All right. Furs threw up her hands. After leaving the house, Zio unlocked the chains and got onto a bicycle specially created for youths. She then rode towards Hillston Borough. According to the intelligence she had previously obtained, Viscount Stratford had reserved lunch at a luxurious restaurant. Upon reaching the restaurant, Zio secured the bike to a street lamp and found a secluded comer to observe the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, a carriage drove through the thin fog. There was a coat of arms with a flower and 2 rings engraved on it. Zio's focus intensified as she watched the carriage stop at the restaurant's entrance. She then saw the grizzled Viscount Stratford, who was in his 40s, get off first. He then extended his hand to the passenger behind him like a gentleman. It was a lady draped in a dark red cloak. Zio couldn't see the lady's face and only noticed that the lady's jaw was soft and her skin fair. On the Blue Avenger at the Northern Sonia Sea, Alger Wilson's feet left the ground as he floated behind the window of the captain's cabin. He stared at the deck and distant waves outside. Having already digested a portion of the ocean songster potion, he had reported to the Church of Storms 2 weeks ago, and had accumulated enough contribution points to obtain a wind-blessed potion and successfully consumed it. This also meant that he was officially a Sequence 6. Of course, he had to redigest the wind-blessed potion, but that wasn't too difficult. The biggest problem is that the commotion created from digesting the ocean songster is too obvious. I should have bought that Word of the Sea and blamed the singing on it every time. Alger sighed silently, but he didn't feel too much regret. This was because even if he wanted to buy it back then, he didn't have the money for it. Furthermore, he had figured out the way to digest the ocean songster potion. I should be able to get the information soon and confirm who that FASAC Navy officer that Mr. Fool wishes to investigate is. Alger retracted his gaze and floated back to the desk where there was a brass sextant. At this moment, 2 sailors passed by the deck while belching. There seemed to be sirens in these waters. I always hear their singing at night, one of the sailors said in uncertainty. His companion sneered. How is that possible? How can a siren sound so bad? It must be some noise produced by some sea monster. City of Silver, in the training field which wasn't as crowded compared to during daytime. A pile of blue ice was stacked there like a small mountain. Derek didn't bring his weapon with him as he stood empty-handed in front of the mountain of ice, piously praying, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name and making his request, he looked at the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, walk towards the ice blocks from afar. Colin, with 2 swords on his back, carried a bottle of light-emitting and hot golden liquid. He watched as Derek exerted his strength to enter the ice block and bury himself inside completely without leaving a single crack. A deep and hazy darkness descended. Even with the lightning streaking across the sky, it was unable to illuminate the interior. In the blink of an eye, an indescribable surge appeared as though pairs of eyes were cast over from the depths of the darkness. Colin Iliad could clearly sense that Derek was in a deep slumber. Even though Derek was being frozen in ice that normally didn't melt and his body was trembling, he didn't wake up. Without any hesitation, he threw the potion bottle ahead of him. A wraith-like transparent figure floated above and enveloped it. This figure passed through the blue ice and came to the cramped space where Derek was. It took out the potion and placed it by Derek's mouth. Just as this action was done, it immediately retreated and left the ice blocks. Whoosh! Colin Iliad suddenly drew his sword and cleaved behind him to his right. A monster, whose rotting body was covered in eyes, burst out into yellow pus. It wasn't known where it came from. At this moment, Colin saw a radiant light emerge from the pile of blue ice. They scattered pure light, with a burning intensity, warmth, brightness, and vitality that was different from the surrounding lightning. This filled Colin's eyes as if the light had come from the dark ages. This city of Silver Chief watched intently and was motionless for a long time until another monster emerged from the darkness. In the ancient palace above the fog. Little Sun is at sequence 5-2. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he cast his eyes at the crimson star representing the sun and cast it to another star. That signified Miss Justice. Over the past month or so, she had completed many of the Psychology Alchemist's missions and had exchanged her contribution for the Dreamwalker's potion formula. This also meant that she was about to meet Vin Rambus again. Backlund, at the residence of the furniture merchant, Hamprez. Audrey once again met the counselor of the Psychology Alchemists, Vin Rambus. This old gentleman remained warm and elegant. His white but lush hair was neatly combed. His blue, deep eyes seemed to contain infinite knowledge. Upon seeing him, Audrey's eyes wore a vacant look before she came to a realization. It was as though she had finally awoken from a long dream and recovered her lost memories. She wasn't surprised or puzzled by this at all, accepting this fact without any resistance as if it was something very normal. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rambus," Audrey greeted with the etiquette that was flawless. Rambus nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, our girl." Over the past month or so, he had gradually adopted the idea that she was the pride of the Psychology Alchemists, and the most important girl. Audrey glanced at the diamond brooch at her chest and sat down with a smile, waiting for Vin Rambus to speak. In regard to the cue and guidance, she hadn't been affected at all due to her preparations. At that moment, when she heard Vin Rambus call her that, she wished to ignore everything, etiquette or whatnot, rolling her eyes without being afraid of being exposed. However, she ultimately held back without exposing any problems. Vin Rambus looked at Audrey for a few seconds before saying with the same smile, "You've done well during this period of time. As a reward, we've decided to give you the potion formula for Dreamwalker." As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his shirt pocket and placed it on the coffee table. He then pushed it towards the noble lady. Audrey pressed down on her skirt and got up slightly. She picked up the piece of paper and unfolded it in front of Vin Rambus. Her gaze first fell on the main ingredients before she quickly skimmed the ritual. Main ingredients: 1 Dreamcatcher's heart, 1 Mind Illusion crystal or a mature Mind Dragon's complete brain. Ritual: seek out a harpy in the spirit world and sign a contract with it. Then, holding 1 tail feather, consume the potion amidst intense feelings of either joy or anger. As though sensing Audrey's puzzlement, Vin Rambus explained with a smile, "A harpy has the ability to give nightmares, can snap people awake from their dreams, so the entire ritual's essence is to be immersed in a dream and be unwilling to wake up from it. Get pulled out of the dream via an external force, or else you might sleep forever or lose control and turn into a monster." Audrey nodded in thought. "The requirement to consume the potion amidst intense feelings is to prevent myself from sleeping too soundly and deeply? Yes, you've already grasped the crux of the matter," Vin Rambus said with a smile. "If you don't know much about the spirit world and can't find a harpy, we can provide some help. If the ritual's essence is for me to wake up from a dream, that means that the harpy isn't necessary. The blessings of Mr. Fool's angel can allow me to remain lucid in dreams. I can wake up whenever I want." Audrey's green eyes darted about and said with looks of anticipation, "I can try it myself first. All right?" Vin didn't mind the girl's desire to take risks. He paused and said, "I have another matter for you. If you do it well, we will provide you with all the ingredients of the Dreamwalker potion." "What is it?" Audrey asked without any resistance, just like before. Vin Rambus said with a slightly solemn expression, "Find out the attitudes of your father, Earl Hall, the present Duke Negan, Admiral Emirius, and the other nobles about a relatively major war." "War?" Audrey repeated the word that she had often heard but found somewhat unfamiliar. She had a vague feeling that ripples had suddenly formed under the surface of a seemingly calm lake. Or, above the gray fog, Klein listened to Miss Justice's prayer and fell into deep thought. He was unable to determine whether the psychology alchemists, Hermes or maybe even Adam, who was lurking behind them, welcomed or objected to a war. As for whether the lone king, the prime minister, and a number of nobles and the members of parliaments wanted war, the answer was relatively clear. Last year, the hanged man had once asked Miss Justice a similar question. Her answer was that the king and prime minister had the tendencies of being warmongers, but they had chosen to first focus on internal reforms and settle the connections over various matters. Now, about a year had passed and all the policies that had been implemented were on track. In other words, it was time to start a war to snatch back the interests which Lone had lost in East Balam. It's a revolutionary era. The strife between countries are intense, and once war begins, it's unlikely that it can be controlled. Furthermore, Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels have appeared one after another, have already retrieved key items, or are seeking breakthroughs. A storm is about to descend on the mysterious world, and danger is lurking. Klein sighed and returned to the real world. The next day, he first went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray according to his schedule and donated tens of pounds. Following that, he went to 22 Phelps Street, planning to participate in some of the business of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. The moment he stepped inside, Klein saw Miss Audrey Hall and a few of the foundation staff coming down the stairs and walking towards the door. This noble lady was dressed very simply today. Her hair was tied up into a simple bun, and she wore no other accessories. Her dress was light green in color, and her sleeves had a circle of frills. There were no laces or tassels. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein took off his hat as usual and bowed. He then nodded at the staff and greeted them. After Audrey responded, Klein casually asked, "Where are you going?" He knew that Miss Justice's main role in the foundation was to seek donations from the various ladies and gentlemen in high society. Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Visit the various universities and show some concern to the students we helped previously." Having said that, she blinked her eyes as her smile widened. "Mr. Dantes, do you want to go together? Take a look at the children who had the chance of changing their fates due to your ideas and kindness. Oh, some of them are already young adults." Although Klein had never thought of obtaining anything in return from the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, he truly wished that these actions could help the target group. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the progress and the actual situation. He nodded with a smile after some hesitation. "I have no way of rejecting such an invitation." The group went out the door, and under Miss Audrey's suggestion, they chose an untracked public carriage. After getting into the carriage, Klein, in a gentlemanly-like manner, let Miss Audrey sit down first. Then, he sat opposite her and asked with a smile, "You seem to be very used to it?" Audrey looked at the foundation staff beside her and said with a smile, "It's not the first time. It's impossible for us to take my own carriage every time we head out. They have to use public transportation." Upon saying that, she blushed in embarrassment and said, "The first time I was on a public carriage, I took out notes with £1 face value. The lady who collected the money got me to buy a few copies of newspapers before going back to her. Oh, it's cleaner than I imagined. The smell of the air isn't that unbearable either." Klein nodded slightly and said, "This is because the truly poor are unable to take public transport like this. They'd rather walk. Under normal circumstances, they don't have to head out, nor do they go somewhere too far. Mr. Dantes, you seem to be familiar with such matters?" Although Audrey had guessed the reason, she still asked in front of others. Klein smiled. "Although I've never experienced it directly, I've seen too much of it." Audrey didn't continue on the topic. Instead, she mentioned to the beneficiaries that they were visiting to confirm their education and living conditions. Amidst their idle chat, they arrived at their first destination, Backlund University of Technology. Based on Audrey's identity and Dwayne Dantes' social relations, they met the chancellor of the newly established university directly. He was a resident of 100 Backlund Street, Mr. Portland Moment. This elder had a large build, a ruddy complexion, and a loud voice. Whenever he talked to his neighbor, Dwayne Dantes, and the distinguished Miss Audrey about the university's establishment, he would complain about the Higher Education Commission from time to time. Audrey and Klein listened with a decent smile and occasionally echoed his words. Finally, they found an opportunity to raise the need to begin work. Portland was just about to get his secretary when he suddenly heard someone knock on his office door. "Please come in," the chancellor said loudly. The door opened without a sound. A black-haired, brown-eyed girl entered. She didn't doll herself up and was rather thin. She had nice facial features, and she looked to be 17 or 18. Klein's gaze suddenly deepened before he reined it in. The girl hadn't expected the chancellor's office to have guests. In her anxiety, she hurriedly lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. It's fine. They were about to leave anyway," Portland said without minding it. "Have you finished the item I got you to make last week?" "Fies." The girl walked through the door and stood to the side. Portland Moment then smiled at Dwayne Dantes and Audrey. "Her name is Melissa Moretti. She's very talented with machinery. I happened to chance upon her and got her to help in my laboratory. Of course, she can only do some miscellaneous chores for now." "Not bad." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he commended her with an obvious smile. Audrey glanced at him and smiled. There are always arrogant people who say that women have no talent in machinery, and this lady has proven them wrong. Portland laughed and shook his head. "There's no need to bother about such comments. All right, I'll get my secretary to help you in understanding the conditions of those beneficiaries." Audrey and Klein didn't stay any longer as they left the office. Once they were out the door, Audrey stole a glance at Dwayne Dantes, but she didn't say a word. 160 Buckland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes's mansion. Klein stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching as the rain began to descend along with the wind. The rain hit the ground and the glass, intersecting to form a mesh. Ever since autumn, Buckland had started to rain again. It brought with it a lingering coldness and humidity. Klein stood there motionless for a long time, watching silently into the distance through the blurry rainy scene. His eyes unfocused. Only when his spiritual perception was triggered did he stop his wandering thoughts and turned his head to the side. Rionette, with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, had a letter as she walked out of the void. "Who is it from this time?" Klein asked Miss Messenger out of habit. The last letter he received came from Sharon. The lady had told him that she had successfully completed the ritual and advanced to sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Klein first sincerely congratulated her and apologetically informed her that he had already obtained what he needed and didn't need to visit Calderon City in the spirit world anytime soon. Of course, he also indicated that there was a huge secret there that might have something to do with him. He would probably head there one day, and when that time came, if Miss Sharon had the time or was willing, he wished to obtain her support. For Klein, on the one hand, he might have to head there to find the future ingredients he needed for his advancement. On the other hand, he believed that the magical city that involved ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace, also might contain the method to heal Mr. Azek's incomplete spirit bodies. Even if this death console didn't have the means to advance, he hoped that by doing so, the former didn't need to repeatedly suffer the torment of losing his memories. Of course, Klein had prepared a plan for that. It was to wait until he advanced to sequence 3 Scholar of Yore. He could prepare more yesterday once more charms for Mr. Azek, or he could imbue him with the corresponding Beyonder powers to speed up the recovery of his memories each time. At that moment, Klein had already received a letter. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads replied one after another. From that undying idiot, Patrick Bryan of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. Klein easily understood who Miss Messenger was referring to. This was because Patrick was the one who wrote the most to him over the past 2 months. He reported almost anything of slight importance and asked for instructions. After a few times, Rionette Tinker gave him a nickname. Miss Messenger never showed interest in such matters before. I wonder when it began. Most of the people who write to me have been given nicknames except Miss Sharon. As Klein silently mumbled, he unfurled the letter and gave it a quick scan. In the letter, Patrick Bryan said that the Southern Continent's orders were no longer about getting him to make various attempts to awaken death. Instead, they got him to prepare a special ritual and help the Death Domain Angel inside the Mausoleum Artificial Death Faction's leader, Hader, recover. It was to allow him to have the means to temporarily leave the land in which he sealed himself. Such an order didn't seem problematic on the surface, but it was a little sudden. However, Klein still sensed something amiss. The Artificial Death faction of the Numinous Episcopate in the Southern Continent had previously made Patrick continue the strange but dangerous rituals to awaken death. I managed to trick them by instructing him to use excuses such as the inability to gather the materials or the ultimate failure of the experiment. Now, they've finally suspected that there's something wrong with Patrick? Klein nodded in thought. He suspected that this was a test directed at Patrick Bryan. A test that pointed towards an angel. An angel's response to rituals covered the entire world. Yes, it's good as long as they don't suspect there's a problem with artificial death. After all, they've inherited a huge inheritance from the ancient Balam Empire. Who knows if they have a way to affect the goddess's progress in controlling the death pathway's uniqueness. Could be a bane for both sides. Klein analyzed for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. As for the test by the Death Domain Angel, he didn't think much of it. This was because the Fool could also direct power at the same level. With Angel's embrace, a disruption effect could be made. As long as the High Priest named Hader didn't descend in person and only exerted influence remotely, he could carry out misdirections in an ingenious manner. After figuring this out, Klein flicked his wrist, igniting Patrick Bryan's letter with scarlet flames. As he returned to his desk, he took out a pen and paper and wrote, "You may proceed according to your teacher's instructions, but before the actual ritual, you must report this to me and gain my permission." As the interval between the receiving and sending of letters were short, Patrick Bryan likely remained in his original spot. Klein didn't summon Patrick's messenger and instead blew the adventurer's harmonica and handed the folded letter to Rionette Tynker. Amidst the drizzle, Zio draped a simple raincoat lined with tree sap over her and hid in the shadows, staring at the side door of Viscount Stratford's residence. It wasn't even evening, but the street lamps were already lit up. They emitted a faint glow in the rain. After a while, a rental carriage drove over from afar and stopped in front of the side door in a remote area. The Viscount's valet that had been hiding immediately ran out, opening an umbrella. He sheltered the cloaked woman down the carriage and quickly passed through the side door. As for the rental carriage, it remained in its spot without leaving. It had apparently been paid a sufficient amount of money. Zio still failed to see the woman's appearance, but she wasn't disheartened by it. She patiently waited in the cold rain as though she had turned into a motionless statue. She planned on attempting to tail the woman once she came out to confirm her identity. This was both an opportunity for her to obtain the Judge Potion formula, and it was also the reason why she came to Backlund, to investigate the truth of her father's death. And it was because she was spurred by such motives that Zio had persisted in monitoring Viscount Stratford to this day. MI9's other intelligence officers had already ended the mission due to the lack of any developments over the previous few months. Even the golden-masked man who had designated the mission hadn't asked about this in weeks. Clearly, he didn't place any importance on it. Inside Viscount Stratford's bedroom, a beautiful brown-haired girl wore a silk gown and sat in front of a dressing table. She was fiddling with the skincare and makeup products, as if she had discovered a treasure trove. Viscount Stratford, who was already middle-aged, wore a male nightgown and walked to the beautiful girl with his hair still moist. He smiled at her reflection in the mirror and said, "Charmaine, you no longer need those to add to your beauty. It's just a type of female instinct." The young girl named Charmaine raised her hand with a smile, pressing down on the Viscount's palm that had been placed on her shoulder. Viscount Stratford smiled gently and said, "When you touch them, you have a pure and innocent air to you. Heh heh, you make me discover my youth, like the days when I was only 18. Without waiting for Charmaine's reply, he continued, "My wife had already passed away for years. I always imagined I would live until the Lord beckons for me, but who knew that I would meet you? In a while, when the pressure accumulated in Backlund is relieved, I will find a chance to walk down the wedding aisle to the altar with you." "Wedding? You want to marry me?" Charmaine was taken aback as she asked in disbelief. Viscount Stratford smiled and said, "Meeting you is a gift from the Lord. Although you aren't of noble birth, I've already married once. I don't have to consider such matters anymore. Of course, I'll think of means to raise your standing in society. Yes, I'll first find a merchant to recognize you as his illegitimate daughter." He droned on about his plan until he saw Charmaine's eyes filled with tears in the mirror's reflection. "The most precious thing about you is that you treat me 10 times better than how well I treat you, and you don't hide it." Viscount Stratford smiled as he lowered his head and kissed the top of Charmaine's head. Charmaine opened her mouth, seemingly crying and laughing. Only when the drizzle stopped and night fell did Zio finally wait for the woman in a dark red cloak walk out and board the carriage. After memorizing the carriage's traits, Zio tailed it from afar, using her beyonder powers as a sheriff and the empty streets at night to follow the target simply by walking or running. She went all the way from Empress Borough to the Backlund Bridge area. Even with her stamina, she was almost at her limit, but thankfully, the carriage finally came to a stop. Zio brightened up as she switched her target from the carriage to the cloaked woman and continued tailing her. During this process, she was surprised that the woman had very good anti-tracking abilities. She would occasionally take detours and pause using obstacles. However, this didn't stump Zio, since she was already an experienced sheriff. She patiently tailed from afar without coming too close. Just as she sensed that the woman wasn't too far from her final destination, and that she was finally about to catch up to her, she suddenly caught the scent of a sweet, ethereal fragrance. Zio's mind went into a daze amidst the fragrance before she completely lost track of her target. As for the fragrance, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Zio's pupils widened slightly. She didn't dare to search her surroundings for any traces. Inside a rental apartment, Trissy, with a gentle and sweet face that made one unable to resist looking at her, looked at the mirror reflecting Charmaine and said, "You seem to be in a good mood. How was it? This final mission isn't too unacceptable, right? Once you complete it, you can leave Backlund and start your own life." Charmaine was taken aback as her expression turned complicated, as though she was disheartened. It was as though she had suddenly snapped out of her dreams. She didn't turn her head as her lips quivered while replying, "He said that he wishes to marry me." Trissy immediately pricked up her brows. "You mustn't believe a man's words during those times. You and I should know this very well. If he really wishes to marry you, he wouldn't be wary of you. He will wish to have a child with you." Heh. Did he do so? Upon hearing her question, Charmaine's mood turned sullen. Trissy stood up and said with a smile, "I'm not stopping you from pursuing your love. If you wish to turn this temporary mission into a permanent one, you should think about what needs to be done." After ethereally finishing her sentence, she walked to the door and left the rented apartment. While heading down the staircase, Trissy suddenly noticed her shoes. She chuckled and said in a seemingly self-deprecating manner, "Love, Backlund, Empress Borough, in the outskirts towards the northwest." This was a place that needed more than an hour via horse carriage. Mager Manor was built by the side of the Tussock River, so it had beautiful scenery around it with flourishing vegetation within its confines. Strangely enough, Backlund's city areas had perennial rain with relatively few sunny days. However, in the outskirts, the clouds tended to be thin, and the sun was always bright. Despite the short distance, the two places had completely different weather. It was most obvious within the northwestern outskirts. It was even a rather famous grape plantation in the northern continent. And by following the Tussock River from this region northwest for another 50 kilometers, one would again encounter weather similar to Backlund's city area. Such situations left meteorologists puzzled. They couldn't find any suitable theories to explain the reason. However, Klein had a vague guess. In the Fourth Epoch, this was the capital of the Tudor-Trunsoist United Empire. It was also here that Blood Emperor Alista abandoned his humanity and became a crazy deity. Therefore, it was normal that the weather and terrain had changed forever in those very small confines. Leonard Mitchell had once mentioned information about this during one of the free exchanges. Furthermore, as an area with a long history and signs of early human activity, this land of hope buried countless ancient ruins. It was very possible that they could have an influence on the weather. The carriage drove into Mager Manor, passing by the fountain pond and small garden that was surrounded by the main building. Finally, it stopped outside the main door. Just as Klein got off the carriage with butler Walter, he saw the land steward Richardson lead 2 rows of male and female servants by the door, awaiting their employer. Compared to 160 Backlund Street, there were more servants here, but they were mainly lower-class servants. Looking at Richardson wearing a spanking new suit, Klein nodded with a smile. "Well done." Without waiting for Richardson to reply, he took off his hat and handed it along with his cane to his valet, Anuni, while asking, "Have you prepared the activity room for the ladies to chat and for men to play cards in?" "So yes, sir." Yves placed poker cards, tarot cards, and some board games. The piano, violins, and other common musical instruments have also been moved inside, Richardson answered eloquently. Klein passed through the door and nodded. "Where's the smoking room for the gentlemen?" "Like the ladies, it's all on the second floor. They're separated by 5 rooms. Richardson didn't need the servants in the manor to remind him. He didn't even need to recall to give an answer. To ensure that his employer's first hunting excursion was flawless, he had taken note of every nitty-gritty detail. Although it exhausted him physically, he was excited mentally. Klein asked about dinner and the guest rooms and confirmed that everything was in place. Before long, he received the first batch of guests after Mager Manor had a change of name. now known as Dante's Manor. Member of Parliament Mocked and his family. This place is much bigger than my Moose Manor. Mock took off his coat with a smile and handed it to a servant while praising. I've always heard of Mager's wine being of excellent quality, but I've never had the chance of tasting it. I can finally have my curiosity satisfied today. I hope you won't be disappointed. Klein smiled modestly. As a famous area for grape plantations in the northern continent, champagne, red wine, and white wine were considered the finest in Backlund's northwestern outskirts. But with the manor here mainly owned by the nobles, self-brewed alcoholic beverages were typically not sold to the public. Therefore, it was almost unheard of. Only people from high society or those related to them would know of this. Mager was one of the most iconic manors. The wine that it brewed was widely praised by people in the know. Red wine of certain years was even offered at more than £100 a bottle by collectors. However, for Klein to be able to buy this manor for £20,000, he naturally had to agree to certain conditions. All the wine from certain years were to be taken away by Duke Negan's servants. Mocked was rather clear about this and didn't expect to drink famous wine commodities. He said with a laugh, "You can open a few bottles and pour a small glass of each for me. Let me decide which of the remaining wine is most spectacular." As a member of high society, he had never tasted the wine of Mager Manor. The reason was simple. He was a member of the new party, and the previous owner, Duke Negan, was the main sponsor of the Conservative Party. No problem, Klein immediately agreed as his gaze swept across Hazel's face. Compared to July and August, this girl had clearly cheered up. She no longer felt apprehensive when facing strangers. Previously, it was as bad as not willing to participate in any banquets or balls. This made those familiar with her think she was sick. And this was all thanks to Audrey. Whenever she met Dwayne Dantes at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, she had mentioned that she had recently met Miss Hazel Mock twice. Such communication didn't seem problematic at first glance since Hazel was a common acquaintance of Audrey and Dantes. Finding a topic about a common friend was common in idle chatter. However, Klein could read Miss Justice's hints and understood that she had met Hazel twice at different balls and banquets and had treated her twice. After getting Mock's family settled in, Klein welcomed the second batch of guests for the weekend hunting trip. Brigadier General Conas Kilgore, who had come with a friend that he had previously mentioned. Klein knew this friend, but he didn't know Dwayne Dantes. He was a steam car mogul from his cage. He was one of the main investors of the bicycle project. He had relied on a lawyer suspected to be a beyonder with the lawyer sequence and had bought the 10% shares from Sherlock Moriarty at a cheap price. Since he's related to a lawyer, it can be explained how he's an Earl of the Fallen's friend. Klein went forward with a smile and hugged Brigadier General Conas and from his cage. "Welcome." He then stepped back and said to the portly, light blue-eyed Fromis, who was a quarter Faceac, "I heard your steam car is very famous. Why didn't you drive it over?" Before Fromis could answer, the manly Conas Kilgore said with a smile, "No, you don't understand him. He will never give up the chance to showcase his steam car. However, the car's too heavy. On the way here, it fell into a ditch and couldn't be pulled out. Thankfully, I never believed his claims and rode on a carriage myself, following behind him. Otherwise, he would have had to cover the remaining distance on foot. The main problem is that our roads are terrible. They need to be renovated and rebuilt. They need metal tracks to be paved, just like steam locomotives." Fromis retorted and threw his hands up. "I was planning on seeking some investments from you. Haha, we can talk about it later. You were the one who invested in us previously, but now you're asking me for an investment." Only then did Klein realize that he was a rather famous tycoon in the upper class of the kingdom. He had donated shares worth more than £10,000 and had purchased an expensive manor. He had also established connections with the military, so it was obvious he was rich. "But in fact, my current net worth is only 50 to 60,000 gold pounds. Perhaps a tenth of Miss Justice's wealth. I wonder when I can really become a tycoon with a net worth of £1 million. Klein thought in a self-deprecating manner. After some thought he said, "It's fine. I'm very interested in the fusion of machinery and steam. When I'm free, I can take a look at your steam car. Spectacular. Framiz immediately said with a smile. If I didn't know that you had donated a large sum to the Church of Evernight, I might even think of you as a believer of the god of steam. I've drawn the triangular sacred emblem on my chest in the past after all. Klein didn't continue on this topic, afraid that Konas would discover his intentions. He pointed to the staircase and said, "Why don't you head to the smoking room to try some of the prized cigar collections here?" It wasn't until I bought this manor that I learned that there was a room specially for storing cigars. Its temperature and humidity are maintained, but as you know, I can smoke, but I don't like it. Not bad. Do you have Chieftain? Konas Kilgore's face suffused a smile. Of course. Klein gave a positive answer. There was only one goal in organizing this hunting trip. It was to hunt this Brigadier General, Deputy Director of MI9. Therefore, he had taken into consideration all his preferences. However, Klein wasn't in a hurry to take action for this hunting trip. This was because he still lacked an understanding of Konas Kilgore's actual strength as a hidden demigod. He needed more gatherings and hunts to figure out his preferences, level of alertness, and the items he brought with him. As a magician, Klein didn't perform unprepared. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Furs put down the book in her hand and looked at Zio, who was pacing around the activity room. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you troubled about?" Zio shot her a glance and said, "I'm frustrated over whether to inform MI9 about Viscount Stratford's close relationship with an unknown woman, or to keep it from them until there's further development." "Why are you keeping it from them?" Furs first asked in return before giving her answer. "Viscount Stratford is related to your father's death, but you normally lack the opportunity or strength to confront him, afraid of being exposed and affecting your mother and brother. And now, he might encounter an accident because of that unknown woman. He's in a relatively easy-to-deal-with state. This is your opportunity, so you're being hesitant, right?" Zio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Yes." Furs closed the book, stared at her friend, and said in a serious manner, "Since you're hesitating, it means you're already inclined towards one option." Zio slowly nodded and said, "Yes." Furs fondled her slightly long curly hair and stood up, extending her right hand, and said, "I already know your decision. Well, do you need help?" Seeing Zio hesitant to give an answer, she laughed and said, "I'm a Sequence 6 Beyonder." Without waiting for Zio to answer, she looked around. "If you're worried, we can still seek additional help." She was implying that they could get help from the members of the Tarot Club. Zio thought about it and exhaled. "Not for now. Let's try it first. Let's head out now and continue monitoring Viscount Stratford." "Now?" Furs was taken aback. "All right, but before that, let me use the crystal ball to do some astromancy to confirm the level of danger." After some work, she held the pure crystal ball in one hand and said, "There's a certain level of danger. Empress Borough, by the side of Viscount Stratford's mansion." Furs and Zio, who were dressed in black dresses, hid in a dark corner. They stared intently at the tightly closed metal gates as they patiently waited for their target to appear. It wasn't raining tonight, so they didn't have to face harsh weather conditions. The carriage that remained parked by the side of the street lamps made it clear to them that their patience would be rewarded. It was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, the gates produced a heavy metal groan as they slowly opened. A figure in a black cloak appeared with its head bowed. The figure walked to the side of the carriage and nimbly boarded the carriage. "Is that her?" Furs lowered her voice and asked Zio. She didn't have Beyonder powers that could restore a target's characteristics from a mere description, and she had never seen her before. Therefore, she couldn't rely on her spiritual intuition or astromancy to make a judgment. Zio nodded in affirmation and said, "Yes." As they quietly conversed, the rental carriage sped up and left the side gates. Zio immediately left her hiding spot, prepared to use her sheriff's Beyonder powers and the physical enhancement that being an interrogator gave her to lock onto her target while jogging. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Furs pressed down on her shoulder, foiling her plans. "Track her." Zio looked back at her friend in puzzlement. Furs looked at the rental carriage that hadn't completely pulled away from them and asked thoughtfully, "Why are you tracking her for? Also, didn't you say that the target has a rather powerful beyonder protecting her once you enter the Backland Bridge area?" "That's right." Zio first answered the second question before saying, "Your question is very odd. The reason you track someone is to determine the target's appearance, identity, and motives." Furs retracted her left hand from Zio's shoulder and revealed a smile. "Since the target is protected by a rather powerful beyonder, it will be difficult for us to complete the tracking in the Backland Bridge area. We won't be able to find her residence and figure out her true identity. Do you wish to directly fight her guardian? Although you have me to help, are you certain about that person's strength? How certain are you? Will it be very dangerous? Besides, once the battle begins, it will definitely alarm the target. This is the same as stopping the carriage midway and confronting her directly. It will foil your primary objective. It will alarm Viscount Stratford and prevent him from falling into a predicament that will offer you a chance to take action. If we do it, then there's a possibility of failure, but failure is certain if we do nothing." Zio emphasized that she knew the situation well. All she wanted was to make an attempt and find an opportunity midway. At this moment, the rental carriage had already turned into another street at the end of the road. Furs watched the back of it gradually disappear as she shook her head and smiled. "No, no, no. We need to change our way of thinking. We should first attempt to figure out the target's appearance. After daybreak, we can use her appearance to perform normal investigations in the Backland Bridge area and then obtain information from other channels." "Your choice of words is very professional," Zio said in thought. "Of course. I've written detective novels before," Furs answered without any sense of modesty. "But how do I figure out what the target looks like without alerting her?" Zio raised the most critical question. Prepared, Furs took out Lamino's travels and said with a smile, "Elementary. Using the psychological invisibility Miss Justice recorded." Although Audrey didn't encounter any situations that required her to use Lamino's travels, she had rented it thrice out of curiosity. She studied the uses and traits of the Beyonder powers recorded, and she recorded her own Beyonder powers into it. This included the rather useful psychological invisibility. As for her true identity, Zio and Furs were increasingly certain of it, but they didn't directly ask or do any further investigations. That was the most basic form of respect towards other Tarot Club members. After hearing her friend's answer, Zio came to a realization and was instantly inspired. Furs continued, "By using the Beyonder powers on this page, you will be placed in the sensory blind spots of all surrounding creatures. They wouldn't be able to see you even if you were to jump around in front of them. That way, you can directly board the carriage and stand in front of the target, openly taking in her appearance and remember all her traits." Heh. I sometimes think that people who use psychological invisibility might end up being squashed to death by huge creatures that happen to walk past if they're unlucky. Don't make too much noise later. Don't speak to any nearby creatures, or else you will garner attention. Let psychological invisibility be dispelled automatically. Yeah, Zio nodded. Then she raised another issue. How do I prevent the target from discovering the sudden opening of the carriage door while it's driving? Without waiting for Furs's reply, she immediately pressed, "Did you record the door opening Beyonder power?" "Guess." Furs smiled as she handed Lamino's travels to her friend, telling her which pages psychological invisibility and door opening were on. With this in mind, Zio immediately ran amidst the shadows, chasing after the rental carriage. Before long, she saw her target. Her right hand immediately trembled as she made the bronze-green notebook reveal a yellowish-brown goatskin page. She slid her fingers gently, and Zio seemed to see countless rippling light appear on the surface of a deep lake spread outwards. When her vision returned to normal, she sped up and rushed to the side of the carriage. To ensure nothing went wrong, Zio didn't immediately take action. With a few wide strides, she overtook the horse. She then turned around as though she was crossing the road. However, the carriage driver didn't notice her, nor did he shout out to her or rein in the horse. After confirming the effects of psychological invisibility, she sped up and dodged the horses galloping and came to the side of the carriage. After a brief observation, she flipped through Lamino's travels and revealed a white page covered with strange patterns and symbols. Then, she reached out her right hand and pressed it on the surface of the carriage. Her figure instantly turned transparent as she appeared inside. The woman in a black cloak was sitting diagonally opposite her as if she was in thought, staring at the glass window where Zio stood. However, she didn't notice the bounty hunter who had suddenly infiltrated. At such a close distance, even with her cloak lowered, Zio was able to see her face clearly. Furthermore, the woman wasn't as careful as she was while walking outside. Her every action appeared rather casual as the hood was only at her eyes. Instantly, her appearance was reflected in Zio's eyes, overlapping with a face that still had some male characteristics. This was a beyonder power of a sheriff. Zio's eyes widened as she couldn't help but shout, "Sherman!" She could foresee that the woman who often entered Viscount Stratford's residence was rather beautiful, but she never expected the woman to be her friend, Sherman. He was once a young man. A man who wasn't considered androgynous now looked beautiful. He had the charm of a woman. At that moment, Zio couldn't help but size up Sherman. She couldn't associate her figure with the young man she used to know with each other. If it wasn't for her sheriff beyonder powers that allowed her to confirm that the person opposite her was Sherman, Zio definitely would have imagined that she had made a mistake. And even so, she still suspected whether the person wasn't Sherman and was instead Sherman's twin sister. Upon hearing the surprised question, Sherman realized that there was another person in the carriage at some point in time. Someone familiar. Bounty hunter, Zio Dericha. Having already changed her name to Shermaine, she was first alarmed. But the words Trissy often mentioned instinctively appeared in her mind. You cannot meet people you used to know. Do you want your husband, your beloved, to know of your former state? Only by completely severing your connections can you be reborn. Doing so in order to save yourself. Such words quickly flashed across Shermaine's mind as a terrifying thought emerged in her thoughts. Kill her. This thought seemed to come from a demon in the abyss as it constantly whispered in Shermaine's ear as it resonated in her heart. Kill her. Kill this person who recognized you. Only by doing so can you truly escape the past and not lose the present. Kill her. Shermaine didn't answer Zio's question. Her left hand slowly clenched up while slightly trembling. Zio sensed the intense emotions running through the person opposite her and confirmed that it was Sherman. Immediately, she asked in concern, "How did you become like this? Where have you been all this time? Did you encounter something? Were you hurt?" Shermaine's lips quivered as her left fist relaxed a little. She said with a sobbing tone, "I've already begun a new life. Don't disturb me again. All right? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see people that I knew in the past." The more she spoke, the faster it became. It became obvious that it was a plea. Zio was taken aback for a few seconds before staring at Sherman. Pursing her lips, she said, "Okay." She didn't stay any longer and reached out to open the carriage window and jumped out. Shermaine silently watched this entire process and finally exhaled before she slumped into her seat like she had lost all her strength. It wasn't easy for her to control the demon in her heart. At this moment, she saw a figure rapidly outline itself out of thin air beside her. The figure wore a black, old-fashioned dress, but it didn't diminish her beauty and disposition. She sat there silently without a word, but it was impossible to not look at her. Demoness Trissy. "Why didn't you kill her?" Trissy asked with a smile, not revealing any gloominess. It was as like an idle chat where she would ask what she had drunk the previous night. She's one of the few people who didn't ostracize me. She even helped me." Shermaine replied in shock before frowning. "Why are you here?" Trissy smiled and said, "I'm protecting you." Without waiting for Shermaine's answer, she said, "You seemed to be in a good mood when you came out." Shermaine recalled what had happened and bashfully said, "Maybe, perhaps, I have a chance of becoming a mother?" As she spoke, she touched her stomach with her right hand. The corner of her lips couldn't help but curl. I feel him kicking me. Charmaine suddenly froze and blurted, how could it be so fast? She wasn't sure if she could get pregnant today. Upon seeing her reaction, Trissy smiled even more charmingly. How was it? Did you take a good look? Just as Furs left the street where Viscount Stratford's mansion was, she saw Zio walk out with a down and vacant expression. Zio nodded hesitantly. I did. Having said that, she seemed to come to her senses and said in shock, I know her, no him. Him. Furs was confused. Zio habitually observed her surroundings before saying, he's Sherman, the Sherman I told you about. He actually became a woman. Furs was stunned as she subconsciously asked, were you mistaken? Could she be Sherman's sister? Zio firmly shook her head. No. She admitted it herself and even told me not to disturb her. She wants to bid farewell to her past. But how did he become a woman? Furs's eyes darted around as she suddenly recalled something. She said in thought, it's not impossible either. There's a beyonder pathway that allows a man to become a woman at a certain stage. She recalled Miss Justice mentioning something similar during a free exchange session. Ah, really? Zio's widened as she asked in disbelief. Yes. Furs had already recalled the exact conditions as she gave a rather confident answer. This? Zio was momentarily unable to accept it, but she couldn't find a rebuttal. All she could do was ask, which pathway is it? Furs replied, Demonis. It's the assassin pathway. Demonis. Sherman actually became a demonis. Zio repeated to herself. Suddenly, her voice became louder. Could it be that she's being taken advantage of? No, I must warn her. Just as she said that, Zio turned around and ran with great strides in an attempt to catch up with the rental carriage again. However, she couldn't find the target after attempting to pursue it for a few blocks. Sherman and the carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Zio gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She looked at the bustling streets ahead of her with a complicated expression. Behind her, Furs passed through a few walls and finally caught up to her. Gone, Zio whispered. Furs also cast her gaze forward and thoughtfully replied, we were discovered. Without waiting for Zio to speak, she turned around and sighed. Let's return and find another opportunity. Zio didn't take a step forward as she continued standing there. After a few seconds, she said under Furs's puzzled gaze, since they discovered a problem, will they speed up their plans ahead of time? It's possible. If they don't wish for their plans to be foiled, they might attempt one final strike tonight before we're prepared. Furs immediately agreed with Zio. Let's return to Viscount Stratford's place and hide in a more concealed spot. We'll continue monitoring it. Zio immediately nodded and replied without any hesitation. Okay. In the dock area inside a warehouse with plenty of goods. Charmaine was sitting on a dirty wooden crate. Her hands were crossed behind her back as her body had thin but firm spider webs coiled around her. She appeared as though she was encased in a transparent cocoon, unable to make a single sound. It's not a bad thing for you. Trissy stood in front of Charmaine with a pitch-black flame that resembled ink burning in her palm. At the very least, you can determine if he really loves you or is lying to you. Charmaine was angry and afraid. She desperately used her whimpers to express her wish, but Trissy was unmoved. She turned her flame-wielding palm around and pressed it into Charmaine's stomach. The flames seemed to have intelligence as they scattered like flowing water. Following that, they penetrated her skin and flesh in an attempt to drill inside. Trissy's smooth, black hair flared up in defiance of the laws of nature. They were being pulled by invisible hands as they extended out in every direction. It stained the surrounding air with a peculiar smell. The strands of hair thickened as they scattered into distinct strands. Beneath them, dark beams of light surged, bringing about curses and words. They flowed rapidly, fusing into the pitch-black flames. Upon entering Charmaine's stomach, they quickly vanished. Charmaine's face twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't feel any pain. It was as though it was purely on reflex. She soon calmed down as she saw Trissy's figure turn faint and gradually turn transparent until it vanished. Charmaine's pupils widened as she struggled again, but she was unable to break free from her restraints. She tried again and again like a flood was rising, centimeter by centimeter, inside the silent warehouse. After an unknown period of time, the door to the warehouse opened with a thud and slammed into the two sides of the wall. A figure staggered in. It was the middle-aged Viscount Stratford. He didn't wear his white wig like he always did while outside. This revealed his rather high receding hairline and rather messy black hair. The latter was stuck together as though it had been drenched by a storm and was air-dried. But in the past few hours, the clouds were thin and the crimson moon high in the sky. It hadn't rained at all. Drops of sweat dripped down Viscount Stratford's rather cut facial contours as there were countless black threads flowing beneath his skin. His body was slightly hunched, and his facial muscles were somewhat twisted. His eyes were filled with pain and concern. He surveyed the area and was delighted when he found Charmaine. However, he turned anxious as he charged over without much confidence. When Charmaine saw him enter the warehouse, her face lit up as though it was covered in a halo. She then revealed a worried and fearful expression as she attempted to shake her head frantically. However, her neck was held firmly by the spider webs that prevented her movement. She reeled in anxiety, to the point of tears flowing out of her eyes, drop after drop, crystalline and frail. Just as Viscount Stratford was about to reach her, a loud bang suddenly rang out between the two. It was as though there was an invisible wall that separated him from Charmaine, one that couldn't be surpassed. If you wish to break the curse and take her away, you have to answer my question without hiding anything. At this moment, a figure quickly appeared in a corner of the warehouse. Her facial features were charming, forming together into an abnormally sweet look. She resembled the lover that every young lad would fantasize about in his youth. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford's response, she raised her right hand and conjured a pitch-black flame. Viscount Stratford's face, hands, neck, and exposed skin instantly turned transparent as they protruded with blood vessels. And in every blood vessel, there was a black flame silently burning as it flowed silently. The pain in Viscount Stratford's eyes immediately reached a peak, but it vanished the next moment. His expression turned extremely cold as a gibing look appeared in his eyes. It was as though the one being cursed wasn't him, but Trissy, who was a distance away. Trissy, who was in the corner of the warehouse, suddenly burst into black flames. Dense, countless spider webs appeared, but they couldn't be lit up. In the blink of an eye, Trissy was like Charmaine, being sealed inside a transparent cocoon. She couldn't move or escape. In a ventilation vent high above the warehouse, a figure appeared. It was a woman whose age wasn't obvious. She wore a simple and sacred white robe. She had black hair, blue eyes, looking sweet and beautiful, giving off an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell? Trissy seemed to expend all her strength before she shouted a name. At this moment, Viscount Stratford grabbed at his body, pulling out an illusory doll covered in thick black flames. He glanced at Charmaine and smiled at Trissy. When it comes to matters related to life, I would never be careless. After that fellow, Sykes, died, I knew that it would be my turn one day. Heh, since you're hunting me, it means there are obviously others who wish to hunt you. We're very patient, afraid of scaring you away. We did nothing and waited until today. Also, your gift was pretty good. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's words, Charmaine, who was still struggling out of habit, instantly stopped moving. Her expression turned blank. Her eyes widened, but there wasn't any focus. The look in her eyes seemed to sink deeper and deeper. Love? Trissy suddenly laughed, seemingly mocking herself. She wasn't nervous at all. Mager manner. Night had fallen. After settling more than 20 guests and preparing the hunting trip the next day, Klein woke up not long after he fell asleep. His intuition had been triggered as a scene formed in his mind. Brigadier General Konas Kilgore, who was wearing a shirt and pants, had flown out of the guest room's window in secret. He landed outside in complete defiance of the laws of nature. I haven't even taken action. He came here for his own goals. With a thought, Klein controlled a cockroach outside and turned it into his marionette. He then used its eyes to observe the surroundings. Almost at the same time, Konas Kilgore appeared. After this demigod left Mager Manor, he immediately distorted the distance and quickly arrived by the bank of the Tussock River. He prepared himself to cross it. The cockroach watched quietly without any reaction. He's heading for the south bank of the Tussock River. What does he want to do? Does he have the preference of hunting in the suburbs so that he can attempt to conceal such actions? He also introduced Mager Manor to me for this reason. Klein lay in bed and seriously analyzed Konas's actions. After the Mi-9 demigod stepped onto the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein suddenly recalled a matter. Back when he escaped the underground ruins wherein Zangwill and company were, he appeared somewhere in the northwest of Backlund. This was the south bank of the Tussock River, making it rather close to where Mager Manor was. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly switched positions with his valet, Anuni, who was in the opposite room, and under a grapevine 150 meters from the manor's main building, a slowly crawling centipede suddenly stiffened before it relaxed. Almost at the same time, its body vanished from its location. Dwayne Dante in his blue and white checkered pajamas had appeared. Klein had swapped places with his marionette again. He decided to use this method to secretly tail Konas Kilgore and figure out where he was going or what he was planning on doing. Although he could only move 150 meters a time, and it took 2 to 3 seconds in between moves, due to the process of turning the target into a marionette, this was more concealed compared to flaming jump or teleport. It made it difficult for Konas Kilgore to detect him. After all, he was dealing with a demigod. Even in domains where one's spiritual intuition wasn't the best, a demigod wasn't to be underestimated. By the same logic, Klein didn't rely on creeping hunger to hide in the shadows. This was because it was relatively slow even though it concealed him rather well. It was impossible for him to catch up to the demigod. Under the dark night sky, from Mager Manor to the south bank of the Tussock River, the rats, snakes, spiders, fish that were active in that stretch of land stiffened up and turned sluggish. They were converted into marionettes one after another. With their help, Klein constantly moved without causing a stir. Soon, he arrived at the south bank of the Tussock River, and after catching up to Konas Kilgore, he maintained a distance of 1 kilometer. To a bizarro sorcerer, even if a marionette were to go beyond his range of control, it wouldn't immediately escape from its controlled state or die immediately. Without a bizarro sorcerer's consciousness as a catalyst, this process was rather slow and needed nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that he would lose Anuni, who was lying in bed, while he did his tailing. As long as he returned within 10 minutes, he could continue controlling his marionette. Silently, Klein followed Konas Kilgore as they went upstream. Passing through the dense forest, they climbed up a mountain beside the bank. At this moment, Konas Kilgore, who wasn't wearing a vest or coat, suddenly stopped. He checked his surroundings and widened the range of his search as though he was trying to claim his territory. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately switched places with his marionettes and retreated repeatedly, pulling away to a distance of nearly 3 kilometers from the deputy director of Mi-9. At this moment, he gave up control of the marionettes ahead of him. The death of a few bugs wouldn't incur any suspicion. This was all too common in the outskirts and in the forests. King of the Five Seas Nast can create a fighting environment that's favorable for him. Will Konas Kilgore, who's also a Black Emperor pathway demigod, have the ability to demarcate such a region? He can change, boost, and use certain rules and make whoever tails him expose themselves without being able to hide? It's very possible. Klein warily took out a gold coin he placed in his pajama pocket. He ran it through his fingers and flipped it. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength and didn't produce a flicking sound. The gold coin flew up in silence and landed in his palm. Without needing to look down, the gold coin's face was naturally reflected in his mind. It was heads. This meant that the anomaly ahead contained extreme danger. as expected of a demigod. Such abilities sure are enviable. However, do you think you can avoid my tailing? Klein scoffed inwardly and found an abnormally secluded spot and made himself turn into Gehrman Sparrow. Following that, he clasped his hands and pressed it to his mouth, whispering, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rörsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua." After praying, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He sat at the fool's seat and beckoned for the bone scepter with blue gems embedded at its tip. Then, with the help of his prayer, he utilized the sea god scepters responding to believers and saw the area around Gehrman Sparrow. He then raised his field of view and took in the surrounding area. Using this as the origin, he expanded his vision to 5 nautical miles. This was the limit of what the sea god scepter could observe with the help of its believers. And this way, the area where Jonas Klein had designated, one that no object could escape his notice, appeared in Klein's vision. In the dock area inside a warehouse with plenty of goods. "Love?" After Trissy chuckled. Her figure grew faint as though she was bathed in the luster of a lake at night. In the blink of an eye, Trissy, who had been bound tightly with layers of silk by demoness of unaging Katarina Pell, turned into an illusory mirror. It was a full-body mirror taller than a person. Aqueous light shimmered within as a ghostly halo grew out of it, as though it was a door leading to another world. At that moment, it didn't reflect the scene in front of it. Instead, it outlined a room. The room was dimly lit. The bed and furniture had been diced up into countless small pieces which were scattered everywhere. Only the central region was spick and span. Trissy stood there wearing a dark black dress. Her hair cascaded down smoothly as it fluttered in the wind, accentuating her face's abnormal fairness. She looked like a female ghost as spoken in folktales. She wasn't actually present and was using the illusory mirror to project her figure and strength remotely. It was as though everything was real. Therefore, she wasn't flustered at all when she was being controlled and hunted. Upon seeing this scene, Katarina Pell, who wore simple and holy white robes, didn't hesitate to let out a shriek. Invisible waves quickly spread out as her hair flared up, each strand clear and distinct. They were thick and dyed with a grayish-white color. The illusory full-body mirror suddenly vibrated and shook as though it was on the brink of breaking apart. And in the messy room it reflected, the fragments of the bed, desk, and chairs turned grayish-white, losing their luster as though they were rocks. The brownish-yellow floor in front of Trissy turned into grayish-white rocks as it quickly extended towards the only human in the room like a surging tidal wave. Trissy didn't attempt to resist as she turned around and waved her hand back while leaping towards the open window. In midair, invisible spider webs that belonged to her phased into existence. They turned dark as they spread towards the grayish-white colors. At the same time, the dark and profound full-body mirror produced one crack after another. Amidst illusory shattering sounds, it broke apart and vanished. However, before the full-body mirror completely vanished, the grayish-white colors receded in a strange manner inside the petrified room, materializing into a figure. The figure wore a simple, holy white robe and had luscious raven-black hair. She looked both mature and innocent, as though she had a pair of profound and childlike blue eyes. She was demoness of unaging Katarina, who had just been inside the warehouse a moment ago. Viscount Stratford could no longer see the situation inside the opposite room once the ghostly glow dissipated. He retracted his gaze and cast it onto Charmaine. He wore a mixed look in his eyes before he recovered. Trissy really was patient. To deal with me, she actually spent months to nurture a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head with a chuckle. What did she want you to gain from me? At that moment, with Trissy's connection being severed, the spider webs around Charmaine had loosened. They were unable to bind her and restrict her freedom. This beautiful girl wore a blank expression as she replied with a vacant look in her eyes. She wanted me to know who you are truly loyal to. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford to say a word, she asked hesitantly, her eyes making it obvious that she had difficulty finding the words. How many of those promises that you made to me were real? Viscount Stratford was taken aback before he chuckled. "You're probably the most silly and most naive demoness I've ever met." Charmaine's expression froze on her face as the glimmer in her eyes that she found so hard to regain faded bit by bit. Outside the warehouse, Zio and Furs were hiding in the shadows, observing the silent target area. They had followed Viscount Stratford here. Their patience had paid off, as they discovered this captain of the Royal Guards secretly leaving his mansion in the dead of the night, rushing to the dock area near the Backland Bridge. Using Zio's power as a sheriff, they followed him all the way here by keeping a huge distance between them. They had also confirmed that he had entered the warehouse in front of them. In addition, they also sensed that Viscount Stratford's condition had worsened as though he had been injured. "Actually, we had the opportunity to take action while on our way here." Furs looked at the warehouse's entrance and murmured. Zio replied without looking at her. "But you said it yourself that you have a nagging feeling that things aren't that simple and wanted to wait. This might be the intuition of an astrologer. It might also be an act of procrastination." Furs replied in a self-deprecating manner. They didn't say anything more as silence ruled once more. They continued waiting patiently. At this moment, a pitch-black flame was ignited on the rammed earth in front of them. The strange flames rapidly dispersed and kept close to the ground as it swept away. It then outlined a row of Loanese text. "This is the chance you've been longing for." Zio's and Furs's pupils dilated at the same time. Then, they looked at each other, at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Furs finally couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Zio hesitated when she heard Furs's question. "We were discovered." They had said something similar before, but they were repeating it again now. However, it didn't have the same meaning. Previously, it was referring to being discovered by the Guardian or Monitor when she recognized Sherman. Now, the crux of the matter was that their choice and corresponding actions were expected and arranged by the person behind the scenes. They had no secrets to speak of. This meant that the chance that Zio had been longing for might have really appeared, but what lay behind this matter was inconceivable. If we follow the intention behind this message, the final outcome will depend on whether she has good intentions, but that's not something under our control, Zio added from a rational angle. The reason why she had used she to represent the person behind the scenes was because she had recalled the fragrance she smelled when she lost Sherman the other time. Furs listened quietly and nodded in agreement. "Yes, we're too passive in this matter. The best option is to leave this place." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the warehouse. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything further. She was reminded of the possible situation Sherman was in, and she suspected that he was in grave danger. However, she deliberately ignored it in the end and didn't mention it. To her, Sherman was a person who existed in Zio's descriptions. He was no different from a character in a novel. If she had the strength and opportunity to save him in passing, she was willing to do so, but to bear the risk because of that and allow her friend to be rash, putting her life in danger, was definitely not something within her considerations. Zio nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave now. However, the person who left that comment definitely wouldn't be happy to see us do so. She will definitely hinder us. Let's do it this way. We'll escape in different directions and make that person choose one person. Whoever successfully leaves this area will immediately cause a commotion and attract the official Beyonders." "Why don't we directly cause a commotion here?" Furs subconsciously raised a question. "It will definitely be stopped or foiled." Zio gave her excuse. Furs nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense. All right, let's..." Zio didn't say another word as she took out her transparent, nearly invisible triangular blade. With her back bent, she leaped out of her hiding spot and ran out of the harbor amidst the shadows. The triangular blade was a mystical item she had spent 500 pounds through Mam Hermit to get the artisan to forge with the ancient wraith's powder and remnant spirituality. It was called Wintry Blade. Anyone hit by this weapon, even if it were a gentle touch, would be frozen stiff. They would even lose control of their thoughts as though they were possessed by a wraith. At the same time, once the battle continued, Wintry Blade's enemies would gradually have their thoughts turn sluggish and their actions become rigid and dull, even if they didn't touch the triangular blade. And wintry blade's negative effects wasn't that terrifying. Furthermore, there was only one. The wielder would slowly lose their body temperature and transform into an undead. Once a certain time limit was exceeded, this process would become irreversible. Therefore, Zio had recently enjoyed jogging more or riding a bicycle at lightning speeds to generate heat to resist the loss of temperature. But even so, she had only managed to extend the time it took before she kept wintry blade away from her body from 3 hours to 4 hours. After running a certain distance, Zio turned back and realized that Furs had already passed through a wall and departed. She had vanished from where they were hiding. After staring for 2 seconds, Zio bit her lip and suddenly turned around and changed direction. She headed straight for the warehouse. Soon, she arrived beside her destination, but she wasn't in a rush to enter. She looked up and observed the area above her, seemingly trying to find another passageway, one that was less noticeable to the people inside. At that moment, her keen senses made her turn her head and see a figure appear around the corner of the wall. The figure wore a black dress with a head of brown, curly hair. She had a pair of light blue eyes. It was none other than Furs Wall. "Didn't you leave?" Despite being surprised, Zio didn't forget to lower her voice. Furs curled her lips and said, "Weren't you fleeing too?" Zio was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she asked, "How did you notice it? You didn't even mention Sherman." "That's completely unlike you. I've already prepared a reason to persuade you," Furs quickly replied. Zio was taken aback as she said with a complicated expression, "You didn't have to come back." Furs ignored her and pressed on the wall of the warehouse and said, "If we keep talking, perhaps we will no longer need to be stumped because it would already be over." "Man, I actually didn't think of such a good idea just now. I should have immediately insisted on going with you to save her. You definitely would have persuaded me otherwise and would think of doing it yourself. If we repeated the conversation a few times, everything would have ended on its own." Zio gave her friend a look and, without any hesitation, stood by her side with wintry blade in hand. Furs immediately flipped Lamino's travels and augmented her friend with beyond her powers. Then, she put away the spellbook and grabbed Zio's shoulder with one hand, pressing the other on the wall again. While Zio was waiting for door opening, she realized that Furs hadn't immediately used her powers. This best-selling author took a deep breath and quickly said, "After entering, we'll hide and observe. After confirming that there's a chance to do something, we'll take action. If there's really no chance, or if we can't seize an opportunity for sure, we'll leave as soon as possible. That way, we can at least avenge Sherman and not be buried alive with him. Only by being alive will all kinds of possibilities open up for us." Zio immediately nodded and replied in a stern manner, "Okay." Furs wanted to say a few more words, but considering how she had wasted some time and couldn't afford to waste any more time, she opened the illusory door and passed through the wall with Zio, coming behind a row of wooden crates. With her no longer being a greenhorn in such operations, she instinctively crouched down and pulled out Lamino's travels and flipped to a particular page. Zio similarly didn't dash in. She bent down and moved her eyes to a gap between the crates and observed the empty region. The female-looking Sherman was sitting on a wooden crate without any signs of anger. Her brown hair was gently fluttering in the wind, and standing in front of her was Viscount Stratford. This captain of the Royal Guards tightened his collar and was surveying the area, a mystery as to what he was looking for. "Unfortunately, you're only a demoness. Don't worry, I will let you die without any pain. You will be completely purified." As he spoke, he took out an item from his inner pocket. Zio used her enhanced vision from the interrogator potion, and she clearly identified the item. It was a cross accessory covered in bronze. There were a few sharp, jagged protrusions, looking as though it had once impaled someone. Its style and characteristics were things that the various nations in the Fifth Epoch's northern continent didn't possess. It exuded ancient vibes. "Very good. You know that resistance is futile," Viscount Stratford said as he pressed one of the fingers he used to hold the bronze cross onto the spike. His bright red blood immediately flowed out and was absorbed by the spike, seeping into the object. The mottled bronze on the cross's surface disintegrated, revealing a corporeal form beneath that was a blob of light. In just a second or two, the item Viscount Stratford held had turned into a resplendent cross. It emitted a pure and flawless glow, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormally bright manner. The wooden crate's shadows quickly receded as the dark splotches on the wall evaporated like water. Beside Charmaine, the countless spider webs that originally belonged to Trissy floated up and struggled in the fire, melting in just mere seconds. The light grew brighter, but they weren't blinding. Black flames burst out of Charmaine's body along with crystalline ice. They turned dim, transparent, and eventually vanished under the illumination. Within the range of the resplendent cross, there weren't any traces of evil or abnormalities present. Not 1 inch of darkness remained. Seeing Sherman's expression slowly distort, Zio couldn't help but shoot Furs a glance. She could clearly sense the terror of the resplendent cross, and she was beginning to waver about saving her. Furs also noticed what was happening and pointed to Lamino's travels. She raised her left index finger and whispered into Zio's ear, "There's only one chance. I will work hard to create it for you. If it's not successful, or if you can't be certain of it, we will give up." Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded solemnly. Furs immediately straightened her body and flipped Lamino's travels to the charred yellow page. This page was filled with complicated, twisted, indescribable symbols and labels. It gave one the feeling of a strong gust of wind. Sailor Pathway's demigod power, Hurricane. After observing her surroundings once again and confirming that there weren't any other enemies, Furs's gaze penetrated through the gap in between the wooden crates and locked onto Viscount Stratford. She then slid her finger gently across the charred yellow page. With an exploding whoosh, a visible hurricane soared up beneath Viscount Stratford's feet and rushed upwards. The captain of the Royal Guards wasn't able to maintain his balance from this sudden attack. He was lifted up by the hurricane and was slammed into the warehouse's ceiling. Boom! The warehouse's ceiling was torn apart by the hurricane as portions of it collapsed. Some of the fragments spun around amidst the wind as they flew higher and higher. Viscount Stratford nearly fainted from being slammed, and he failed to hold onto the resplendent cross, allowing it to fly out of his palm. When the spike with a sliver of his blood left his finger, the mottled bronze covered the cross's surface once more. The flawless light vanished in turn. Upon seeing this, Zio didn't hesitate to rush out of her hiding spot. Her eyes first reflected Viscount Stratford's figure before 2 blinding bolts of lightning lit up. Psychic piercing. Amidst the violent hurricane, Viscount Stratford was like a helpless leaf that was pitifully thrown about as though he could be torn to pieces at any moment. In this state, he couldn't react at all, much less speak. All he could do was rely on a disciplinary paladin's powerful body to barely hold on, hoping that he wouldn't lose a limb or head inside this terrifying hurricane. He originally believed that the hunt had succeeded and that Trissy's capture was at hand. Furthermore, he was extremely certain that his target didn't have helpers. Hence, all his attention was focused on Charmaine. To his surprise, he suddenly became the prey and fell into a trap without any prior warning. Upon realizing that the hurricane was beginning to weaken, and that he had only suffered some damage from the impact and didn't receive any fatal wounds, Viscount Stratford hurriedly tried to regain control of his body in preparation for the upcoming battle. At that moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his head which felt as though a sharp dagger had been impaled into it before being twisted a few times. This feeling was something that Viscount Stratford felt was both familiar and unfamiliar. This was because, although he had never experienced it directly before, he had attempted it on several targets to observe their reactions. This was one of the beyonder powers he was most proficient with. Psychic piercing. Bang! Upon being attacked, Viscount Stratford, who had failed to adjust his physical state, slammed into the ground hard as the bronze cross loudly fell several meters away. Tap, tap, tap. Zio held Wintry Blade and took a huge stride, dashing straight for Viscount Stratford, who was struggling to get up. As for Furs, She had already flipped through Lamino's travels and flipped it open to a page that resembled a goatskin parchment. As her fingers slid across the page, Viscount Stratford's shadows, which had surfaced once again, came to life, condensing into black chains that wrapped around its target, binding him tightly. Viscount Stratford, who had just managed to catch his breath and become alert, still hadn't had the opportunity to choose the target for his punishment and apply certain restrictions when he once again lost his freedom. Even his mouth was bound by a shadow chain. Abyss chains. It was abyss chains from the Sanguine or Moon Pathways mid-sequence Beyonders. Furs had used it once and was rather fond of this Beyonder power. She found it very useful, so she had spent gold pounds to get Mr. Moon, who had become a Viscount, to record it. Bang! At this moment, Viscount Stratford suddenly unleashed power that surpassed his previous strength, tearing the shadow chains apart. He had chosen the bindings, restricting him to be the target of punishment. But at that moment, Zio had already rushed in front of him like a high-speed train, thrusting that transparent triangular blade. Amidst a splotching sound, the wintry blade stabbed into the target's abdomen. Viscount Stratford's body stiffened once again as his eyes glazed over as though he had turned into an ice sculpture. Zio released her hand and allowed Wintry Blade to remain stabbed into the stomach of the captain of the Royal Guards, seemingly hoping that the wraith which might have existed on the weapon would continue possessing her target and forcibly bring him under control. Right on the heels of that, she swung her arm and slammed a punch right below Viscount Stratford's ear. After 2 heavy blows, Viscount Stratford fainted without even letting out a grunt. His stiff body collapsed once again. After completing this strike, Zio left her back to Furs and immediately moved past the staggering Viscount Stratford, who had Wintry Blade in his stomach, and dashed to Sherman, who remained sitting on a wooden crate. Furs flipped through Lamino's travels once again, using other Beyonder powers to add another layer of restrictions onto Viscount Stratford's body. Then, she walked out of the row of wooden crates she had been hiding behind and first approached that bronze ancient cross. The scene she saw made her suspect that it was an item at the demigod level. In the parlance of official Beyonders, it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. And with Viscount Stratford carrying and using it, she believed that the negative effects of the cross weren't that direct. She could attempt to pick it up. Of course, as a former astrologer, Furs took out the pure crystal ball as she walked, quickly doing a divination. There are no problems. Furs glanced at the outcome and quickened her pace. At this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of Sherman. Looking at this friend who had turned rather beautiful, she was momentarily at a loss for words. To her, Sherman's condition was in a terrible state. This demoness hair was floating up with each strand turning thick as if they were tiny snakes. On the ends of the tiny snakes, some had eyes or mouths. They appeared extremely bizarre and terrifying. On Sherman's face, a black paint-like mysterious pattern suffused out of her skin and was rapidly spreading across her body. Her slightly vacant eyes quickly reflected Zio as she gradually recovered her spirit and, along with that, also came a little confusion and pain. She opened her mouth and stuttered, "Zio, I'm in so much pain." Zio's vision instantly blurred. Although she was still lacking in many of the details regarding the mysterious world's general knowledge, since the Tarot Club's discussion was just way over her head, and the information she got from MI9 was mostly about secret organizations, she still knew quite a bit about losing control. Among unaffiliated Beyonders, it was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, Zio knew that Sherman was beginning to lose control. It was irreversible, and the situation would only worsen. Sherman seemed to sense her state as she gasped for breath, revealing a weak smile. She said with difficulty, "Kill me. I've done too many unspeakable sins. I've also obtained what I've wanted." Zio's tears dripped down. Without hesitation, she flipped her hand, drawing her backup weapon, an ordinary revolver. She then placed the revolver at Sherman's forehead. Sherman smiled as a mesmerizing charm appeared in her eyes once again. Call me Shermaine. Shermaine." Zio couldn't help but frown as tears brimmed in her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. She repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets inside. Fresh flowers bloomed at once, red and beautiful. Furs pursed her lips unknowingly when she saw this. After 2 seconds, she let out a long sigh. She bent down and reached out for the bronze cross. Just as her fingers touched the item, it felt like she had touched fire. It was hot and scalding, hot enough to burn the soul. Furs instinctively retracted her hand, feeling alarmed and puzzled. She remembered that Viscount Stratford had never acted in such a manner before. As her thoughts raced, Furs glanced at Viscount Stratford and kicked the bronze cross towards the nearby Zio. "Give it a try. Also, we have to leave immediately. The commotion from earlier will definitely attract the official Beyonders. Also, who knows what the person who left the message will do." Zio, with her reddened eyes, didn't say a word. She bent down and picked up the bronze cross. She didn't feel any sense of discomfort the entire time. Furs didn't ask why as she walked to the stiff Viscount Stratford's body and warily looked around. After Zio put away the bronze cross, she picked up Charmaine's corpse and returned to Viscount Stratford's side. "That item is very precious. His status is also very important. We'll definitely be the targets of the royal family's pursuit efforts. We need to do some interference." Furs looked down at Viscount Stratford as she muttered to herself in thought. She quickly made a decision. She raised her hands, lowered her head, and began piously chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. She didn't believe that them giving up the bronze cross would stop the royal family from pursuing them due to being perceived to have lower priority. Therefore, without any hesitation, she prayed to Mr. Fool for help. To her, sacrificing the item to Mr. Fool was better than staying there. Almost at the same time, she saw a holy angel with 12 pairs of fiery wings. A phantom projected out of the angel as it descended from the sky, wrapping her and Zio in layers of flaming wings. Once this was over, Furs was just about to say something when she felt her body quiver. She felt a particular sense of horror and evil permeate from the void. Her eyes focused as she didn't hesitate to crouch down, reaching out her hands and grabbing Zio and Viscount Stratford's calf. At the same time, the final dark green stone with burn marks on her bracelet emitted a blue and illusory light. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of Furs, Zio, Viscount Stratford, and Charmaine turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. In seconds, they left the docks area and appeared on the outskirts of St. George Borough. During this process, Furs had even used her Beyonder power as a scribe to record traveling.m. After observing her surroundings and confirming that there was no one around since they were in the forests, Furs released Zio and Viscount Stratford and straightened her body. With the blessings of Mr. Fool's angel, there shouldn't be much danger. The person who left the message won't be able to lock onto us. Furs heaved a sigh of relief before saying with a lingering sense of fear, "The person who descended upon us towards the end was definitely a saint. Thankfully, we quickly escaped." Zio gently lowered Charmaine's corpse and said in thought, "If the person who left the message was monitoring Charmaine, then she might have already found out where we live. We can't return there." "Yes, we need to change our residence," Furs said with great experience. Then, she cast her gaze at the unconscious Viscount Stratford. "You can interrogate him now. Make every second count." As she spoke, she handed Laymanos Travels to Zio and exhorted, "There's telepathy on it and it's used with candlelight. Also, start with the simple and unimportant questions to lower his resistance." Zio received the spellbook with a solemn expression. However, her wrist trembled, unable to hold Laymanos Travels. "Pa!" The bronze notebook dropped onto the ground as Zio said with a frown, "It's like fire." Furs had the same experience earlier, so after some thought, she said, "Throw that cross away and try again." Zio followed her suggestion and successfully picked up Laymanos Travels. "It cannot be held with other mystical items," Furs said with a nod when she saw this. Zio didn't harp on this problem as she quickly prepared a lit candle. Then, she drew Wintry Blade and relieved Viscount Stratford from his stiff and dazed state. After the captain of the Royal Guards gradually awakened, she triggered the corresponding page in the notebook. Viscount Stratford instantly fell into confusion, and only the faint candlelight remained in his eyes. "Why did Charmaine try to approach you?" Zio asked the question she had just thought of. Viscount Stratford replied blankly, "She was investigating who I'm loyal to." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively asked, "Who are you really loyal to?" Viscount Stratford slowly said, "His Majesty, of course." She found it inexplicable that Charmaine would deliberately approach this captain of the royal guards just to investigate where his loyalties lay. This didn't seem to be something of great importance or value. As for Viscount Stratford's answer, it was very normal and without any faults. Charmaine paid with her life for such an answer? Zio originally wished to press for the reason behind Charmaine's investigation of such a trivial matter, but she immediately realized that it might involve key intel too soon. It might cause Viscount Stratford, who hadn't entered the necessary state, to put up resistance, so she gradually held back her instinctive urge. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know Mason Deer?" "Yes," Viscount Stratford answered blankly. Zio Dericha continued asking rather simple and unimportant questions. "Who is he?" "He's the former captain of the Royal Guards," Viscount Stratford answered simply without elaborating. At this moment, Furs didn't listen to the telepathy at such a superficial layer. She took out the pure crystal ball and placed it in Zio's pocket. After transferring her items, she bent down once again and carefully attempted to pick up the bronze cross. This time, amidst her trembling fingers, the soul-burning feeling didn't assault her. It allowed her to easily pick up the spiky item. As expected, this cross cannot coexist with other mystical items. I still have Moon Paper figurine and the remnant spirituality of the ancient wraiths, but it didn't react. This means that it can coexist with items that don't contain Beyonder characteristics, but won't resist spirituality and strength. If that's the case, will it also reject the Beyonder characteristic within my body? But it doesn't seem obvious. This is its other negative side effect, and it requires some time before it shows signs. Furs had a general idea about this ancient bronze cross. She then warily stored it away in a bag that contained all kinds of ritual materials. After doing this, Furs looked down at the silver bracelet on her wrist. She confirmed that it was completely empty and was without any accessories hanging from it. She had used up all 5 stones that allowed her to use teleport. However, Furs no longer felt as anxious as before. Although she believed that the full moon ravings would become clearer and more terrifying with the usage of each stone, she also knew that with Mr. Fool's help, this wasn't a problem. Over the past year, if not for her need to spend some time above the gray fog during every full moon or blood moon, she would have almost forgotten that she was suffering the torment from the full moon ravings. I hope that the curse will be lifted one day. After retracting her gaze from the dull silver bracelet, Furs couldn't help but sigh. She then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool in her heart. No matter what his real goal is, he has rescued me time and time again. It hasn't only been from the full moon ravings. This cross's level doesn't seem low. I wonder if Mr. Fool will be interested and is willing to accept my sacrifice. I didn't have any good items or news to repay him for his benevolence. I finally see an opportunity. This is a common spoil of war. I only own half of it. I wonder if Mr. Fool is willing to accept a sacrifice that I only have half the rights to. No, Zio has also been rescued by Mr. Fool before. Perhaps it might please Mr. Fool. If he is satisfied, he might produce a few Beyonder powers and allow me to record them in Lamino's travels. No, Lamino's travels might not be able to record a deity's powers. It won't be able to withstand Mr. Fool's powers. The powers of the angels under him will do too. No, I can't be too greedy. I'll be satisfied if Mr. World can demonstrate some of his powers for me to record. Furz's thoughts wandered as she had expectations akin to a dream. This was the instinct of a best-selling author. As for why she didn't expect anything else other than the recording of Beyonder powers, it was because she realized today how important and terrifying Beyonder powers at the demigod level were. If Lamino's travels didn't have Hurricane recorded, she and Zio might not have been able to capture Viscount Stratford. They might not even succeed in escaping. Even if she didn't include the Bronze Cross, Viscount Stratford himself was a rather powerful beyonder. If he hadn't been injured by hurricane in the beginning and left dizzy from the fall, their sneak attacks might not have reached this level of success. There was a high chance that they might suffer a counterattack. Of course, separating the resplendent cross from Viscount Stratford was key to the victory of this brief battle tonight. And again, this was all thanks to Hurricane. On careful thought, if we switch to a less pressing situation, and if the Bronze Cross and the demigod powers in the notebook were excluded, Zio and I might have a chance of defeating Viscount Stratford together. We might even have quite good odds. The Beyonder powers recorded in the notebook are varied, and when put together, they're truly powerful. Together with Zio's psychic piercing and the effects of Wintry Blade, in a head-on battle, it's reasonable for Viscount Stratford to be defeated if he doesn't have any special mystical items. A living scribe with rich experience is actually this powerful. The more first thought, the stranger she felt. She realized that she had become rather formidable. Back when they were dealing with the ancient Wraith, she had already come to a similar conclusion. And this time, their enemy, Viscount Stratford, was the captain of the royal guards of the lone royal family. He was at least sequence 6 and was probably sequence 5. Furthermore, he wielded an item at the demigod level. The level of his strength was clear, so this immediately allowed Furs to benchmark her level in the world of Beyonders. Although their victory mainly stemmed from a sneak attack, a successful one was also a manifestation of one's strength. I'm already a scribe. With a good combination of powers, together with Lamino's travels, I'm already a rather strong sequence 5. The only problem is that I lack experience. As Furs reflected poignantly, she cast her gaze at Zio and Viscount Stratford, continuing to listen to their questions and answers. At this moment, Zio's question had already reached a rather key topic that could easily result in resistance. How did Mason Deer die? After asking this question, Zio's expression suddenly turned complicated and expectant. She was also in a dilemma, feeling pangs of excitement and fear. This was a question she wished to ask 8 years ago. In these nearly 3,000 days, she had been constantly searching for an answer. But she was also afraid that the answer wasn't something she expected. She was afraid that her father was really involved in a mutiny and thus was executed, marring his reputation. Viscount Stratford didn't immediately answer Zio's question. He seemed to struggle before saying, he discovered His Majesty's secret and tried informing the 3 churches but failed. He was executed on the spot. Zio fell into a daze for a few seconds before finally confirming the answer she received. Although this answer shocked her, it made the heart in her mouth sink back to its original position as she calmed down. Secret? His Majesty's secret? She muttered softly to herself and asked in a pressing tone, what secret? Furs, who was beside her, was also shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. She never expected things to develop to this stage. At that moment, Viscount Stratford's facial muscles visibly contorted. It took him a great deal of effort to say a few words. That secret is... Suddenly, his body jerked violently. His confused eyes regained their luster. Right on the heels of that, his body collapsed from the most minute part, instantly transforming into a ball of fireworks. The blood-red fireworks soared into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night sky as they were reflected in Furs's and Zio's eyes. Having experienced this previously, Furs didn't waste any time after her eyes momentarily blanked out. She immediately crouched down and grabbed Shermane's corpse and Zio's calf. Their figures swiftly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot, teleporting to the southern area of the bridge. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, saw the fireworks that stained the sky red. Back when Furs prayed to him, he had happened to be inside the magnificent palace observing Konas Kilgore's actions. He conveniently took in the red priest card and used the paper figurine he cut, stirred the powers of the mysterious space, and gave a response. During this process, he discovered that the person lying next to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment was Viscount Stratford. This was one of the targets he had placed great importance on. Although he hadn't investigated him personally, he knew that there was something wrong with him. He knew that Demoness Trissy was targeting him, so he had remembered his appearance and characteristics at a ball. Klein didn't know what the two Tarot Club members were up to, but since it involved Viscount Stratford, he definitely didn't write off its importance. He directly observed what subsequently happened to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment through the Crimson Stars. After advancing to a demigod and obtaining even more authorities, he didn't need the Tarot Club members to pray to directly observe their vicinity via the Crimson Star. This was similar to specially marking out believers, but Klein had always held great restraint towards that and had never attempted it. This made him hear Zio's and Viscount Stratford's conversation. And since he knew the underlying truth, he knew very well what the true meaning and importance of who he was loyal to was. Combined with the discovery of the king's secret by the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Deer, and how his attempt to inform the three churches failed, Klein already had a guess. He suspected that the greatest culprit behind the Great Smog of Backlund was the Lone Kingdom's king, George III. Inside the palace above the grey fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, looked at the Black Emperor card and the Tyrant card on the table in front of him with a heavy look. Although Viscount Stratford's answer could only prove that King George III hid a great secret, had played a crucial role in the Great Smog of Backlund, and was highly likely to be a mass murderer, it couldn't be said that he had spearheaded everything and was the true mastermind. After all, he might only be a puppet. But to Klein this was already enough. The target was clear, and he had clues to investigate what they were planning. Seeing that Miss Magician and Miss Judgment had left the area where the abnormality had happened and were practically safe, Klein retracted his gaze and continued to observe the actions of MI9 Deputy Director, Konas Kilgore, via prayer vision. After a while, after securing the territory and confirming that no one was tailing him, Konas Kilgore walked to a mountain wall and took out an object. His entire body was tainted with a ghostly blue glow as he gradually became hazy and blurry. Then, he disappeared into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. A rather special form of traveling via a corporeal ritual or item that allows him to teleport from point to point within a very short distance. Back when I came out from the underground ruins where Insangwal was, I also passed through a similar door. Yes, this place isn't too far from the mountain where Mr. A pursued me. This setup needs a very suitable and secretive region. Without having any permission from the interior, just holding onto an activation item might not have any effect. And once something happens, destroying the corresponding ritual can prevent enemies from entering and stop them from finding the exact location. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Combining the information which Viscount Stratford had just revealed, he had come to the initial conclusion that the king's secret and the ploy by the three factions were all hidden deep within the underground ruins. As long as one entered, the truth would be obtained through a careful investigation. However, the difficulty in performing the investigations became apparent the more he thought about it. He had to first obtain the corresponding item and, using his disguise as a faceless to fool the guards, he would teleport in. None of these steps were easy. According to Rhodes, Konas Kilgore wasn't just a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, he also possessed a rather powerful sealed artifact. Even if Klein had made preparations, his odds of defeating the Brigadier General of MI9 wasn't too high if he didn't seek the help of angels, much less finish him off in a stealthy manner without anyone realizing it. Furthermore, there were many difficulties in getting the help of an angel, as all of them had their own extenuating circumstances that prevented them from agreeing. Even if I take down Konas Kilgore without drawing the attention of anyone, I have to consider the danger that stems from entering. Based on what previously happened, it's impossible for them to not be on guard against a faceless cooperation effort between the king, the psychology alchemists, and the demonist sect guarantees that their ploy is significant. It's extremely possible that there's an angel within the underground ruins. Klein frowned as he was at a loss for a reliable angle for investigation. He tapped the edge of the long modeled table and decided to break out of the confines of his original thoughts and consider it from a different angle. A few seconds later, a flash of inspiration came to him. Why do I want to complete all these steps by myself? The king's secret and plans are likely detrimental to the three churches of Storm, Evernight, and Steam. Otherwise, the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Deer, wouldn't have attempted to inform the three churches. As a blessed of the Evernight goddess, at least for now, isn't it obvious what I should be doing? This can also count towards my contributions to exchange for the scholar of your potion formula. In an instant, Klein's thoughts became extremely clear. He left the area above the gray fog without any hesitation and returned to the real world. Dressed in blue and white checkered pajamas, Gehrman Sparrow raised his hands once more and made a prayer gesture. He chanted in ancient Hermes, the Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence. This time, Klein didn't hold a ritual because he wasn't praying for a bestowment or response. All he wanted was to simply describe what Viscount Stratford had said, as well as his observations regarding Conas Kilgore. Therefore, a direct prayer was sufficient. After praying, Klein exhaled and stood in a remote area of the woods, patiently awaiting the possible developments. In less than a minute, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, like a quickly sketched portrait. The newcomer was dressed in a simple robe. By the figure's waist was a belt made of tree bark. Long hair cascaded down as the figure was barefoot. She had a pair of dark and serene eyes, and she was none other than the highest-ranking archbishop and leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, Ariana. Good evening, Ma'am Ariana. Klein bowed without any hint of surprise. Ariana glanced at him and returned the greeting. Good evening. She didn't make any small talk as she directly asked, Conas Kilgore is nearby? Yes. Less than 10 kilometers away. Klein pointed in the direction. He has already used an item to vanish from his place. What should we do next? Ariana nodded slightly and said, wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to capture him. Isn't that too direct? You look quiet and plain, a cultured person, no angel. Why are you so aggressive? If Conas Kilgore didn't head for the underground ruins and had gone to some other secret base, or if he wasn't too deeply involved in the king's ploys, to have the church's archbishop taking action on MI9's top brass would definitely be breaking news. The kingdom's fracturing would only worsen. Klein was momentarily unsure how he should respond to Ariana. Although he would definitely attack Conas Kilgore if he handled the matter himself, since the latter's involvement in the slave trade and the silencing of others was enough reason. The problem was that a demigod of a secret organization attacking a military top brass and an Orthodox Church's archbishop attacking a military top brass was two completely different matters. As though sensing Klein's thoughts, Ariana calmly explained, you will be the one taking action, not me. Klein was a little unused to her style. Ariana continued, I will create a concealed world for you and provide you the necessary assistance. Battle in a concealed state? Fight with the help of an angel? Klein nodded with a thought. Then where shall the ambush be? Ariana answered succinctly, in your mager manner. I share the same thoughts, but I didn't want to say it myself. Klein took a deep breath and exhaled. The choice for the ambush location stemmed from very simple logic. It was to do it when Conas Kilgore was in his most relaxed and defenseless state. Without a doubt, once Conas finishes his secret mission and returns to Mager Manor, he would believe that the most risky matters of the night were over. He wouldn't have his guard up. For the same reason, if the king's secret and ploy was of utmost importance, it was possible for an angel to be watching over him while he returned from the underground ruins. Once he suffered an attack, the angel would be able to immediately respond. And only when Conas returned to his normal daily routine would the monitoring be retracted. After all, there were only a limited number of angels, so it was impossible for them to be so free. Thankfully, I used the most covert method of tailing him, and the distance was far enough. From the looks of it, Ma'am Ariana didn't place the responsibility of the battle onto me to avoid the risk and reduce the negative effects, but because maintaining a concealed state and preventing the existence inside the underground mints from noticing the battle will drain a great deal of her energy. Amidst his racing thoughts, Klein had a better idea of how he should proceed. At this moment, Ariana added, the concealed world's battle won't damage the real world. That's pretty good. Klein muttered silently and said after some thought, then I need to immediately make some preparations. All right, Ariana calmly replied. She didn't even ask me what preparations I need. I was even prepared to say that I need a change of clothes. As Klein lampooned himself, he looked down at his blue and white checkered pajamas. His left palm quickly turned transparent as he vanished from the spot. Inside Mager Manor, Klein's figure blinked into existence. Maintaining his appearance as Gehrman Sparrow, he quickly changed his clothes and wore a top hat. Following that, he took out a piece of paper and used his finger to write. The tip of his finger spewed out a scarlet flame, leaving charred marks without burning the piece of paper. The charred marks quickly formed a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. With the formation of this symbol, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark as aqueous light rippled. A silver outline appeared, forming one word after another. Exalted Great Master, your loyal and resilient servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Do you have something you would like to ask me? Yes. Klein nodded and looked out the window. What demigod powers and powerful sealed artifacts does Konas Kilgore have? This was something he vaguely knew before. After confirming that Konas Kilgore was a target, he gathered more information and now wished to know more so as to prepare a strategy meant to target Konas. The full-body mirror's silver words warped and squirmed, quickly forming new words. Great Master Konas Kilgore is an Earl of the Fallen. To hide his strength, he wields a sealed artifact that also belongs to the lawyer pathway. However, it also has some of the arbiter pathway's characteristics mixed into it. It's called. The full-body mirror's silver words seemed to have a life of their own as they vanished and reformed. The Concerto of Light and Shadow is a pocket watch. It can restrict certain actions in a particular area, and it can also strip certain beyonder powers from the target. When the two are put together, the limitations that are created far exceed the two types. The Concerto of Light and Shadow is also able to gift certain negative side effects to the target, making him sluggish, eager, avaricious, or lose their fighting spirit, only capable of focusing his attention on money. Apart from these effects, the sealed artifact's wielder would have the ability to distort the target's speech, actions, intentions, and attacks. It can reduce a lethal blow into a serious injury, or it could repel an attack, turning progression into retrogression, escaping into leading a charge. The negative effects of Concerto of Light and Shadow are rather serious. Amongst them, the main negative effect to take note of is that once it's brought into combat, all the beyonder effects produced in a certain region would intermittently experience random anomalies. It wouldn't distinguish between friend or foe, making it hard to control and unpredictable. That also means that lightning strike might still create a bolt of lightning, but it might splash the target with a blast of cold water or summon unknown spirit world creatures. Due to this reason, Konas Kilgore has deliberately sought out a mystical item that can make him sufficiently lucky at critical moments, hoping that the random intermittent effects will benefit himself. It's definitely useful to a certain extent, but it's not that great. Konas Kilgore also has a strange revolver. It originated from an anomaly during an evil god's sacrifice. It's called Rever's Shout of Despair, can shoot without bullets, and each shot possesses immense strength. It can shoot at a rapid pace like a miniature machine gun. Targets who are hit by it will suffer Rever's Shout of Despair before he died. They will suffer different levels of pain, dizziness, and confusion. The biggest problem with the revolver is that the wielder will also hear the shout of despair. It just won't be too frequent. As an Earl of the Fallen, Konas Kilgore no doubt has a qualitative change when it comes to distortion and the unreasonable bestowment. In addition, he can also exploit laws and magnify effects, and use disorder to disrupt order. Exploit can extend certain states for longer periods of time or end it ahead of time. It will make the rules more beneficial to himself. For example, after jumping into midair, the state of being away from the ground can be extended, achieving the effect of floating. Magnify can boost the effects or influence of his actions. It can make an ordinary attack become an execution. It can turn a hug from a distance away into a restriction. Disorder will influence the structure of objects, the standards of measurement, and the accuracy of attacks. It will make a seemingly massive building collapse, causing what seems like a huge distance to be shortened to that of a few paces, as well as allowing attacks that are aimed at him to miss their mark. Through magnify, exploit, and distortion, Beyonders of the lawyer pathway can achieve certain things that only Beyonders of the arbiter pathway can accomplish. Of course, low and mid-sequence Beyonder powers of the lawyer pathway like bribe are equally possessed by an Earl of the Fallen and are even stronger. Great Master, I've finished answering your question. Is that okay? Your answer is like a guidebook. You must have been gathering information from the spirit world while delivering it. Also, must you seek praise even for matters such as this? Klein lampooned and nodded slightly. That's right. After answering Rhodes's question, he quickly got into the zone as he analyzed the powers and traits of the powerful sealed artifact which the demigod, Konas Kilgore, had. An Earl of the Fallen is indeed a sequence for demigod existence. There are qualitative changes in various aspects, be it bestowment, distortion, exploit, and magnify. None of them are easy to deal with. I might suffer if I'm careless. Rather, disorder isn't terrifying. It's basically an enhanced version of the sequence 5 mentor of confusion's power. The concerto of light and shadow does have traits of the arbiter domain. And the most frustrating aspect about it is the negative side effects. To a Beyonder of the seer pathway, my combat style is definitely closer to one of preparation, precision, and control. Once the battle begins, the moves will chain one after another. During this process, if a random deviation were to happen, the entire plan can easily be messed up and not be accomplished. It's very dangerous. As he thought, Klein discovered that the main problem stemmed from the sealed artifact named Concerto of Light and Shadow. As a Beyonder who liked setting up traps for his enemy, Klein didn't wish that after throwing himself into a perilous situation through his painstaking planning and hard work, he would realize that the item would summon a rabbit just as he was using the Fate Siphon charm to switch fates with his target to turn the tables and finish off his opponent. Or perhaps it would turn into fireworks to celebrate the death of the user. Konas Kilgore can reduce the effects by raising his luck, but I can't do it. Fortune or misfortune that's not at the angel level won't be effective on me. However, I have the marionette winner Enuni, Klein thought as he gave Rhodes the second question. How can the intermittent random anomalies of that sealed artifact be avoided? Silver words appeared out of the ripples of the deep mirror, forming a new sentence. There's no need to avoid it. Konas Kilgore just needs to become unlucky. And for this, the demigods of the Evernight pathway are experts. Makes sense? According to the theory of relativity, as long as Konas Kilgore is more unlucky than me, I'll be the lucky one. Ma'am Ariana said that she can provide me with assistance to her. Secretly slipping some misfortune onto Konas Kilgore before creating the concealed state should be very simple and easy. Klein immediately nodded cheerfully. Very good. That's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else. Yes, Master. No problem, Master. Goodbye. Master dash on the full-body mirror's surface was a simple drawing followed by silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein retracted his gaze and quickly simulated the battle that would happen in his mind. Gradually, he came up with an idea, and grabbing onto that flash of inspiration, he proceeded forward in refining it. After having a few tentative plans, Klein walked to the balcony and looked at the garden in the night sky, whispering, "Can you inflict misfortune onto Konas Kilgore before the battle?" After a brief silence, a calm and ordinary female voice rang in his ears. "Yes." "Then it's fine on my side," Klein immediately replied. Tranquility quickly returned to his surroundings. A rather cold breeze blew by, and Klein expressionlessly stared at the manor for a few seconds. Then, he pressed down on his silk hat, pulled the human-skinned glove on his left hand, and drew Death Knell from his underarm holster. Right on the heels of that, he flicked his thumb and made the iron-black revolver cylinder spin. The night grew darker as the crimson moon occasionally tore through the clouds. Mager Manor was completely in a state of deep sleep. At this moment, a figure stealthily came from the Tussock River's south bank, taking 2 to 3 steps to return to his room. He was none other than the deputy director of MI9, Konas Kilgore, who wore a white shirt and black trousers. This demigod with a stout look surveyed the area and didn't notice any abnormalities. He gradually revealed a smile and walked to the bar counter in the guest room. Getting a cup, he picked up a bottle of mager red wine. He prepared to pour some for himself to celebrate the wonderful night. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he looked up abruptly. He saw the buildings with a few grayish-white chimneys suddenly become covered in shadows as if they were dyed with ink. To the side of the chimneys, on one of the steeple landmarks of Mager Manor's main building, it was equally dark. The bright red moon was silently hanging behind the chimney. The clouds and stars high in the sky had vanished. Apart from the gigantic crimson moon, there was pitch-black darkness. Under the night sky, the flowers and trees were clearly in front of him, but they lacked any signs of life. They were dim, as though they were a great distance away. Black and red, shadows and buildings, and the silence and plants presented themselves in front of Kona's Kilgore in such a strange state. The demigod's pupils dilated as he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his clothes and extended his right hand under his armpit, taking out 2 items. Amongst them, he held a strange revolver in his right palm. It was entirely gray in color, bigger than an ordinary revolver. It looked like it was half the size of a sledgehammer that was used in classical battles. Another unusual trait of the revolver was that it had 6 barrels, each rather thick. The mouth was dark, and its cylinder was embedded with more than 10 ugly rivets, making it have a rather crude beauty. Kona's Kilgore's left hand held an iron-skinned pocket watch. On the watch's face, half of it was filled with neatly arranged symbols that followed the order of time, while the other half was a chaotic mess. It even intruded into the neighboring region. On both sides, it seemed impossible to see the machinery behind them as they formed into a structure that looked even more complex and headache-inducing. Almost at the same time, a figure emerged out of the gigantic crimson moon. It glided over at an extremely fast speed. He grew bigger and clearer. He was a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and cut features. The young man was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He held a unique revolver in one hand, and a transparent human-skinned glove covering the other. Under the bright illumination of the surroundings, he seemed to be burdened with the weight of the gigantic crimson moon. Gehrman Sparrow. Meowhead. An only slightly assisted fight against a sequence for where planning might go awry. I am looking forward to seeing how he will pull this off. Upon seeing the young man in the black trench coat appear with a black revolver in hand, Kona's Kilgore, who was no stranger to all the important figures in the world, immediately responded. The thumb on his left hand that held the iron-skinned pocket watch was rapidly moving, reaching for one of the metal buttons on the messy inlays of the pocket watch. He suddenly raised his right arm, aiming at Gehrman Sparrow with the 6 gray gun barrels that formed a circle. This process was like a fleeting spark that quickly came to an end. As for Kona's Kilgore's left thumb, it had pressed down. He overcame his instinct and didn't directly use restriction from the concerto of light and shadow. This was because he didn't know Gehrman Sparrow well enough, unsure as to what he was best at. Furthermore, the person with Gehrman Sparrow's appearance might not be Gehrman Sparrow. Blindly using restriction would only be a waste of an opportunity. He intended to observe and wait for a while longer before he came up with a more specific order to distort the laws. Bang! 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 The strange revolver let out a roar of despair and spewed out a storm of black and icy bullets, instantly enveloping the enemy beneath the crimson moon. At this moment, Gehrman Sparrow's figure turned transparent and incorporeal. At the same time, the bullets tore through the target in the black trench coat, tearing apart the afterimage he left behind. And behind Kona's Kilgore, Gehrman Sparrow, with a cold expression, quickly appeared. His body was half-crouched and he was leaning forward. The black top hat on his head appeared blood-red under the crimson moon's illumination. He suddenly raised the black-barreled revolver in his hand, opening his mouth slightly while aiming and squeezing the trigger. Bang! The floorboard to the right of Kona's Kilgore exploded into countless fragments. Gehrman Sparrow's shot had been ridiculously far off the mark. Furthermore, its destructive power was clearly lacking. This was the distortion power of an Earl of the Fallen. It caused the bullet's trajectory to deviate and have its power weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Konas Kilgore used disorder to influence measurement standards, arriving above the balcony of the bedroom with one step. Then, he half-turned his body, and with a smack, he pressed one of the metal buttons on his iron-skinned pocket watch. He then solemnly said, "Teleportation is prohibited here." Silently, Mager Manor, which was being illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon, experienced an unknown change. Gehrman Sparrow, whose body had rapidly turned faint after firing, appeared out of the void again. He had failed to successfully change positions. Concerto of light and shadow restriction. To Konas Kilgore, no matter what Gehrman Sparrow was good at, he had to immediately restrict his obvious ability to teleport. An enemy who could do close-quarters teleportation at a high frequency wasn't only irritating, but also dangerous. Realizing that his teleportation had failed, Gehrman Sparrow's expression remained unperturbed. His body quickly warped as the colors faded from his body, leaving a deep darkness. This deep darkness suddenly collapsed across the ground, fusing with the shadows in the region where the moonlight couldn't reach, making him indistinguishable. Bang! 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 Bullet holes riddled the spot where Gehrman Sparrow was previously standing, tearing the ground open. Boom! The area collapsed immediately, revealing the room before. However, no dust was thrown up. And despite such a stir, Mager Manor remained blanketed in deep shadows. No one was awakened or gave a response. Konas Kilgore suppressed the urge to restrict the action of hiding in the shadows. Holding on to Rever's shout of despair and concerto of light and shadow, he calmly observed his surroundings and waited for Gehrman Sparrow to appear once again before launching his attack. However, inside the collapsed room, the shadows were silent, and there wasn't any movement. And outside the window, the steeple and chimneys remained immersed in an icy cold darkness. The gigantic crimson moon seemed to be hanging over the roof. The plants in the garden, the grapevines far away, and all the various classical windows seemed to degenerate into the background on this night. Despite being visible to the naked eye, they were imperturbable. All of Mager Manor was cold, dark, and silent, just like a forgotten corner that didn't garner the attention or incur discovery from others. There were no signs of life at all. As a demigod, as an important figure in the intelligence community, this gave him many ideas, but Gehrman Sparrow remained nowhere to be seen. He actually didn't sneak attack and even gave up the chance to deliver a barrage of attacks, leaving me so many openings. Doesn't he know that a high-sequence lawyer or arbiter is very difficult to deal with once they're prepared prior to the battle? A sense of puzzlement flashed across Konas Kilgore's mind. Using his observations of his surroundings and the relatively non-urgent situation, he quickly understood his current predicament. He knew that defeating Gehrman Sparrow wasn't key, but escaping the concealed world was. If he couldn't leave this place, there might be more dangers awaiting him. As long as I can leave this dark-styled Mager Manor, even if angels were to descend, I don't have to worry since I'm in Backlund. Such artificial concealed worlds must have an opening. This is a law that cannot be avoided in the mysterious world. The usage and distortion of laws was what lawyer pathway demigods were best at. Konas Kilgore had many ideas come to him as he quickly made a decision. He suddenly turned around and jumped from the balcony, flying off like he was a spring that was released. This demigod of the military instantly reached a high altitude, but he didn't slow down or show any signs of falling. He maintained this speed as he went higher and higher in altitude, thus achieving flight. Earl of the Fallen exploit. This was the exploitation of laws. By extending the jumping process, he could maintain a much longer duration. If Konas Kilgore became a Sequence 2 angel, he could even jump onto the Crimson Moon with this beyonder power. While jumping in midair, Konas Kilgore swung his right arm and released his disorder beyonder power. He wanted to create a certain level of disorder in Mager Manor in this strange world. The true exit would then be exposed through the generated ripples. Instantly, The flowers and grapevines in the background of Mager Manor wavered. The black steeple, chimneys, and classical windows were covered in a faint shadow. In the entire world, only the gigantic crimson moon which appeared to be right before them didn't change. It continued hanging silently in the sky. That's the exit. Conas Kilgore grasped the patterns from the disorder, and using some actual feedback, he determined where the exit was. Without any hesitation, he exerted strength in his waist and used Magnify to forcefully change his direction, allowing him to rush towards the bright red moon. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Mager Manor. It was none other than the cold-looking Gairman Sparrow who wore a black trench coat and half-top hat. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping Gairman Sparrow upwards as he chased after Conas Kilgore. Amidst the wind, he raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet flew out, exploding into countless fragments. They then turned into a storm that swept towards Conas Kilgore. Death knell, slaughter. It was a barrage of attacks. Almost at the same time, Conas Kilgore changed direction without any warning, plummeting instead of rushing towards the moon. As a result, he dodged the bullet storm's assault as though he was prepared for it. No, it wasn't the case. He was prepared. Although his main goal was to escape the changed Mager Manor, he was still worried that Gairman Sparrow would seize the opportunity to attack him. Therefore, he came up with a simple trap, planning to use his escape as bait to fish out the hiding Gairman Sparrow. He could then take the initiative to heavily injure his opponent. Halfway down, Conas Kilgore's figure suddenly bounced back, having distorted the direction he was heading in. This time, his destination was the next point, where Gairman Sparrow was flying towards. Right on the heels of that, he yanked his pocket watch-wielding left hand back and grabbed Gairman Sparrow through thin air, pulling him from a distance of nearly 100 meters away to just inches before him. Earl of the Fallen, Magnify! Whoosh! Amidst the howling winds, Conas Kilgore grabbed Gairman Sparrow's clothes and pressed his strange revolver in his right hand forward. Bang! 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 Rever's shout of despair released countless bullets like a machine gun, instantly tearing Gairman Sparrow's body into fluttering pieces of paper. Conas Kilgore's gaze froze slightly as he immediately moved his left finger and pressed one of the metal buttons on his pocket watch. With a click, this Earl of the Fallen didn't hesitate to say in a domineering fashion, "Stand-ins are prohibited here." Just as he said that, the howling wind came to a stop. Mager Manor returned to silence once again as it was blanketed by dark shadows. Conas Kilgore changed direction and began spiraling in midair in search of Gairman Sparrow. However, there weren't any anomalies in the dark night sky. This Earl of the Fallen hesitated for a moment before preparing to continue rushing towards the gigantic crimson moon. At this moment, figures appeared in the garden, vineyard, and manor's main building. They either grew or became taller, rapidly taking form. They all had black hair and brown eyes with sharp facial features. They wore silk top hats and black trench coats. They were all Gairman Sparrows. The only difference was that some of them were of normal build, some with their backs sunk inwards. The rest were bloated while others just a thin layer. Upon seeing this scene, Conas Kilgore immediately recalled a dangerous enemy he had once encountered. One of the leaders of Intis's intelligence department, a bizarro sorcerer. After Conas Kilgore realized which beyonder pathway his enemy belonged to, all the Gairman Sparrows in the garden, vineyard, and main building raised their left hand. They curled their middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, extending their index finger and thumb, making them take on the simple shape of a gun. The index fingers that represented barrels and muzzles aimed at Conas Kilgore in the air before their respective arms jerked up seemingly due to the recoil. Bang! 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 Amidst deafening noises, illusory doves appeared to the side of the Earl of the Fallen, who was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. They flew at him from every direction in a spectacular sight of utmost beauty. This was the random anomaly that came about from the iron-skinned pocket watch and concerto of light and shadow. It made the air cannons which could blast through houses turn into doves of peace that didn't pose any threat. Having used disorder, to disrupt the enemy's collective volley. Konas Kilgore wasn't surprised to see the doves fly up and disperse into the air. He was already mentally prepared. He had already endured the negative effects that the sealed artifact had brought for years. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to raise his hands which held the iron-skinned pocket watch and revolver, doing so in a bid to make them collide. This was distortion, one that targeted all the Gehrman sparrows beneath him. To Konas Kilgore, what frustrated him the most when fighting a Bizarro sorcerer was that he was unable to tell if the enemy he faced was a marionette or the actual person unless the marionette was of a very crude level. As such, he had many Beyonder powers he didn't dare use because they were ineffective against marionettes. A large-scale prohibition effect was still alright, but a single target deprivation was meaningless in actual combat. No matter how many Beyonder powers of a marionette were deprived, it didn't affect the actual body. When that happened, his opponent just needed to switch marionettes to resolve the problem. Due to similar reasons, using Magnify on the mystical items on the marionettes was temporarily written off by Konas Kilgore for strategic purposes. Similarly, an Earl of the Fallen's bestowment was of no use. It was even inferior to deprivation, as it could cause a Bizarro sorcerer's marionette to lose its corresponding Beyonder powers. However, the negative effects bestowed to a marionette was unable to interfere with it at all. Be it turning them sluggish, losing the will to fight, making them turn anxious, or only focus on money, it was meaningless to a marionette who was, in essence, dead without any ability to think or inclinations to take action. Therefore, Konas Kilgore decided to first resolve the problem of identifying marionettes and the actual body. In this aspect, others might not have a solution, but a high-sequence Beyonder of the lawyer pathway definitely didn't have such worries. There were rules to everything, and everything followed certain rules. As a lawyer demigod, they were good at finding whatever loopholes there were to exploit them for themselves. Together with his combat experience fighting other Bizarro sorcerers, and how he had seriously considered solutions for dealing with them during the aftermath, Konas Kilgore was quite certain that distortion could suppress his enemy. He knew that Bizarro sorcerers could seamlessly switch between their actual body and marionettes. He planned on distorting this, making the Bizarro sorcerer only be able to switch to 2 to 3 marionettes. This way, the difficulty of identifying the actual body and the marionette would be minimized. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that distortion couldn't exceed certain limits, and area-oriented prohibition effects had reached its limit, Konas Kilgore definitely would have used a simpler method to deal with his opponent, such as forcing the Bizarro sorcerer to only be able to swap with one marionette, or he would prohibit swapping with marionettes. Pa! Konas Kilgore smashed the Rever's Shout of Despair and Concerto of Light and Shadow together, as though he was compressing a large area to a small area. Earl of the Fallen, distortion. Silently, he produced a red glow with a deep shadow in his hand. It appeared as though he was offering it to the Gehrman sparrows in the garden, vineyard, and main building. As for the thick and thin, normal, or terrifying crazy adventurers, none of them experienced any abnormalities. Konas Kilgore also suffered a random anomaly, one brought about by Concerto of Light and Shadow. It had changed the distortion effects to summoning a flower from the garden below. And at that moment, the air cannons that had turned into illusory doves continued. At that moment, the battle between two demigods turned ludicrous, comical, and funny. Of course, be it Gehrman Sparrow or Konas Kilgore, none of them thought that was the case, especially the latter. He once again felt a familiar sense of helplessness. He didn't hesitate as he slammed his palms together again, completing the distortion. He wanted to rely on quantity to resist the random anomaly effect. However, Gehrman Sparrow wasn't a dead person who would abide by the etiquette of turn-based combat. The large swath of crazy adventurers either raised their hands in firing stances or used a death knell with questionable authenticity, aiming at the Earl of the Fallen in midair. Meanwhile, Konas Kilgore's heart stirred. He turned his head slightly to look up and saw that a figure had appeared once again inside the gigantic crimson moon that hung above the black steeple. The figure was wearing a silk top hat, a black trench coat, a human-skin glove, and an iron-black revolver. He had a cold expression and a deep outline. He was another Gehrman Sparrow. The crimson moon seemed to weigh down on his shoulders as he glided down. his body expanding and turning clearer in the process. As for the iron-black long-barreled revolver in his hand, he had already lifted it and aimed it at Kona's Kilgore. Bang! Bang! A bullet that had transparent and translucent sections to it shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Kona's Kilgore. This was a deprivation bullet, one which was created using a worm of time that Amon's avatar had left behind. It was different from an Arbiter Pathways deprivation. In essence, it was theft. It could steal the last 3 Beyonder powers the target had used and become empowered with the ability to use them. However, as long as the Arbiter Pathways deprivation selected a target, then they could directly deprive them of their ability. Although this bullet's deprivation effect didn't require contact in order to be effective, the target needed to be within a certain range and unable to leave the area. In short, one was unavoidable and could only be resisted or weakened through one's level or sequence's characteristics, while the other could effectively be dodged if the shot was detected ahead of time. Klein had given up on a sneak attack and had stalled for time because, on the one hand, he wanted Kona's Kilgore to use up all his prohibition and deprivation powers on Beyonder powers that appeared important to him. On the other hand, he was also waiting for the first random anomaly to happen. Then, he would seize the gap in between the 2 anomalies to steal Kona's Kilgore's 3 most powerful powers with the deprivation bullet. For these 2 goals, he even handed Death Knell and Creeping Hunger to Winner Inuni and made him appear like the real Gehrman Sparrow instead of a marionette. From the current developments, Kona's Kilgore was about to lose Distortion, Disorder, and Magnify. Bang! 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 The Gehrman Sparrows underneath collectively fired shots. Suddenly, the air cannons and the deprivation bullet exploded, turning into red, purple, yellow, or green fireworks. However, they were unable to illuminate the deep dark sky. Concerto of Light and Shadow had once again created a random anomaly. It had produced its effects several times in a row without any pauses or delays. Kona's Kilgore immediately smiled and slammed his hands together again. All of a sudden, the young men wearing silk top hats and black trench coats under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination turned gloomy. Only 2 maintained their previous states. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion had taken effect. This meant that Gehrman Sparrow could only switch places with those 2 normal marionettes. Right on the heels of that, Kona's Kilgore didn't hesitate at all. He swung his arm and threw out the flower that was held together with the pocket watchout. The flower sped up and seemed to gain weight of unknown origins. Like an arrow, it shot towards one of the normal marionettes. This attack had been magnified and also came with the effects of bribe weaken. Boom! The flower was like a cannon that crashed heavily into the ground, causing a violent quake. The surging waves it stirred up threw up the ordinary and unordinary humans in the vicinity, tearing or severely injuring them. The 2 marionettes which Gehrman Sparrow could swap with had been reduced to pieces of meat. Kona's Kilgore maintained his calm. As he distorted his trajectory in midair and circled the area while in flight, he raised Rever's shout of despair and aimed it at the Gehrman Sparrow that had descended from the crimson moon. At the same time, he silently prepared a bestowment. He wanted to give his target the negative state of lacking the will to fight. But at that moment, Kona's Kilgore's mind suddenly turned adrift as his thoughts turned sluggish. This turning into a marionette. Kona's Kilgore's mental state stiffened as he understood his current situation. He then saw that Gehrman Sparrow, who had descended from the crimson moon, wasn't as far away from him as before. The distance between them was only about 100 meters. He had unknowingly entered the range where spirit body threads could be controlled. He had stayed there for at least 3 seconds without realizing it. Deceit. A deceit bullet made from Amon's avatar. When Klein, who was actually Winner Inuni, had pulled the trigger, he hadn't only fired a deprivation bullet, but had actually fired twice. This was to prevent any random anomalies from happening. With an anomaly having happened once, even if another anomaly were to happen, only one of the 2 bullets that had been fired in intervals that were slightly spaced apart would be affected. After all, it was an intermittent random anomaly. It was possible to have it happen 2 to 3 times consecutively, but 4 or 5 consecutive occurrences were rare. Therefore, by attacking numerous times, there would be at least one or more instances that wouldn't suffer an anomaly. Just now, the firing of the second deceit bullet had been concealed by the collective volley from the marionettes. This was also why Klein made Winner Anuni use Death Knell. It was to rely on his luck. Finally, he successfully deceived Kona's Kilgore and allowed Winner Anuni to secretly enter a safe distance of 150 meters from him and begin controlling his spirit body threads and obtained initial control. The moment this began, it meant that the Beyonder power was taking effect. Since there weren't any anomalies, it meant that there wouldn't be any more. No good. My spirit body threads have been controlled by him. Having met faceless Beyonders, marionettists, or bizarro sorcerers, and even fighting senior Beyonders and demigods, Kona's Kilgore wasn't unfamiliar with the predicament he was in. He was even rather familiar with it and knew quite a bit. Therefore, he knew very well that he had fallen into a lethal trap. The time he had left to save himself didn't exceed 15 seconds. And in these 15 seconds, his thoughts would turn more and more sluggish, and the speed at which he could come up with solutions would slow down. Towards the end, just the thought of a solution would take him several seconds. Yet, his stiff and dull body would require plenty of time to actualize his thoughts. This also meant that he had about 10 seconds to save himself. Of course, he had considered the corresponding response for the last few seconds. It was to abandon his body's control and reveal his mythical creature form. Through this, he could delay the time it took to become a marionette and then use his existence to disrupt the enemy, dealing a blow to them to a certain extent. However, by doing so, even if he escaped the fate of becoming a marionette and even managed to defeat his enemy, Kona's Kilgore didn't have much confidence in continuing to live. He wasn't a demigod who could freely switch between his human form and mythical creature form. He didn't have the confidence that he could maintain his rationale in a mythical creature form. In other words, the outcome of escaping the fate of becoming a marionette by releasing his mythical creature form likely meant that the human Kona's Kilgore would die, while a monster of the same name would occupy his body. Because of that outcome, Kona's Kilgore wouldn't make such an attempt unless it was necessary. While his thoughts weren't too sluggish, and with how he could hear Rever's shout of despair in his ears, this demigod of the military quickly came up with his first plan to save himself. He moved his right thumb at a speed that couldn't be considered slow. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. Kona's Kilgore didn't wish to magnify a particular state of his or the attack of a particular sealed artifact. Instead, it was used to magnify Rever's shout of despair's side effects. This special revolver allowed the wielder to hear the roar of despair from time to time, a rather serious blow to creatures without godhood, easily pushing them to the brink of losing control, to madness, to a mental breakdown or mind blanking. And at sequence 4, the effects of the roar was greatly mitigated once his body possessed the characteristics of a mythical creature. To Kona's Kilgore, this roar was enough to turn his mind adrift and generate irascible mood swings. It didn't have much of an effect on him, and he had already gotten used to it. And at that moment, he wanted to magnify the roar of despair to a state where even a demigod wouldn't be able to tolerate it. He wanted to use the pain that came from this psychic piercing in his mind to escape the state of having his spirit body threads being controlled. As magnify didn't need any obvious actions, it was quick to show its effects. Opposite him, Gehrman Sparrow, who held Death Knell and wore a half-top hat, was floating in midair with strong gusts of wind swirling around him. He didn't make it in time to stop the Earl of the Fallen from successfully using this Beyonder power. But in the next second, what Kona's Kilgore met in response wasn't a terrifying roar but silence. The ordinary roar that was originally present had vanished. This was a random anomaly brought about by the concerto of light and shadow. Seriously, how unlucky! Kona's Kilgore's thoughts slowly flashed past his mind. He didn't have the luxury of time to feel disheartened as he immediately made a second attempt. He raised his right hand in an unsteady manner, aiming Rever's shout of despair at Gehrman Sparrow, who stood 150 meters from him and was about to pull the trigger. At the same moment, the strong winds that blew at his right hand suddenly disintegrated in an inward fashion, turning into scattered eddies. Earl of the Fallen, disorder. Kona's had used this to withstand Gehrman Sparrow's interference. Following that, there was a series of thumping sounds. Like a machine gun, Rever's shout of despair spewed out dangerous bullets without stopping. Gairman Sparrow's black trenchcoat-covered body jerked repeatedly, but he wasn't hit. The bullets grazed his outline and flew into the distance, shattering the windows and walls, causing one of the buildings to collapse in silence. Bang! 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 The subsequent bullet storm continued their barrage, and finally, Gairman Sparrow was struck repeatedly. Amidst splattering blood, Gairman Sparrow kept struggling and shaking in the strong gust of winds like a paper figurine, looking as though he was about to tear apart at any moment. Bang! 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 The strange revolver finally stopped its roar, and apart from his head, Gairman Sparrow was riddled with nasty gaping holes. Typically speaking, this was definitely a state that only the dead had. However, Gairman Sparrow continued controlling the spirit body threads as though he was unaffected. The ridiculous wounds on his body slowly but resolutely healed. This was the effect of flower of blood. This Gairman Sparrow was actually Enuni. The reason why he didn't die in that storm-like attack was because he had released all his accumulated luck. It was also because Kona's Kilgore was sufficiently unlucky, and the roar of despair that the bullets brought forth was nothing to a marionette. Seeing that the violent attack failed to achieve the desired effect, and that the amount of time he had left to save himself dwindled, Kona's Kilgore followed his thought-out plan and slowly relaxed his 5 left fingers without any thought. The iron-skinned pocket watch left his palm and dropped to the ground. At such a critical moment, Kona's Kilgore decisively gave up the concerto of light and shadow and made it stay far away from the battlefield so as to avoid the effects of its random anomalies. Next, he might only have 1 or 2 chances to save himself. If another anomaly were to happen, the outcome was irreversible. The sealed artifact, which was a mixture of half-order and disorder, quickly plummeted to the ground. Kona's Kilgore moved his fingers with great difficulty as he faced Gairman Sparrow, whose wounds were quickly healing. He originally had 2 choices. One was to use the third method he had originally thought of to save himself, an action that only required a mere thought. The other was to magnify his enemy's injuries and make him die on the spot. However, when Kona's Kilgore was still able to think relatively quickly, he didn't expect Gairman Sparrow to not die after suffering so many gunshots. Even his control over the spirit body threads wasn't affected. There was no subsequent follow-up to this plan. And at this moment, his brain was already like a sluggish mush. He had no way of thinking too much. He didn't wish to waste any more time as he followed his plans. Whoosh! Around Gairman Sparrow, who wore a transparent glove and iron-black revolver, the strong gusts of winds that held him up suddenly intensified and sent him flying up high. Whoosh! With the help of the strong winds, Gairman Sparrow raced to the pitch-black sky under the watch of the gigantic crimson moon. Earl of the Fallen, magnify! The strong winds that helped Gairman Sparrow fly had been magnified into a hurricane. This way, the distance between him and Kona's Kilgore would stretch beyond 150 meters. That would terminate the process of turning the latter into a marionette. Seeing his goal achieved, Kona's Kilgore, who had yet to regain his freedom, had his expression turn complicated bit by bit. The hurricane rapidly expanded and swept over to him, engulfing him and throwing him high into the sky. It made it impossible for the distance between him and Gairman Sparrow to open up. He was truly unlucky. Under the night sky, amidst the moonlight, the 2 figures became smaller. Soon, the hurricane returned to normal as their momentum slowly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Kona's Kilgore's nearly frozen mind had another idea. Stop! He stopped maintaining his power of flight and used gravity to plummet down like a meteor, doing so in order to rapidly open up a distance from Gairman Sparrow. Then, he ignored Gairman Sparrow's ability to control the wind and pursue him. He slowly pulled his left arm in front of his body like it was filled with rust. It was the action of closing a door. He wanted to use an Earl of the Fallen's distortion to create a wall-like seal in the air, putting an obstacle between Gairman Sparrow and him, so that he couldn't carry out his pursuit. At that moment, the marionettes, the Gairman Sparrows who were still alive underneath him, raised their left arms and made the gesture of firing a gun. Bang! 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 Bullets shot out, enveloping Kona's Kilgore in midair. After the shockwaves dispersed, Kona's Kilgore was covered with several bloody holes. Due to the pain and the jolting of his body from the first few bullets striking him, he had finally snapped out of the state of having his spirit body threads being controlled. The speed of his thoughts rapidly recovered. Following that, he disordered the subsequent volley at the critical moment and distorted his injuries, preventing himself from dying. All he suffered were serious injuries. And Gehrman Sparrow, who had many mystical items and was swooping down from above, he was obstructed by the invisible wall. He failed to catch up. With another distortion, Kona's Kilgore's descent speed slowed down as he gently landed on the ground. Before he could do anything else, his body froze again as he stood stiffly on the spot. He felt that his hands and feet were resisting him and not listening to his commands. He felt that there was an unfamiliar object hiding in his body. Then, he saw a figure walk out of Mager Manor's master bedroom under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination and stand on the balcony. He had black hair and brown eyes, wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. His facial features were pronounced, and he was another Gehrman Sparrow. This Gehrman Sparrow's right hand had the gesture of firing a gun. He then pulled back his hand and blew at it. That was Klein himself. What he shot out wasn't an air bullet, but a parasite bullet delivered with an air bullet's might. It was a parasite bullet created from a worm of time that Amon's avatar had left behind. Could create a worm of time that couldn't live too long, allowing it to parasitize the target and be controlled by the user. Klein had deliberately taken out the bullet and held it in his hand, specifically to wait for this opportunity. He was waiting for Kona's Kilgore to throw away Concerto of Light and Shadow and not have the ability to dodge or use distortion. The former was predictable when the Earl of the Fallen Spirit body threads reached the state of initially being control. This was because he couldn't allow the random anomalies to influence his attempts to save himself, and the latter was all about patience. Just moments ago, his patience had paid off. A chance appeared. Klein was the first to raise his hand and shoot. Without the random anomalies affecting the outcome, he had accurately shot a parasite bullet into Kona's Kilgore's body. If the thing that had previously taken effect wasn't a deceit bullet but a deprivation bullet, then the strategy would be different. Briefly unable to control his body, Kona's Kilgore looked at the Gehrman Sparrow on the balcony remove his top hat, press his hand to his chest, and bow slightly at him under the gigantic crimson moon. As Gehrman Sparrow's trench coat fluttered, his thoughts had turned sluggish. No, Kona's Kilgore stood on the spot as a strong feeling of despair emerged in his heart. As a military demigod who had experienced many dangers, he had a clear understanding of his current situation. He could already hear the footsteps of death approaching him. He wanted to struggle and risk it by revealing his mythical creature form, but his orders didn't do a thing with his sluggish mind. His body had been parasitized and was no longer under his control. At that moment, Kona's Kilgore wasn't even capable of shedding a tear. Under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination, 1 second after another passed. Suddenly, Kona's Kilgore raised his left hand and touched his crew haircut. He had already become Klein's marionette. In fact, he still had a chance at the final moment. As the parasite effect didn't last long enough for him to become a marionette, he had those 2 or 3 seconds to reveal his mythical creature form. But the problem was that his body also had the effects of misdirection and deceit. As time passed, his thoughts turned more and more sluggish and wasn't able to grasp that short opportunity. Klein looked at his new marionette and exhaled silently. He looked up at the clear and bright red moon and said, "It's done." Amidst the gigantic crimson moon, a black dot instantly appeared and descended from the sky. It was none other than the Church of Evemite's Archbishop, servant of concealment, Ariana, who wore a simple robe with tree bark as a belt. In this concealed world, this ascetic didn't use any beyonder powers to float in midair. She cast her eyes at the Earl of the Fallen beneath. She gently raised her right hand as Kona's Kilgore's slightly blurry soul emerged from the military demigod's head. Klein lost his control over his marionette as a result of this. He wasn't too surprised by this because he hadn't sent a worm of spirit through the spirit body threads over. His control over the marionette was essentially still at a sequence 5 state and not at the demigod level. "Where did you go just now?" Ariana asked calmly as she looked at Kona's Kilgore's soul. Kona's Kilgore's expression twisted slightly before replying. "Ruins number 1. Is this a contractual promise or a psychological cue?" Klein, who watched the spirit channeling from the side, sensed something from the Earl of the Fallen's reaction. However, this didn't affect anything because they were in a concealed world, one which no one knew of or could sense. "Where is that ruin? Who did it once belong to? What is it being used for?" As an archbishop of the Evernight goddess and an angel of the corresponding pathway, Ariana shared a certain amount of authority in concealment. Therefore, she didn't start with the simplest questions but went straight to the point. She wasn't afraid of any accidents. Kona's Kilgore's soul trembled slightly as he exuded a feeling as if he would automatically blow up, but ultimately, nothing happened. He hesitantly replied, "That ruin is located deep underground at the Sturlwyn segment of the Tussock River. It has a setup that interferes with the powers of divination and prophecy." Sturlwyn segment. This is quite far from the mountain where Mr. A was at and where you disappeared from. From the looks of it, you were very cautious. That point-to-point teleports effects are greater than I expected. Klein quickly conjured a picture of the terrain of Backlund's northwestern outskirts. Kona's Kilgore continued replying, "That ruin used to belong to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. I'm not sure what it's currently used for. I'm unable to enter the depths of the ruins, and am only in charge of sending in people and materials acquired via various means." The name Blood Emperor Alista Tudor made Ariana fall silent. About 3 seconds later, she asked, "What materials did you acquire?" This time, Kona's Kilgore didn't put up much of a resistance. He listed them down, including large amounts of mercury, iron, and ritual materials of different domains. Klein was unable to obtain any effective information from that because it was too well-rounded. It was possible to do anything. They really are very careful, using large amounts of sundries to hide what they're truly searching for. Even the demigod in charge of these matters isn't aware of the reason. This is very in line with the way a spectator pathway beyonder works. It was designed by the psychology alchemists. Klein nodded indiscernibly with a guess in mind. Ariana didn't seem to notice anything as she asked, "Do you have any guesses on what they're doing? If so, what?" "Yes, I suspect that they're digging up something and attempting to make sacrifices." Kona's Kilgore voiced out his judgment. Ariana silently looked down at him for a while and said, "Who got you involved in the underground ruins? Who are the people who can enter the depths of the ruins?" Kona's Kilgore struggled once again, but there were no anomalies. He said hesitantly, "I received His Majesty's orders. I was able to become a demigod because he provided me with the formulas, ingredients, and the opportunity. He even bestowed me with the concerto of light and shadow, allowing me to act as a sequence 5 beyonder even in situations where I can't hide my strength. Apart from His Majesty entering the depths of the ruins, only 2 other demigods of the royal family can enter. One of them is Prince Grove, and the other is Duchess Georgina. They both have Augustus as their last names. But the royal family doesn't only have 2 demigods. Miss Justice doesn't know much of these 2 and mentioned that they seldom participate in social events. Even their seats as House of Lords Member of Parliaments are given to their children. Yes, at the demigod level, even if they lack the beyonder characteristics of not dying and not aging, it wouldn't be a problem living for more than 100 years. It's really not suitable for them to hold official posts and repeatedly appear in public. Klein tried hard to recall, but he failed to gather anything else. Ariana was silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "Have you met Corins in the underground ruins?" "Who is he?" Kona's Kilgore asked in confusion. Ariana didn't answer and continued asking, "Besides them, who else have you met in the underground ruins?" Kona's Kilgore maintained his sluggish state, which was characteristic of spirit channeling. People from the Demonist sect and psychology alchemists. The former was originally represented by Despair Nightingale Panatia, but was changed to Saintess of White Katarina. The latter is Vin Rambus. "Did they enter the depths of the underground ruins?" Ariana asked meticulously. I don't know. I wasn't following them all the time. Conas Kilgore shook his head. At least when I met them, they were all in the periphery. Ariana asked other questions in an attempt to draw out the general outline of the matter via other angles. However, it was obvious that George Ill's arrangements were flawless. Even a demigod like Conas Kilgore only knew about the mission that he was responsible for and could only move about in designated regions. He was unable to learn more. After some thought, Ariana flipped up her right hand and gently pressed down, pushing Conas Kilgore's soul back into his body. Klein's control over his marionette was restored. This made Klein sigh inwardly. The authority of concealment is really impressive. Even if Ma'am Ariana were to question my marionette one day, I wouldn't even know. At this moment, Ariana turned her body and spoke to the Gairman sparrow on the balcony. A problem with George III has basically been confirmed, as well as where the underground ruins are. I will immediately meet with the archbishops of the Church of Storms and Church of Steam, convincing them to take action tonight and opening the ruins. Before I inform you, control Conas Kilgore and pretend that everything is fine before making him vanish. Are you worried that the enemy will notice a problem with Conas Kilgore while negotiating with the Church of Storms and Church of Steam, making it so that they can seal off the underground ruins or activate other emergency plans? Klein had a general understanding of the matter and nodded. No problem. Ariana, who didn't have adorned hair, didn't speak further. With a casual wave of her hand, the iron-skinned pocket watch flew over. This sealed artifact was bestowed by George III. Perhaps we might be able to find some clues from its origins. Does that mean you're taking it away? Klein replied without any objection. I'll leave it to you. He really didn't have any complaints about that, and he even believed that it was only right. After all, half of the battle's success was due to Ariana's contribution with the concealed world and blessing him with misfortune. In the event that she didn't take the Concerto of Light and Shadow, Klein would mention it. When it came to matters like this, he was always just, and the Concerto of Light and Shadow was the spoils of war that he didn't want the most. This was because it was at complete odds with his combat style as a bizarro sorcerer. The random anomalies would affect him, and the weakening effect was something worse than the enemy. If Klein's spoils of war from this matter was the pocket watch, then he had considered promoting it to the Snake of Fate Will Osepton. Only a life school of thought demigod who relied on luck to survive could commandeer the Concerto of Light and Shadow. And when that happens, with such a huge secret organization and a sequence one, they definitely had powerful sealed artifacts that could be used to trade for it. Upon receiving his reply, Ariana gently nodded. She then threw the iron-skinned pocket watch back at Conas Kilgore, making the Earl of the Fallen look no different from before. Her figure vanished as though it had been erased by an eraser. Even the pitch-black world with the gigantic crimson moon hanging in the sky, the steeple, and chimneys were quickly wiped away. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Klein was inside the master bedroom, and Conas Kilgore was in a guest room tens of meters away. Clenched tightly in his hand was Rever's shout of despair. Then, this brigadier general of MI9 used disorder to place the revolver back into his underarm holster and pick up the mager wine he had previously poured out and took a sip. Backlund, Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, deep blue officiant Randall Valentinus descended amidst the wind, landing inside the steeple with a huge clock to the left. He donned a black robe with the storm symbol and had thick facial hair. His hair was short and stood up, colored in a dark blue that was almost black. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the other side and said to the figure who was already waiting there, "Horimic, do you know what happened? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over here?" The person he spoke to was dressed in a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a genial and mild expression, and he was none other than the Church of Steam's Divine Council member, Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, the demigod Horimic Haydn. Upon hearing Randall's question, Horimic calmly replied, "I didn't arrive here much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the laboratory for a few minutes." He wasn't only a clergyman but also a famous scientist. He was an emeritus professor at Backlund University's physics department. Randall Valentinus was just about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure walk up the narrow spiral staircase and arrive at the peak in the darkness that the crimson moon wasn't able to illuminate. This figure was dressed in a black clergyman robe with red accents. By his chest hung 5 dark sacred emblems. He was clean-shaven, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. He was none other than one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, Backlund Diocese's person in charge, Saint Anthony Stevenson. Is there something that can't wait until daybreak? Or do people from the Church of Evernight enjoy discussing matters at night? Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus asked. Anthony came to a stop after walking up the flight of stairs and said with a serious expression, "A very pressing matter." "What is it?" Randall asked immediately. At this moment, Horamic Haydn also cast his gaze at Anthony Stevenson, awaiting his answer. In similar situations, Horamic especially liked the existence of people from the Church of Storms. This meant that they would take the initiative to ask questions and that there was no need to be euphemistic. It didn't require him to say anything else. Anthony looked at them separately and said, "It's related to the royal family. I'll let Ma'am Ariana do the honors." Just as he said that, a barefoot, bun-haired female figure in a simple robe with tree bark for a belt quickly outlined itself out of the shadows. Upon seeing this figure, Randall and Horamic immediately bowed. "Good evening, Ma'am Ariana." Their expressions turned solemn at the same time, for they had a deep understanding of how important and crucial the matter that was happening tonight was. It was definitely not a small matter for a grounded angel to appear. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but be roused up. They realized that they had no idea when this matron of the Evernight cloister, the servant of concealment, Ma'am Ariana, had arrived in Backlund. Under normal circumstances, the 3 churches, the royal family, and the military enjoyed a certain degree of tacit cooperation. Grounded angels and Grade O sealed artifacts wouldn't appear in Backlund. "Good evening, archbishops," Ariana answered without any signs of haughtiness. She then raised her right hand and grasped onto thin air. A faint light was emitted as it transformed into a scene along with the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Konas Kilgore. This secret that appeared to have been kept for quite some time had finally presented itself before others. As they watched, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus couldn't help but say, "He actually advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod." This archbishop knew Konas Kilgore. He originally believed that this deputy director of MI9 was only a Sequence 5 and had relied on a sealed artifact with severe negative effects to obtain combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected it to be a disguise. The Church of Storm's influence on the military was greater than the 2 major churches. No one answered Randall. After the secret was fully revealed, Horamic said, "One involves a secret ruin of the Blood Emperor, and with large numbers of people sent in, these 2 points put together cannot be anything good." "Indeed," Randall nodded in agreement. "Let's head to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This involves the royal family and the king. It's best if you seek permission from your own Holy See." In this angel's choice of words, the Holy See referred to their respective churches' headquarters, the core seat of power of the church. "All right," the 2 archbishops replied without any hesitation. After a while, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus and Horamic Haydn received feedback from the sealed artifacts they carried. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they headed for the Blood Emperor ruins that Konas Kilgore had previously entered. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms with complicated symbols, and she tried to activate it. She didn't make any disguise attempt, and she stood there calmly as though she wasn't worried that the guards in the ruins would recognize her. Seeing this servant of concealment's actions, Horamic seemed to be in thought. Randall wore a look of calm and didn't believe that it posed any problems. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue beam soared up and formed a door. For black armored guards immediately observed the situation outside through the ghostly blue beam and planned on using a predetermined method to confirm if the person who had summoned the door of teleportation was disguised, so as to decide whether the door was to be opened. However, they didn't see anything. The area outside was empty. Just as they felt intense unease and confusion, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, Ariana, who wore a patched robe. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards fell into a deep sleep. Anthony, Randall, and Horimic entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly follow the path down. Instead, they passed through the hall, floating in midair as they overlooked everything. This was a world ruled by darkness. Small amounts of light came from the strange moss growing in different spots, as well as the flaming torches that came from the human-sized buildings. With their illuminating light, even Beyonders without night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the huge ruin. On one side was a gray rock wall. It extended upwards without an end, and it seemed to be connected to the ground. On the other side, there was a bottomless dark valley, as if it were the abyss where devils lived. A road paved with stone slabs lay in the middle, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the 3 churches were just about to capture a few people who could enter the ruins to interrogate them about the situation inside when a figure flew out of the dark valley, heading straight for the demigods. The figure had a long face and wore a white hairnet. 2 curly mustaches grew above his lips, and he had thick brows. His eyes were slightly bigger and looked rather similar to a certain poker card figure. He wore a gown and had a huge cloak over him. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire was unlike the current times. It was as though he lived 100 years ago. Archbishops, like Anthony and Horimic, were no stranger to him. He knew that he was Prince of Sonia, Grove Augustus, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter?" Grove asked first, his expression a little surprised and uncertain. They looked at each other, and Anthony took the initiative to say, "We've always been investigating the large number of mysterious disappearances, and we had locked onto MI9's Konas Kilgore. Through him, we found this place." Grove's expression changed slightly as he looked at the woman who left one's heart feeling tranquil. He deliberated and asked, "Ma'am Ariana?" "Yes, I was in charge of the disappearance case," Ariana answered succinctly. Prince Grove smiled bitterly. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only thought of digging and retrieving the items inside. To keep it a secret, we even had certain connections with the Demonist sect. Through the people they gathered, we built a passageway and held certain rituals. No, it's not what you think. They were just normal rituals, and they're still alive deep within the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to take a look. Apart from the unopened seals and buildings, there's nothing." Upon hearing his reply, Anthony, Horimic, and Randall exchanged looks, registering the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from their expectations. This made them suspect that something was wrong. Things weren't as serious as they had imagined. At this moment, Ariana said, "You even created the Great Smog." "No." Prince Grove shook his head again. "That was a lesson we learned from cooperating with the demonesses. They actually tried to control Edisac and used him to gain control over the kingdom. After it was seen through by us, they created the Great Smog. From that moment forth, we broke all contact with them." Having said that, he pointed below and frankly said, "How could we do such a thing just to secretly dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins? As long as you head deep down and closely examine it, you will understand what I mean." "Heh, don't worry. With Ma'am Ariana around, no traps will work. Besides, ignoring the fact that we lack such power, even if we were able to secretly bury you in the ruins, the churches will discover a problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before coming. If you don't return in a while, they will definitely take the corresponding actions." Demigods like Randall and Anthony fell into thought as they cast their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. Ariana calmly nodded. "Okay." The angel and 3 saints then entered the depths of the ruins under the guidance of Prince Grove. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness, with no man having set foot there, as well as men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was orderly and serene. Ariana, Horimic, and the other demigods acted according to their own thoughts and separately investigated the different regions. They even left and went further to investigate, but they failed to discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein changed Kona's Kilgore into a servant inside the manor, making the MI9 deputy director vanish. Then, he unhurriedly held a sacrificial ritual. He sent the items he received above the gray fog for further research, patiently awaiting daybreak. As the sky lit up, the manors along the Tussock River's north bank began to wake up amidst the morning mist. The tall and portly Fromma's Cage came to the guest room where Kona's Kilgore slept last night. He knocked on the door and prepared to have breakfast with this MI9 deputy director. However, there was no response. Has the Brigadier General headed for the dining room? Fromma's Cage turned around in puzzlement and left the first floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Kona's Kilgore had vanished. Under Dwayne Dantes' lead, they headed outside the guest room and watched the land steward, Richardson, open the door with his key. There was no one inside. Does Brigadier General Kilgore have a hobby of taking morning strolls? Mocked asked curiously as he pinched the two ends of his cheekbones. Fromma's Cage shook his head without hesitation. No. Did you hear anything last night? The Chancellor of the Backlund University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Mocked recalled for a moment. No, it was very quiet. Perfect for a vacation. Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of any possibilities. At this moment, Fromma's Cage raised his theory. Brigadier General Kilgore is an important member of the military, and he often needs to handle unexpected matters. Perhaps he had long left the manor and returned to Backlund. This steam car tycoon was clearly trying his best to downplay the matter. He seems to know something, or at least, he guessed that Kona's Kilgore came to Mager Manor for some private, personal goal. Klein listened to their conversation as he said to Butler Walter and Land Steward Richardson with a heavy look. Ask the servants in the manor if they had seen Brigadier General Kilgore last night or this morning. If they haven't, send someone back to Backlund and visit Brigadier General Kilgore's family. Inform them of this matter and let them decide whether we need to immediately make a police report. After giving his instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to Mocked and his other guests, things aren't clear yet. Perhaps Brigadier General Kilgore left because of an urgent matter and didn't want to hold up everyone's vacation. Let's do this. We'll continue with our hunting plans and return when the police arrive. As Brigadier General Kona's Kilgore's companion, Fromma's Cage had raised an excuse for the crisis, one that was rather convincing. Mocked and company agreed with Dwayne Dantes' suggestion and left the area. Hazel walked right at the back and glanced at Brigadier General Kona's Kilgore's guest room and its neighboring room. She had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right as she subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation. However, an intense sense of fear emerged deep in her heart. She had no idea what she was afraid of, so she eventually gave up on the idea. She vaguely felt that she had some experience in such matters, and those experiences told her not to look at things she shouldn't see or listen to things she shouldn't hear. After the guests and servants left that floor, a thick carpet that held the weight of the coffee table inside the room beside Konas's guest room began moving. Bit by bit, it pulled itself up from under the sofa and coffee table without causing much of a stir. Following that, the yellowish-brown carpet stood up and revealed its other side. It was solidified flesh. The flesh was squirming and reorganizing itself, and it soon transformed into a person, a mixed-blood young man. This was Dwayne Dantes' valet, Inuni. And the one following Dwayne Dantes was Kona's Kilgore. He wore the same face and had the same build. To Klein, there was no need to disguise Inuni in such a manner. He could get him to transform himself into another person and blend in with the servants, using an illusion to interfere with their senses, making them unable to discover the addition of this person. It was a simpler and more reliable method. However, acting remained important to a demigod. It was key to accelerating the potion's digestion and for resisting the inclinations of losing control and madness. Therefore, Klein would deliberately try to be bizarre in his handling of many matters. Of course, he didn't wish to harm the innocent. Even in creating bizarre and eerie situations, he would try hard not to let others notice it. It was to prevent them from being left with a mental scar due to excessive fright. The bizarre and eerie atmosphere was mainly for himself, to gain the approval of the potion inside him. This would undoubtedly accelerate the digestion rate of his potion, but without the feedback of a spectator, it meant that the acting wasn't complete enough. This made the speed at which he digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion not as fast as he imagined. Despite doing so many things and trying out so many acts, Klein didn't feel that it was possible for him to reach Sequence 3 by the end of this year. Backlund East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Zio sat on an unstable chair as she stared out of the window in a daze, her expression a little gloomy. Furs swallowed her saliva and sat opposite Zio, blocking her line of sight. You seem to have lost all your motivation? Do you not know what to do after receiving that answer? It's because you have no access to the king. Zio's eyes fluttered as she slowly came to her senses. Whether it's to redeem my father's reputation or revenge, the chances are slim when facing the king. I can't think of a way to complete something like that. That's because you're too weak. When you reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll discover many solutions. The only problem is that it'll be more dangerous. Furs tried encouraging her. In addition, you can still use others, just like the person monitoring Charmaine. She too wanted to know who Viscount Stratford was loyal to. She must be interested in the king's secret. Charmaine. Zio repeated the name as her state of mind suddenly recovered. Beside them, there was a bronze cross and a ghostly blue gem that resembled a vertical eye on the table. The gem's exterior had thread-like patterns, the Beyonder characteristic that appeared after Charmaine's death. It made the things around it appear mild, and it accentuated their beauty. However, with the bronze cross around, its glow was confined to a small area. That monitor is one of the culprits behind Charmaine's death, Zio said rather seriously. They had already found a spot to bury Charmaine, and Furs had flipped through Lamino's travels to placate the dead Charmaine. Furs immediately nodded. Yes, it's why she was instigated to investigate the king's secret and come into contact with the latent danger. Didn't you say that she might be able to monitor where we used to live? We can find an opportunity to return incognito, throw a letter into the mailbox, and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III and that he has a huge secret. This way, I believe she will be able to see it. Zio thought carefully and nodded solemnly. Okay. After discussing what they were about to do next, Furs stood up and pointed at the bronze cross. It's time for us to show our sincerity to Mr. Fool for all the help we received. I plan on sacrificing it to Mr. Fool now. You don't have any objections, right? No, Zio replied without hesitation. Mager Manor. It was another evening. The news sent back by Konas Kilgore's family was to wait since this MI9 deputy director often acted in such ways, involving himself in matters of national security. Therefore, Mocked and company didn't panic. They made use of the animals they hunted and roasted them over a bonfire at a party on the lawn behind the manor. Seeing the gentlemen roll up their sleeves and busy themselves around the roasting rack, the ladies heading over to help from time to time, and the children running around eagerly, Klein held a cup of sweet white wine, a fine product of Mager Manor, and sat on a white wooden chair, a smile suffusing his lips. Beside him was his mixed-blood valet, Enuni, who stood upright while awaiting instructions. And inside a particular room in the manor's main building, a pair of eyes were silently looking down. It belonged to a person who looked identical to Enuni. The evening breeze blew past. Just as Klein was about to get up and showcase what it meant to roast meat from Desi at the roasting rack, he suddenly saw a figure phase into existence in front of him. It was Ariana, who wore a simple robe and tree bark as a belt. This servant of concealment looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, "There was nothing special in the underground ruins." She then recounted the main points of what she and the three archbishops saw, as well as the explanation given by Prince of Sonia, Grove Augustus. That doesn't make sense. The first thought that appeared in Klein's mind was suspicion. As Viscount Stratford had Saintess of White Caterina provide him with assistance, This clearly meant that the king's faction hadn't completely severed ties with the demonist sect. Under the premise that the Great Smog of Backlund had already happened, their continued relationship with the demonist sect meant that it wasn't something that could be explained as hoping to keep the Blood Emperor's ruins for themselves. With such in-depth cooperation, would the demonist sect and psychology alchemists not wish to split the spoils? In that case, why wouldn't they directly seek the help of the three churches? Klein instinctively believed that the problem with the ruins hadn't truly been discovered. He suspected that there had been a leak during the entire process, allowing the king to make preparations. With Ma'am Ariana around, the possibility of discovering something amiss via the methods of divination and prophecy can be eliminated. From my killing of Konas Kilgore to the three churches' joint operation, the number of people who know of it doesn't exceed 10. Furthermore, they all involve the high-ranking members of each church. How is it possible that there was a leak? Viscount Stratford's problem resulted in the people in the ruins deploying contingency plans? No, his standing wasn't at that level. Even Konas Kilgore didn't know the exact situation, much less him. He was only in charge of liaising with the demonist sect and handling matters at the periphery. He might not even know of the underground ruins. Klein's thoughts raced as he sought the reasons. He first eliminated the possibility of them being prepared due to Viscount Stratford. After all, the death of the captain of the Royal Guards wasn't that important or crucial. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the situation. 1. A person who knew of the secret amidst this sequence of events had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the matter due to particular reasons. 2. They had noticed something wrong with Konas Kilgore's seemingly ordinary state, but Klein didn't notice anything. The psychology alchemists are in cahoots as well. Could my thoughts be read and the secret revealed? But I have the gray fog augmenting me. No matter what, there will be some abnormality. It's just like when I faced that spectator demigod with Anderson. The psychology alchemists originated from something Hermes left behind. Hermes is... As he thought about it, Klein's eyes suddenly widened. He instinctively stopped himself from thinking deeper about it as he shot a look at Ariana and relaxed. He asked, "Is this place concealed?" "Very," Ariana replied calmly. People behind her came and went, but no one noticed her. Klein exhaled as he formulated his thoughts. Emperor Roselle once said in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be possible that one of the high-ranking members of the three churches is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could it be that the ruins which Ariana and the Archbishop saw wasn't the real one, but one imagined by Adam? Restraining his thoughts, and looking at the angel of concealment across him, Klein deliberated over his words. Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw was actually imagined? He didn't directly mention Adam or the Twilight Hermit Order, afraid that discussing such matters in Ariana's concealment zone would still be heard by the Adam who wielded the Spectator Pathway's uniqueness and recently obtained 0-08. As he was inside Ariana's world of concealment, Klein believed that thinking of Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order wasn't likely to pose any problems, but it wasn't necessarily the case when saying it out loud. After all, Mr. Dorr could freely discuss Adam with Emperor Roselle back then, not only because of the beyonder powers of a secret sorcerer's secret keeping, but more so because he was also a king of angels, a level not lower than Adam and Amon, perhaps even higher. Imagined. Ariana repeated Klein's keywords softly as though she had figured out something. At her level, she was no stranger to ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. Furthermore, she was also an angel that represented the authority of concealment. She possessed the highest clearance in reading all the church's confidential information. A few seconds later, Ariana observed Dwayne Dantes who remained sitting there. Psychology alchemists? From Konas Kilgore's statement, it was obvious that the king's faction was working with the psychology alchemists. And this was an organization that had the Spectator Pathway in its control. Klein first nodded and then added, "Their higher-ups likely do not have the ability of turning imagination into a reality. In this world, there are only 1 to 2 people who have such authority." Ariana nodded in thought. "I understand. Now that the underground ruins are open to us, I will find a chance to verify it. If it's true, it means that one or several archbishops of the Church of Steam and Storms are working for him. She didn't raise the possibility that the Church of Evernight's upper echelons were problematic, as the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. It was very difficult to keep such matters from her for prolonged periods of time. Klein couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The underground ruins will be left open to the three churches?" Yes, if it truly is imagined. It means that their cooperation is on the brink of success and that they just need to delay things a little longer. Ariana simply explained her theory. This is also what I'm thinking. The tide of the times is coming in a bid to drown out everything. Thankfully, I'm a lot more prepared than before. I now have a demigod-level marionette, and in certain areas he's stronger than me. After all, he can use my Beyonder powers while I can't use his. Since I can't digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion anytime soon and seek my advancement, strengthening my marionette is also an effective measure to protect myself. I can also take note of the Sanguines and Miss Sharon's plot against the Rose School of Thought. Klein's thoughts instantly turned clear. He reined in his thoughts and casually asked, "Do all three churches doubt Prince Grove's explanation?" "They don't." Ariana frankly shook her head. Kona's Kilgore had mentioned Katerina. "But you don't have evidence." After all, they can explain that, after they split with the Demoness sect, Katerina was sent to discuss things and attempt to make amends, but was cruelly rejected. During this process, as they knew each other's secrets, none of them took action at the meeting. It could then be explained that Kona's Kilgore, a demigod who wasn't privy to the matter, made the mistake that the cooperation effort was still in place, and faced with an angel family, one that wields at least half the forces in the military, the three churches won't immediately lose decorum with them unless there's evidence. Firstly, they aren't united, and they have to consider that if a civil war were to erupt, countries like Phaenopotter, Intis, and Phaenopotter, as well as the churches of Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Combat, Earth Mother, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom might try to take advantage of the situation. Klein quickly came up with an analysis of the present situation. He simply mentioned, there were signs of Saintess of White Katerina appearing over at Viscount Stratford's side. I will try to find her. Apart from that, Klein still wanted to find the dangerous Trissy and eliminate her, making up for his mistake of letting her go just because he wanted to use her. Her value was clearly not as dangerous as her. I'll try to do so as well. Ariana indicated that she would investigate the clue regarding Katerina. I have to say that Ma'am Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is rather comforting. She doesn't exude that condescending attitude an angel or archbishop has. She completely treats me as an equal. After hearing Ariana's words, Klein felt a baffling sense of poignancy. He instead asked, "Has Vin Rambus of the Psychology Alchemists been captured?" This was one of the key figures mentioned in the information from Kona's Kilgore's testimony, one of the clues that exposed the machinations of the king's faction. "He has gone missing," Ariana answered succinctly. As expected, the possibility of a leak has increased again. Vin Rambus has gone underground, but that doesn't mean that he can't contact Miss Justice and other members directly. When the time comes, Miss Justice has already hated him for some time. The only problem is whether Adam will appear in Backlund and imagine fake ruins. If that were the case, attacking Vin Rambus might mean a non-zero probability that he's being watched by this King of Angels. It might even be the case that he will sit beside Vin Rambus without anyone knowing. The more Klein thought, the more of a headache he had. It had to be said that in an era in which deities rarely descended upon the real world, the two brothers, Adam and Amon, were the limits to one's level and strength. They were synonymous with being terrifying, powerful, frightening, and formidable. A king of angels was an existence closest to that of a deity. Compared to Amon, I'm more afraid of Adam. He might be sitting beside you, listening to you and watching you smile while he reads your most truthful thoughts, making you die in the most natural, logical, but baffling manner. At this thought, Klein couldn't help but look around, afraid that the simple priest with pure-looking eyes and beard would be holding a tray, standing beside the roasting rack as he waited for the food and watched him with a smile. Without a doubt, Klein didn't discover anything. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He isn't here. Phew, thankfully, there's the blessings of an angel of concealment." Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded gently. "I will take note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts." Ariana nodded and said, "After this matter is over, you can attempt to pray to the goddess for a bestowment. That is to say that the goddess is very satisfied with my performance up to now. When the time comes, she will bestow me with the scholar of your potion formula." Klein roughly understood Ariana. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure disappeared bit by bit as though she had been erased. Yet, the guests at the bonfire party didn't notice the arrival of the ascetic at all. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation from another angle. Kona's Kilgore disappeared without any warning. From the evidence presented by Ma'am Ariana and the words she said, it implied that the MI9 deputy director is in her hands. In other words, the assault on Kona's Kilgore is definitely related to the Church of Evernight. Kona's Kilgore disappeared in Mager Manor, which belongs to Dwayne Dantes, and he is a believer of the Evernight goddess. From what the King's faction and the psychology alchemists know, Dwayne Dantes can likely be confirmed to be a secret informant of the Church of Evernight. This way, my safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being observed and monitored. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant. I can't keep having Kona's Kilgore or Enuni hide in this manner. This will make it easier for a problem to be discovered. Or maybe I can make one marionette turn into human skin clothes, fusing with the other marionette. As he thought, Klein stood up and placed the glass of sweet white wine on the table beside him. He then turned to walk to the main building of the manor and entered one of the bathrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He summoned the sea god scepter and used the prayer point he marked as Enuni to observe every corner of Mager Manor. During this process, Klein's mind was somewhat tense, worried that he would see a priest wearing simple clothes while having a beard and golden eyes. Of course, compared to seeing this priest, he was more afraid of the priest looking up and smiling back at him, raising the cup of wine in his hand. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing unusual with Mager Manor. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He then cast his gaze at the bronze cross on the long modeled table. This was an item that the magician and judgment had recently sacrificed. They said that it was to thank Mr. Fool for his blessings, and hoped to please this existence. It doesn't look like its level is low. Klein picked up the spiky cross and used divination to quickly figure out the mystical item's beyonder powers and negative effects. Both of them were one and the same. The bronze cross could cleanse powers of degeneration, corruption, corrosion, darkness, evil, ailments, and other domains, quickly causing them to dissipate until nothing was left. Due to this reason, this mystical item could also clear the mental corruption of beyonder characteristics. And it was precisely because of this potent purification that the bronze cross couldn't coexist with other mystical items or be in contact with other beyonder characteristics. Couldn't exist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's beyonder characteristic, albeit not in a manner that was as obvious. Over the passage of time, it would slowly cause a beyonder's characteristic to seep out. This also meant that if one were to carry or wear the bronze cross for more than an hour, the beyonder sequence would drop by at least 1 sequence. Beyond 3 hours, non-demigods would definitely be reduced to an ordinary person. Exceeding 6 hours, sequence 4 and sequence 3 saints would also lose their beyonder powers. It was almost ineffective against angels because they had the ability to shatter beyonder characteristics. They had extremely strong control over their source of power. It can be used to retrieve the characteristics of beyonders who failed to advance without dying or from those who lost control. This cross's powers resemble the sun pathways unshadowed. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Scrutinizing the bronze cross in hand, Klein was certain that it was at least a grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from its purifying effects, this mystical item also possessed flaring sun and other demigod-level spells of the sun domain. As for its negative effects, they weren't a problem to resolve if one used it properly. For example, helping people who stumbled into the Beyonder world and hoped to escape this madness to become normal humans again. It could also be used for people who consumed additional potions to secrete the Beyonder characteristic, though this required precise timing. Otherwise, it easily caused one's sequence to drop. Of course, the body and soul that had been reconstructed by potions would definitely suffer from frequent conflicts with an ordinary human's essence. Beyonders who relied on this bronze cross to retreat from this circle would undoubtedly suffer residual effects, and the exact circumstances would be different depending on their pathways and sequences. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that this bronze cross couldn't be carried with him for extended periods of time. He couldn't hand it to his marionette either, as it would expel the marionette's Beyonder characteristic and drop its sequence. And a marionette could no longer consume potions for advancements, as their spirit bodies were essentially dead. As for letting ordinary creatures turn into marionettes, they would praise the sun by wearing this cross for extended periods of time and escape his control. I can only leave it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. To a bizarro sorcerer, this side effect isn't much. After all, I don't perform unprepared. I'll later confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll sell it to Little Sun after he finishes digesting the Priest of Light potion. I believe that the City of Silver's 6-member council's chief wouldn't be miserly to not exchange it with a sealed artifact of equal value. The sun pathway is clearly more suitable for the Forsaken Land of the gods than the other pathways. Klein thought in a good mood as he placed the bronze cross back on the long modeled table. He didn't immediately make a confirmation and planned on leaving it until he returned to 160 Buckland Street. When that happens, he would also use dream divination to figure out the origins of the sealed artifact. As Mager Manor was too close to the underground ruins, he was afraid that the royal family's angel or maybe even Adam was observing the area. If his experiments were to trigger some change and create a stirring in the gray fog, his biggest secret might be exposed. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it's definitely from the sun pathway. At most, it's mixed with other Beyonder characteristics. No, it will be expelled, and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's trademark is a sacred emblem made of gold. An abstract sun, having nothing to do with a cross. After eliminating this possibility, the only one related to the sun domain is the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, Adam and Amon's dad, the suspected transmigrator. It appeared in the hands of Viscount Stratford, so does this mean that, in a particular sense, it's the Twilight Hermit Order who's cooperating with the royal family, and the psychology alchemists is just a ruse? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. It might have been found by the Augustus family since they're quite a famous angel family in the 4th epoch and have a long history. Finding certain items of the ancient sun god is rather normal. If this sealed artifact really was provided by Adam, could it be part of his arrangements? Faced with Demoness Trissy, who is clearly involved with an evil god, and her partner Viscount Stratford, who chose to use this purifying cross and gave up using other items. That arrangement is very reasonable. Upon deciding to eliminate Charmaine, since he wasn't sure if she had been corrupted by an evil god and was afraid of accidents happening, he didn't use any direct offensive means and instead wasted time activating this sealed artifact. That too is also very reasonable. Yes, it's all very reasonable. I'm just not sure if there are signs of this outcome being arranged. With this in mind, my phobia for 0-08 has reared its head again. Yes, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment had privately discussed Adam before. It involved matters regarding the Forsaken Land of the gods, the Giant King's Court, and King of Angels. This, even if it was arranged by Adam, why does he want to give this item to them? Klein felt his scalp tingle as he thought about it. Composing himself, he decided to do further experiments after returning to Buckland Street. He didn't hesitate and immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Kona's Kilgore, he relied solely on his divination powers without the Grey Fog's enhancements to gain an initial grasp on the situation. Apart from the Concerto of Light and Shadow which Church of Evernight ascetic leader, Ariana, had taken, and the badge used to open the underground ruins, Kona's Kilgore had 2 other mystical items. One of them was Rever's shout of despair, which Rhodes had mentioned. It originated from a failed sacrifice and had two modes. One was an ordinary shot, its might was slightly weaker than a clown's air cannon. The other was a machine gun sweep. Could spew out large numbers of bullets in 1 to 2 seconds. These two modes came with the shout of despair, having a certain level of influence on demigods at the saint level, but it wasn't too effective. Of course, not every demigod could withstand such an attack. Just like Klein himself, he didn't have a ridiculous body or defense to withstand it head-on. The other item was lucky grass. It looked very simple, a four-leaved clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its power was to accumulate one's chance of success after a subsequent failed attempt. The negative side effect. Klein's appraisal on it was to change its name to Mother of Success. These two mystical items were of little value to Klein. He continued keeping them on Konas Kilgore's person. Instead, it was this demigod marionette that was his greatest harvest. Lawyers had an acute grasp and knowledge of how to make use of loopholes in law, with the ability to guide and convince the target. Barbarian provided strength and a constitution that broke the rules. Briber had bribe. Baron of corruption had distortion. Mentor of disorder had disorder, and Earl of the Fallen had bestowment, magnify, and exploit. They were all pretty good powers. If he hadn't obtained detailed information from Rhodes and made sufficient preparations and formulated a plan, together with the help from an angel of concealment, Klein believed that he had no way of restraining Konas Kilgore even if he had items like Fate Siphon. In fact, instead of turning him into a marionette, using creeping hunger to graze Konas Kilgore would be a lot more discreet, making it harder to be discovered. But if that's the case, I can only use 3 of the Earl of the Fallen's Beyonder powers. As Klein thought about it, he walked out of the bathroom and returned to the bonfire party. On the lawn, Mocht was standing in front of the roasting rack, trying hard to make East Balham-styled roasted meat while sweat dripped down his forehead. Hazel was standing a short distance away, her eyes looking on brightly. She no longer had the arrogance from before and had a few black marks across her face, a result of the smoke. Portland Moment was holding a cup of wine, smilingly watching the relatively young lad being busy. From time to time, he would raise a metal skewer with chunks of meat and bite at it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's heart suddenly calmed down. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who went to the Buckland Street suburbs returned to Buckland Street. Before dinner, Klein headed above the gray fog once again and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that the cross corresponded to the Sun Pathways Sequence 4 Unshadowed and had, rather uncreatively, named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a pen and wrote a new divination statement. The origins of this cross. Klein didn't immediately divine if Unshadowed Crucifix had any traces of being arranged, afraid that it might point to Adam and place him in a state of vigilance. He planned on investigating the situation by figuring out the sealed artifact's origins. If the Unshadowed Crucifix's owner or former owner was Adam, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly point towards a deliberate arrangement. Putting down the pen, Klein looked down at the cross and exhaled heavily. I'm courting death again. He suspected that the Unshadowed Crucifix originated from the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, a powerful deity that was stronger than the ancient gods like Dragon of Imagination. Sneaking a peek at him would cause damage that exceeded Klein's previous divination of Grozel's travels. However, things were no longer the same. Klein was now a sequence for Bizarro Sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand as well as the amount of power of the mysterious space above the gray fog that he could use far exceeded his previous state back when he was a sequence 5. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair, holding the Unshadowed Crucifix in one hand and holding the piece of paper in the other. He softly repeated the divination statement. Over and over again, Klein used cogitation as a jumping board to enter a state of deep sleep. In the hazy world, a building whose original form was obscured by layers of grayish-white stood in a pitch-black environment. Surrounding it were monsters. A crack opened up on the grayish-white building's surface as a palm that had almost white skin reached out. A figure walked out, a man. He wore a black clergyman robe and had a silver crucifix hung on his chest. This man's hair wasn't long and was mainly raven black in color. There was a faint hint of blonde at the roots of his hair. His eyes were pure gold in color, and his skin was rather white. He had a deep outline and pronounced eye sockets. He looked quite similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward, reached his hand out, and grabbed the very ordinary crucifix. His eyes gradually lost their look of confusion as the ends of his lips curled up slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." The pitch-black surroundings of the grayish-white building were immediately pierced by bright lights, revealing what it really looked like. This was a deep valley where nothing could be seen above it. Yet, the infinite light filled every corner. And there was light. The image of the next scene flashed. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped onto the silver cross. Above the drop of blood seemed to be a figure that was formed of dazzling light. The face that he couldn't see clearly was looking up, seemingly being effused with pain and a sense of distortion in a very real manner. He cast his gaze over towards the area above the gray fog, casting it at Klein, who was seated at the fool's high-back chair. His deep voice sounded once again. "Mysteries." Suddenly, without any forewarning, Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. The boundless gray fog boiled as the ancient and majestic palace burned. The blazing flames condensed into a fiery blob, as though a blinding sun had risen out from this mysterious space. A howling hurricane flipped the long model table, snapping the thick stone columns and causing half the palace to collapse. Sitting at the fool's seat, Klein's brain was boiling before holes exploded out of it. Charred maggots then began crawling out of the cracks. He didn't die, and he had even very calmly reached out his right palm and tapped the armrest of the chair. Above the gray fog, this mysterious space quaked in an obvious manner. Waves of power surged out one after another, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames. The blazing sun evaporated, inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood once more as the long model table returned to its original state. The magnificent and holy palace appeared as though it had never collapsed or suffered any damage. Klein's head recovered instantly, and the charred maggots that had drilled out had turned transparent again before crawling back inside. As expected, stronger than dragon of imagination Ankwelt, Klein muttered to himself as his expression couldn't help but warp. He couldn't help but massage his forehead. "It's painful. This pain is also clearly stronger." While muttering, he rapped the edge of the long model table and made the mysterious space above the gray fog quake once more. Amidst the quakes, a pitch-black shadow abruptly emerged out of the palace's floor. This shadow twisted and struggled before being wiped clean by the gray fog's powers, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein calmed down completely and recalled the scene he had seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the city of Silver Creator, Adam's and Amon's dad. From the crucifix he wore, and that line, "Let there be light." There's a high chance that he is the first transmigrator. Perhaps he's Caucasian with a religious background. He used a language that can stir the powers of nature. It's similar to Jotun, but it's also different. It doesn't belong to Elvish, Dragonese, and ancient Hermes. Yes, it has similarities with the ancient Fasak of the northern continent and the Deutanese of the southern continent. This allowed me to barely understand what he was saying despite me not knowing this language. This is the language he learned from that strange giant building? He transmigrated there and inherited a rich inheritance? The second scene was of him suffering a betrayal, the scene of him being eaten by the kings of angels, white, wisdom, and wind? To a deity who claims to be a creator, that kind of corporeal pain and that distortion can only appear in such a situation. Yes, the divine blood he dripped before his death fused with the silver crucifix, and it later turned into the latter's form, becoming a rather powerful sealed artifact. From the looks of it, the unshadowed crucifix was obtained by one of the 3 kings of angels, or it landed in Amon's or Adam's hands. To them, this is an important item their father left behind. The previous possibility isn't too high. The cross's effects are extremely useful. Furthermore, its origins are a secret that needs to be kept. No one would give it to the Augustus family, From the looks of it, was it really arranged by Adam? Why did he give the unshadowed crucifix to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment in a very reasonable manner? He had discovered that the two ladies believe in the fool after observing them for some time? This cross was meant for the fool that doesn't belong to this era? He wishes to know where his father, who also doesn't belong to that era, came from? But the problem is, how does he plan on raising that question and obtaining an answer? That City of Silver's creator's level is extremely high. He was able to sense my prying despite the long stretch of history between us. He cast his gaze above the gray fog and cast it on this mysterious space. Furthermore, the influence he created not only openly caused destruction, but also secretly invaded this place, creating a special shadow. Nearly lurked here, hidden. Doesn't this mean that once one obtains the authorities of several domains, a deity's level will also undergo a qualitative change? What does the uttering of mysteries mean? Is it pointing to me, or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed past Klein's mind, making him come up with several theories, but the final answer eluded him. Due to his fear of Adam, he believed that the best outcome for the unshadowed crucifix was to have the City of Silver's godlike sealed artifact shatter it and reform it into a pure Beyonder characteristic. Reining in his thoughts and suppressing his questions, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had learned from looking straight at the City of Silver creator. Sequence 4. Unshadowed. Main ingredients: 1 drop of the sun's divine blood, or 3 adult sun divine bird's feathers, and a piece of holy brilliance rock. Supplementary ingredients: 60 milliliters of sun divine bird's blood, 30 milliliters of holy brilliance rock liquid, 7 drops of mutated fingered citron juice, 10 grams worth of powder of the heart of magma. Ritual: extract the strongest emotions that one is most unwilling to abandon before consuming the potion. Inject these emotions back again during this process. Sequence 3. Justice Mentor. Sequence 4. Black Knight. Sequence 3. Trinity Templar. After doing all of this, Klein picked up the bronze cross again and observed it with a heavy expression. He then threw unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress it. He didn't wish to see the paper figurines he cut begin to praise the sun the next time he came. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough, a postman riding a bike braked and stopped at the door. He then settled down his bike and took out a letter from his bag, glancing to check if the address was correct. "It's here. For Zio." The postman briskly walked to the mailbox and threw the letter in. Following that, he didn't delay as he got on his bike and kicked off. After a while, a pitch-black flame suddenly spewed out of the mailbox's mouth. This flame burned quietly and quickly disappeared. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey, who had brought Susie to the garden for a stroll, had just returned to the foyer when she saw her father, Earl Hall, come in from the outside. He had his brows knitted, seemingly in deep thought. "Father, did something happen?" Audrey asked with concern. This was the most basic of observations which she didn't need to hide at all. Earl Hall restrained his frustrated expression and said with a smile, "It's nothing important. I just never expected Vin Rambus to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult?" Audrey expressed her surprise appropriately. She knew that Vin Rambus was actually a member of the upper echelons of a secret organization known as the Psychology Alchemists, but she didn't understand how this was suddenly exposed. Earl Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm still not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey's eyes darted around as she asked, curiously. Underscore no. He disappeared before the warrant was issued. Earl sighed. Underscore it's really hard to imagine that he is a cult member. He's of excellent character and is knowledgeable. He's rational and objective in various matters and is filled with wisdom. That's just the side he wants you to see, Audrey inwardly mumbled. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner. She faced the sacred emblem of the Evernight goddess and got into a prayer gesture. However, her low chanting was The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After chanting the honorific name, Audrey succinctly reported, Vin Rambus has gone missing. He has been identified as a cultist and is wanted by all 3 churches. With that said, Audrey was about to solemnly pray to the goddess when a boundless gray fog appeared before her. In the middle of the grayish-white fog, a blurry figure sat on the chair, looking down from above and gently nodded. I'm aware. Just as this secret existence said that, the scene before Audrey's eyes changed suddenly. It presented a figure who was concentrating on praying. Honorable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernight has obtained intelligence from Konas Kilgore and confirmed that King George III hides an extremely huge secret. For the obtaining of a Blood Emperor ruins in the Stirlwyn segment of the Tussock River, he colluded with the Demonist sect and psychology alchemists to partake in human trafficking, creating the human disappearance cases that ultimately led to the Great Smog of Backlund. The Demonist sect's former representative was Despair Nightingale Panatia, and was later changed to Saintess of White Katarina. For the psychology alchemists, it's Vin Rambus. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she meets Vin Rambus again. She needs to be constantly prepared to seek help. His Majesty. Audrey's eyes widened as upheavals went through her heart. She found it difficult to control herself. This was partly due to the fact that this news was shocking for a noble like her. In addition, it had to do with lie which magnified her emotions. Almost at the same time, a news report flashed in Audrey's mind. It was one that had left an unerasable impression on her. According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. So that's how it is. What is the king plotting? The 3 churches likely don't have any actual evidence. Otherwise, Father wouldn't only be frustrated to this degree. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It felt like particular principles she had upheld in the past had been ruthlessly trampled, or that values that had stood up to time were silently crumbling. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Then, she exhaled and whispered, Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World. After her prayer, Audrey sat in the tranquil darkness and didn't move for a long time. Backlund East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom apartment. Furs picked up a fountain pen and wrote on a piece of paper. This was a letter for her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. It was to tell him that she was in danger and had no choice but to leave where she used to stay. Replies were not to be sent there, and if he had sent a letter, he was to quickly change his address and change identities if possible. After writing plenty of words, Furs put down her pen, folded the letter, stuffed it into an envelope, and adhered a stamp on it. Then, she changed into outdoor attire and left the room with the letter she wanted to send. She wasn't inclined towards heading out, but this new residence of hers not only didn't have alcoholic beverages, but it didn't even have coffee beans, instant coffee, black tea leaves, daily newspapers, the latest magazines, or novels. For these, she had no choice but to personally head out to send the letter and buy some groceries outside East Borough. As for Zio, she had already gone out. She wanted to mail a letter to her former rental apartment, indicating that Viscount Stratford's loyalties lay with the king. She wanted to see if it could drive Shermain's observer to take certain actions. Seriously, after everything was over, I was so afraid that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had finished it earlier, I could have gotten Zio to do the mailing. Furs wore a bonnet that had a fishnet, walked down the dark staircase all the way to the bottom, and walked out the condominium. This was in the periphery of East Borough where technical workers and low-level managers mainly lived. It was relatively safe and even had paperboys around. As Furs heard chimes from time to time, she walked slowly along the side of the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bike, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered a condominium beside her. Furs casually glanced at it and discovered that the copy at the top was News at Sea. People who live here will actually subscribe to such a newspaper. Their job has something to do with maritime trade. Furs retracted her gaze as she mumbled in surprise. However, this wasn't something that was worth paying attention to. She quickly walked towards the mailbox when she saw it at the end of the streets. The postman entered the condominium and found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, stuffing the corresponding papers into them. Shortly after he left, a mailbox was opened and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who retrieved the newspapers walked up to the third story, opened a room, and sat in a simple reclining chair, rocking in it as he read through it. By the side of the reclining chair, there was a black wooden table with a stack of papers placed on it. Some of them were stacked neatly with their front page facing up. Some were bent asymmetrically, revealing the articles. On them were the corresponding reports. Shocking. Crazy adventurer made fugitive. Crazy adventurer appears again. An incredible hunt. The man closest to the kings at sea. Adventurer worth £90,000. Story of Gairman Sparrow and 3 female pirate admirals. Shooting to fame in one battle. Gairman Sparrow attempts assassination attempt on Vice Admiral Ailment at night. Shortly after Furs finished her purchases and returned to her rental apartment, Zio had finished her trip and returned. The reason for their timely return was because it was Monday and it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Gong! 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 The nearby cathedral's bells resonated as a crimson-red beam of light surged at Furs and Zio at the same moment. Inside the majestic palace, by the sides of the ancient modeled table, figures appeared simultaneously, taking corporeal form. Like always, Justice Audrey stood up first, faced the seat of honor of the long bronze table, curtsied and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice seems rather down. From the looks of it, the news last night is still affecting her." The Fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and acknowledged the Tarot Club members' greetings. At this moment, Audrey, who wasn't in a good mood, noticed with her sharp observational skills that there was a bronze cross beside Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? To be placed on the table by Mr. Fool, it's an item that's at least the level of a card of blasphemy. Who does it originate from? What use does it have? Questions flew through Audrey's mind, making her feel an irresistible sense of curiosity. This was the first time Mr. Fool was placing something in front of him that wasn't a card of blasphemy. Immediately following that, Alger, Catlia, and the other Tarot Club members also noticed the bronze cross that was more eye-catching than a card. Like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but guess at the item's origins, level, and use. Amongst them, Derek felt a subtle calling from it. He felt that the bronze cross was drawing him in. He then recalled a basic rule taught in lessons at the City of Silver. Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway. Derek suddenly came to a realization. Furs and Zio recognized the bronze cross to be the sealed artifacts that they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated as though they were trying to take a better look. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item? It's more important than what Zio and I imagined? Furs was stunned and couldn't hide her curiosity. When it came to matters involving gods, her thoughts would never develop towards romance. Zio shared similar thoughts with Furs, but she didn't say a word. She believed that Miss Justice would definitely take the initiative to ask. Just as Audrey was deliberating about raising her hand, Catlia closed her eyes, turned her body, and faced the seat of honor. Before she bowed and spoke, the Fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry, the glasses you conjure can seal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Ma'am Hermit had already become a demigod by obtaining godhood, turning into a mysticologist. This was partly because Catlia had prayed to the Fool before she held the ritual and consumed the potion, hoping to advance under his watch. This way, even if she ultimately failed, she could be blessed and not lose control or go mad. She could always think of expelling the excessive characteristic and redo the attempt. Towards this matter, Klein wasn't too confident about it, because he had never attempted it before. Divination also didn't give any answers, but since he had agreed, he believed that if she failed and didn't die, it was definitely all thanks to Mr. Fool. If she were to lose control or go mad, she wouldn't care if Mr. Fool was really a cheat. In short, Klein's main purpose was to give her confidence so that she was in the best conditions for an advancement attempt. After all, Admiral of Stars wasn't able to find other existences to give similar blessings. After witnessing Ma'am Hermit's advancement to a demigod, Klein heaved a sigh of relief while lampooning inwardly. At times, acting as a god is harder than acting like a human. When believers encounter trouble, there are usually two outcomes, life or death. Their survival is naturally due to the blessings of deities, and no one would care if death occurs. On the other hand, after becoming a demigod and being able to use more of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, the fool Klein could easily see the astral projections of the Tarot Club members, thus reading their current Beyonder pathway in sequence. After sealing her eye of mystery prying, Katlia heaved a sigh of relief and reverently said, "Mr. Fool, there is one page of Emperor Roselle's diary this time." Emperor Roselle's diary? Queen Mystic is done with her matters? But nothing abnormal happened in Backlund. Yes, no one noticed the infiltration of Amon in Backlund Street or the demigod battle in Mager Manor. The fool Klein nodded in an unperturbed manner and said, "Good, you can think of a question or request." As he spoke, Audrey, Alger, and company sharply learned something from this conversation. Ma'am Hermit was worried that the glasses she conjured was unable to seal her eye of mystery prying, and this wasn't a worry she had in the previous gatherings. This means that Ma'am Hermit's eye of mystery prying has been significantly boosted. Why would there be a sudden boost? Has she advanced to become a demigod? She's our Tarot Club's second demigod? Audrey connected this matter to Katlia's purchase of the mythical creature's blood and immediately had a guess. She then swept her gaze at the male members opposite her and realized that Mr. Hanged Man's seating posture had unknowingly changed. He had apparently figured that Ma'am Hermit had become a demigod. Little Son's gaze was still staring at the bronze cross without any reaction. The moon Mr. Emlyn hesitated for a few seconds before looking up at Ma'am Hermit. Mr. Star was like Little Son, his eyes somewhat vacant as though he was waiting for the diary part to pass. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated with the next one?" Katlia asked. "Accumulated with the next one? Queen Mystic still doesn't want to have her mood affected? Then why would she suddenly provide a diary page? Has she foreseen something?" To maintain his image as the fool, he didn't ask why and nodded gently. "Sure." Katlia didn't speak further as she conjured that diary page, only to see it flash into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein scanned it seemingly casually, taking in most of the information. July 19th, night of the blood moon. Mr. Door's answer allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. In other words, the second blasphemy slate's creator was the ancient sun god? Towards this question, Mr. Door answered with almost certainty. He told me that the ancient sun god's fall resulted in the birth of the blasphemy slate. Does that mean that it's considered a key relic of the ancient sun god? Then, who was the one who created the first blasphemy slate? The original creator who truly created everything. And what were the additional pieces of knowledge that appeared on the second blasphemy slate? Mr. Door didn't answer, only saying that it involves too many secrets, cannot be explained in just a few words. If he were to return to the real world, he would be able to tell me in detail. Heh, do you think I'll fall for it? As the blasphemy slate was mentioned, I recalled two questions that had been bothering me since a long time ago. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of the times? Mr. Door's reaction was very odd. He laughed for nearly 20 seconds before telling me, "Be careful of the spectator." What has this got to do with my question? With his reminder, I carefully recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder of the savant pathway, my memory is something I can be proud of due to my eidetic memory. However, I only recalled that sequence O of the spectator pathway as visionary, but I have no impression of its ritual to become a god. I can clearly remember all the rituals for the other 21 pathways, but this is the only one where, not only do I lack an impression of, I have even subconsciously neglected it. I tried asking Mr. Dorr what the ritual is for becoming a god for the spectator pathway. Mr. Dorr laughed and said with a teasing and leisurely tone, "Didn't you already say it? The ritual for a spectator to become a god is to make the development of the times to be in line with one's expectations. Then, consume the potion for their advancement when it's at a certain time node in that trend. I believe that's the truth. Compared to the times as part of the original creator, only when the times develop according to a certain expectation can he draw energy from it and revive. This seems more objective. Heh, I knew that among the founders of that ancient secret organization, there had to be someone with their plans apart from the zealots. On careful thought, this is really quite a terrifying matter. It's fine when stuck in the low and mid-beyonder levels, but once someone is of a high standing, they might suffer an unknown and sudden destruction simply because their particular thoughts, ideas, or matters that they would like to push forward disagrees with a particular existence's expectations. Be careful of the spectator. I'm very curious how Mr. Dorr knows what's on the second blasphemy slate, as well as the various rituals needed to become a god. His answer was that he had seen the complete second blasphemy slate, and with him were Solomon, Zeradal, Tudor, Trunsoist, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castilla, Zoroast, Stiano, Constantine, and company. These were families who reigned over all the Beyonders in the fourth epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature's form, embroiling his mind in a storm of knowledge. The spectator's ritual to become a god is to make the times develop according to one's imagination. If that's the case, Adam has been subconsciously preparing for this since the beginning of the fourth epoch. So the secret that King George III is hiding, and the possible developments are in line with his expectations to the point of him giving a helping hand? Once the tide of the times come rushing in, with things not being capable of changing in short time spans, he will be able to become a god? In that case, engaging in a deep investigation of the Great Smog is abnormally dangerous. Even if I'm currently a blessed of the goddess, having an official Beyonders background and being able to cooperate with angels anytime, my safety can't be guaranteed. After all, the goddess isn't able to descend for quite some time. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly had the intention of cowering back. If this were in the past, he could relax after reporting the matter to the Church of Evernight and even leave Backlund for a vacation. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to seek out Vin Rambus and Saintus of White Katarina, making it very difficult for him to escape. It was truly a case of you win some, you lose some. Furthermore, Klein didn't know how Adam wished for the times to develop. If a great smog of Backlund happened again, he really had no way of extricating himself. There were people he cared about and he yearned for peace. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do. On the second blasphemy slate, apart from the Beyonder Pathways and Sequence Potion, what are the secrets it has? Klein retracted his gaze and made Roselle's diary page vanish. Then, he looked around with a calm expression and said with a smile, "You may begin." At this moment, Audrey didn't hide her curiosity. She raised her hand slightly and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there any special meaning to the cross beside your hand? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make the request." Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table precisely because he wanted the Tarot Club members to ask. He could then use this opportunity to inform Little Sun and the Hanged Man, who might have a chance of using the cross, of the news. After all, such matters were beneath Mr. Fool to expect him to raise them. Therefore, he smiled at Miss Justice. "This question is nothing. It's something left behind by the sun god of ancient times." Sun god of ancient times? Ancient sun god? The creator that the City of Silver believes in? See, this cross actually has such origins. A captain of the Royal Guards who's just a sequence 5 or 6 actually had a relic of the ancient sun god on him. Isn't that too much a coincidence? Furs couldn't believe her ears when she heard Mr. Fool's answer. At this moment, the Fool Klein mentioned in passing, its level isn't too high, corresponding to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to eliminate the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristics and help people who have consumed excessive potions to expel the excess characteristics. It will allow those who do not wish to remain in the mysterious world to return to normalcy. This power is rather fascinating. It's no wonder Mr. World once asked me if given a chance, will I be willing to completely leave the mysterious world? Audrey felt that her curiosity was satisfied. Strange. It really is an item that makes me uncomfortable. Emlyn made a judgment as he looked to the side at the sun. Derek was surprised and delighted, having a feeling that he had his dream fulfilled. His dream was to free all the residents of the City of Silver from the curse and return under the sun, and not constantly suffer the madness, pain, and torture. And if such a dream could be fulfilled by the relic inherited from the ancient sun god, the creator who the City of Silver believed in it would truly appear to be destiny and inevitable. He spoke before the hanged man. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I find a way to trade for this item? As long as you pay a sufficient price, Klein said with a slight nod. Mr. Fool really is the best, the greatest, Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. As long as a sufficient price is paid. Alger gained inspiration from Miss Magician's rental of the notebook and hurriedly asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, is it possible to rent the cross for a day or a few hours for a fixed price? He currently didn't have any plans on renting it. As his wind-blessed potion had digested relatively quickly, he planned on considering the problem of purging the excess characteristic after he consumed the additional Ocean Songster potion. Yes, the Fool Klein answered simply. Can be rented? The Star Leonard had benefited quite significantly from borrowing Laymanos travels previously. After he heard Mr. Fool's answer, he focused, seriously thinking if he had any need for the ancient sun god's relic. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. Not only was the sun pathway good against wraiths and specters, the Evernight pathway was good at it too. Furthermore, when he returned from Tingen to Backlund, he had already obtained 4 flaring sun charms, planning to give half of them to Klein who had provided him the information, keeping the other half for himself. As for purging the excessive Beyonder characteristics and leaving the mysterious world, he didn't need it. He was about to hold the ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Furs glanced at Zio and felt pangs of regret. She wasn't regretting them sacrificing the cross to Mr. Fool, but rather that she didn't attempt to use her powers or Laymanos travels to record the corresponding powers before sacrificing it. Of course, this was mainly because she was rather timid. Without being able to use an astrologer's means to determine the cross's uses and effects, she didn't dare to rashly make attempts. After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future. She tried hard to cheer up. Noticing no further requests, the Fool Klein retracted his grace, gesturing to the Tarot Club members to begin the transactions and discussions. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix had someone who potentially needed it. It was the Fog Sea's strongest hunter Anderson. This fellow had undergone various experiments after boarding the Golden Dream under Vice Admiral Iceberg's arrangements, doing so in a bid to digest the alien object inside him. There was already a certain level of success, but it wasn't enough to completely eliminate the latent problems. Upon thinking of this, Klein silently mumbled, I'll get Danitz to ask later. At this moment, Audrey raised a request for a transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a Dreamcatcher's heart, mind illusion crystal, or an adult mind dragon's complete brain? After hearing Miss Justice, Derek very enthusiastically replied, Our City of Silver's warehouse likely has the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll inform you after confirming it when I return. He originally wanted to say that even if there was the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, it was most likely filled with madness and distorted mental corruption, but after seeing the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. That simple? Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had brightened up significantly. Indeed, compared to the outside world where dragons are decreasing in number, the City of Silver, which has a history dating back to the Second Epoch, will likely possess such ingredients. It's mainly because they do not have the higher sequences formula for the spectator pathway, so even with the ingredients, they are of little use. Furthermore, they lack an artisan and are unable to turn Beyonder ingredients into mystical items. At times, they'd rather just store them. Many thoughts ran through Audrey's mind as she asked with a faint smile, If you do have it, What would you exchange it for? I haven't thought of it. Derek felt a little embarrassed as he raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. His main goal now was to obtain the creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. In the past, he would definitely be worried, but now he quickly came up with an idea despite his worries. He decided to ask the chief because he was certain that the chief was interested in the creator's relic. Due to having such thoughts, he really didn't know what payment he needed from Miss Justice. He planned on figuring out the other matter before telling her. All right, confirm it first. It's best if you can check if there's any blood of an adult mind dragon. Audrey didn't press as she nodded gently. It was the hardest supplementary ingredient she needed in the Dreamwalker potion formula. Audrey immediately looked around, indicating that she was done. You don't have to look at me. Although I do have some savings, there's nothing I wish to buy. It mainly has to do with teacher not having given me the Traveler's Potion formula. Among the first 5 sequences of Apprentice, I like Traveler the most. I've always been looking forward to heading to different places to take in their vistas and delicacies. But thinking of the long journey, the crowdedness or crude transportation tools, and the inns whose level of hygiene is questionable, I'll definitely be obstructed by all the bulky baggage. After I become a traveler, these won't be a problem. Furza's thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Zio pondered for a moment and said, Everyone, please look out for the potion formula for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin. She had a chance of obtaining the Judge formula from her MI9 contact, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would definitely cause a storm in Backland, and when that happened, many things might change. Therefore, she planned on getting the Tarot Club to make additional preparations. After all, it was only for them to be on the lookout and not to search for them. Besides, at Sequence 6 and 5, that would make her a quasi-high-ranking member of MI9. For informants in the peripheral to apply for the potion formula, there was a high probability that she needed to undergo a new round of investigations. This wasn't something she could skip because of the contact who had been very friendly to her. To Zio, who was anxious to advance to a high-sequence beyonder and figure out the secret of the king, she undoubtedly couldn't place her hopes in the military. All right, Alger was the first to reply. Due to the influence from the royal family and the military, the Church of Storms likely had some of the potion formulas of the Arbiter Pathway. Of course, this wasn't something a Sequence 6 captain responsible for acting as a pirate would know. He only had a chance of knowing them after he officially became a Sequence 5 and was summoned back to the church or was assigned to deal with more important missions. Following that, Catlia said, The potion formula of the Arbiter Pathway is strictly controlled by the Lone and Phaenopotter royal families and military. They seldom appear in the wild. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but not able to guarantee you success. Also, if you need it, I can provide you with a Judge Pathways mystical item. After its shattering and reformation, it will become the corresponding main ingredient. When she mentioned the words shattering and reformation, Catlia subconsciously thought of turning her body sideways as a hint to misjudgment that she could seek Mr. Fool's help, but ultimately she held back. As for the method to obtaining the potion formula, it was actually very simple. It was to take the initiative to listen to the ravings of the hidden sage and accept the knowledge he imbued. At Sequence 4, her level of tolerance as a demigod had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage was definitely not an existence that lacked intelligence. He could attach negative influences in the knowledge in his ravings, and even send his powers down from above, corrupting the listener. Therefore, such actions were still dangerous. Catlia had the courage to attempt it, not because she was rash and overly confident, but because she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order. As an ancient organization that believed in the hidden sage, the Moses Ascetic Order's upper echelons had gradually found a relatively safe method to listen while under this existence's influence. Likewise, the hidden sage didn't have a ridiculous level of malicious intent towards members of the Moses Ascetic Order. He seldom brought harm, and most of the time, he was simply imbuing knowledge and letting them pursue his believers. To her, as long as she controlled the frequency and quantity, she could obtain knowledge from the hidden sage in a rather safe manner. As for the tiny influence and corruption that came with it, she suspected that the process of entering the area above the gray fog every time she participated in the tarot gathering allowed them to be eliminated in a natural and simple manner. The only problem was that the knowledge she received each time wasn't something under her control. It depended on the hidden sage's mood and thoughts at that particular point in time. In a sense, this was a passive and irresistible secret deed ritual. As for the judge pathway mystical item that she was willing to provide, it came from the Fog Sea's strongest hunter Anderson, a button. After she became a demigod, some of the items she held had little use. One of them was the button. After hearing that, Zio didn't hesitate to agree. All right, I'll consider purchasing it after obtaining the judge potion formula. I hope I can raise my sequence again by then, allowing me to use the gray fog's powers that isn't just close to the level of an angel, but that of an angel. Only then can I shatter items and let the characteristic reform. Otherwise, I'll still have to bother Ma'am Ariana or Will Ossepton. Yes, if Mr. Azik were to awaken, things would be a lot simpler. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can purge an item's beyonder characteristic out. I don't think it will work. It can't coexist with those items, preventing them from even coming close. Other than this restriction, it should be possible in theory. I'll later try to use the gray fog's powers to force the unshadowed crucifix to be bound to other mystical items. Klein, who was listening by the sidelines, thought. After discussing misjudgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any needs to make a transaction. Leonard had already covered up the weaknesses of his mystical item. Alger was working hard to become legal. Derek was only thinking of the creator's relic. Emlyn and Katlia had just advanced recently, so they had nothing they needed for now. Amongst them, Katlia had the intention of renting the cross to see if she could cleanse the remnant corruption in Artisan Sealf. However, the Roselle diaries she gathered came from Queen Mystic and were used for obtaining answers. She believed she was temporarily unable to produce anything that would gamer Mr. Fool's interest. I'll try to gather the Emperor's diary out at sea. Katlia secretly made the decision. After some thought, Emlyn said to the magician, "Ma'am, in the next 2 weeks, I might need to rent that notebook." "No problem." Furs was originally thinking of spending money to get Mr. Moon to add abyss shackles and other beyonder powers to the spellbook, so she was very happy to permit his request. This meant not only would she not be spending money, but she would even earn some money. At this thought, she couldn't help but add, "Try not to record full moon." She would be very troubled if Laymanos Travels' powers were mainly filled with full moon. While Emlyn nodded in agreement, Alger interrupted as though in thought. "Is the Sanguine's hunting of the key members of the Rose School of Thought about to begin?" "Yes." Emlyn didn't hide the truth at all. "Once the plan is finalized, I'll get everyone to provide me with suggestions." "No problem." The first to answer wasn't the hanged man, but the World Gairman Sparrow who had been sitting silently at the bottom end of the long bronze table. "He's interested in this?" Not only did Emlyn think this, but the other members also had the same idea no matter how slow they were. With the hanged man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon in plotting the Sanguine operation, the Tarot Club's transaction segment came to an end, ushering in the free communication segment. The World Gairman Sparrow sat up slightly and looked at the star Leonard. "Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate." "Blasphemy slate?" Audrey and the other members immediately grasped the peculiar term. They immediately had astonished thoughts. The second blasphemy slate? Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he appears. He knows someone that has seen one of the most important items in mythical legend. Other than his identity as a member of the church and official beyonder, he had other secrets. No wonder he has joined the Tarot Club. Leonard jumped in fright as well, never expecting Klein to raise such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled and said, "Okay." After answering, Leonard snapped to his senses and grasped the hidden message contained in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard the chance to think, the World Gairman Sparrow surveyed the area and mentioned something else. The Church of Evernight has confirmed that lone King George III hides a particular secret from the intel they received from MI9's Deputy Director, Brigadier General Konas Kilgore. He secretly sent people to dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the Demonist sect and psychology alchemists. Klein controlled the fake person and described the matter which he had previously told Miss Justice in greater detail. After he was done, he made special mention. The three churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With Vin Rambise's disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed on the surface. There is reason to suspect that there's a traitor amongst the upper echelons of the three churches. Something so major actually happened in Backland this week? Klein seems to have obtained information from the church. Why don't I know any of that? As he listened, Leonard shot a look at the World Gairman Sparrow with an odd expression. He temporarily had his thoughts adrift, unsure as to who was the red gloves of the Church of Evernight and a target who was about to become a high-ranking member to be nurtured. Recalling the past, he seemed to grasp something, but he was unable to fully grasp that spark of inspiration and develop the idea fully. Zio, who had planned on sharing her encounter with Viscount Stratford and his testimony at the Tarot Club and seek assistance, was stunned to realize that the matter Mr. World was investigating overlapped greatly with her goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when following Viscount Stratford to the dock area. We might have been able to circumvent the restrictions and obtain more clues. Zio looked around and deliberated over her words, preparing herself to speak. At this moment, while Alger was feeling shocked, he connected it to the period 3 to 4 months ago, a period before the Star and Judgment had joined the Tarot Club. Back then, the World Gairman Sparrow had requested the Tarot Club members to help take note of information regarding Konas Kilgore, and he had accused Vin Rambis of being the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide. Indeed, a simple suicide case by Quarren wouldn't make the world expend so much of his time and energy. Matters he's investigating and the people he takes note of are very likely secrets that have an influence on the global situation. Also, there might be a traitor amongst the three churches' upper echelons? Which cardinal or high-ranking deacon could it be? Alger could sense the surging undercurrents and the scent of an opportunity. Normally, he wasn't someone the Church of Storms placed a great importance on. The best outcome of a Beyonder who acted as a pirate for prolonged periods of time was to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. After returning to the church, they could become an assistant to the mandated Punisher's upper echelons. It was almost impossible for them to wield holy artifacts and become demigods. Only with the situation changing and through frequent developments could he rely on the Tarot Club to showcase his capabilities and make great contributions. That way, he would be made a target to be nurtured. Likewise, Katlia seemed to see the dark clouds accumulating in Backland, as well as the strong winds brewing there. She vaguely understood why the Queen had been staying in Backland over the past half-year. As for Emlyn, he frowned, feeling once again that Backland was no longer a safe place for the Sanguine to live in. I can only hope that it doesn't affect my hunting operation of the key members of the Rose School of Thought. Also, I hope it doesn't make Father and me be that busy like the period after the Great Smog last year. Emlyn's frown deepened upon recalling that episode. He swept his gaze from the corner of his eye at the sun and discovered that the youth was sitting upright, his eyes vacant. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. I will take note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts. Audrey broke the temporary silence. Judgment Zio also looked at the World Gairman Sparrow and said, I'm investigating a matter that involves the King's secret. If you need my assistance, please don't stand on ceremony. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem of someone monitoring Charmaine. All right. Klein knew that it was Demoness Trissy and made the fake person, the world, nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts or investigating the King's secret, take note of any matters that seem too coincidental around you. If there are any coincidences, immediately inform me. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order or Adam, afraid that Miss Justice and company couldn't help but think about it in private and be overly anxious. If they were to reveal any problems, they might attract unneeded attention. Too many coincidences. Furs and the other Tarot Club members repeated this phrase in their minds as they made their own guesses. After about 10 seconds of silence, Derek said, "I'll be following the expedition team to the afternoon town camp after a period of making preparations and adjustments. This time, we might attempt to enter the giant king's court." To Audrey and company, this wasn't something too sudden. They had long known that the City of Silver would launch such an operation after the sun advanced to Sequence 5. Therefore, they weren't shocked or surprised. Instead, they had the feeling that their patience had paid off, as though a mythical legend was about to unfold before them in a real, corporeal manner. Alger thought and gave a vague reminder, "When the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool frequently. If you're stumped, you can request a mini-gathering for a discussion like the moon." "All right, Mr. Hanged Man." Derek had no problems with that since those were things he usually did or thought of doing. After this matter was over, Alger turned to the seat of honor at the end of the bronze table and reverently said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have the answer to the matter you wanted me to investigate." Under the other members' looks of puzzlement and curiosity, he continued, "There were 5 Fasak colonels who participated in the Konotop Sea battle in 1338. 2 of them died in battle, and 1 died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking after being discharged due to age. 1 was promoted to Commodore and was transferred to the Imperial Navy College and became its Vice-Chancellor. 1 became a Rear Admiral and is currently serving as Commanding Officer of the Fasak Subjugation Fleet's 2nd Squadron." Just as he said that, Alger requested for the right to conjure a piece of paper filled with the detailed intel. The fool Klein allowed it to flash in his palm and quickly scanned through it. He had made the Hanged Man investigate the Fasak and Mat's colonel in the 1338 Konotop Sea battle mainly to seek out Creeping Hunger's original owner. That naval officer had captured the Mat's second mate, Andy Hayden, in that sea battle and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died in battle. As for his subsequent discovery and encounter in that primitive island with the Hanged Man, they made Klein suspect that Kalangos had been given the glove by the Twilight Hermit Order. Be it an official or periphery member, it's impossible for him to die that easily or die from alcoholism. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of being silenced. Klein thought quickly and remembered 3 names on the piece of white paper. Boris, died in 1347. Cause of death, excessive drinking. Suzdal, 48 years old. Commodore, Fasak Imperial Navy College's Vice-Chancellor. Dmitriev, 45 years old. Rear Admiral, Commanding Officer of Fasak Subjugation Fleet's 2nd Squadron. Retracting his gaze, the fool Klein nodded gently and said to the Hanged Man, "Continue gathering detailed information of the latter 3. Figure out everything about their lives." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Alger agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity for him. After the mission was completed, he could attempt to request to borrow the cross. After another round of exchanges, the week's tarot gathering came to an end. Leonard then returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before placing his feet on the coffee table. Then he asked with a suppressed voice, "Old man, have you seen the 2nd blasphemy slate before?" In his mind, Pallas Zorost's slight-aged voice sounded. "No. The one who saw the 2nd blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather." "Heh. Who mentioned this?" Leonard didn't answer Pallas Zorost's question as thoughts resonated in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exists. Old man's great-grandfather had seen the 2nd blasphemy slate. No wonder he could become an angel. After a few seconds, Leonard asked curiously and expectantly, "Old man, do you know the potion formula of Nightwatcher?" Pallas Zorost immediately scoffed. "Naive. According to my great-grandfather, it was an urgent situation and a limited opportunity. The blasphemy slate could disappear at any moment. Any smart person will know to grasp a complete beyonder pathway before looking at the rest." In addition, the knowledge of the blasphemy slate appeared in its essence and not in textual form. Everyone who saw it needed some time to interpret it. When the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone managed to memorize a complete beyonder pathway, so how could they care about the others? I do have quite a number of potion formulas of the other pathways, but they were slowly gathered by the family over long periods of time. There aren't many high-sequence formulas among them. Is that so? Leonard chuckled dryly and asked, Who took the second blasphemy slate away? Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a second before saying, If my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, that should be king of angels Adam. The 7 deities, no, it should have only been 6 deities back then, didn't participate in this matter? Leonard pressed in puzzlement. Pallas Zoroast laughed in an ambiguous manner. At least not on the surface. A bolt of lightning streaked across the deep, dark sky, illuminating the entirety of the city of Silver. However, it didn't last too long, and it soon disappeared into the darkness, returning the world to its pitch-black state. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got off the bed and dashed for the door. He slowed down his pace as he walked, his expression clearly conflicted. How should I mention the creator's relic to the chief? Directly tell the chief that an item has caught my eye? No. Although, according to Mr. Hanged Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters. I can't be too direct. Derek was always a thin-skinned youth. Even when his parents were alive, he seldom made requests for items. He paused in place, seriously trying to recall the discussions with Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the rest of the Tarot Club members, hoping to imitate them and find a reasonable excuse. After simulating the possible developments all day, Derek bit his lip and decided to be direct. Carrying Thunder God's roar, he pulled open the door, entered the streets, and headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city. Along the way, many City of Silver residents came out of their houses, wearing smiles as they gathered at the training field. This period of time was the harvesting season for black-faced grass, a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrificial offerings to the Creator. It was also one of the rare days when people could feel happy deep down in a darkness with harsh survival conditions. Seeing Seamdren who were skipping about and adults wearing black-faced grass amulets and rings while hearing their discussions and singing, Derek's heart calmed down as his footsteps grew firmer. Coming to the spire of the Twin Towers, he passed the message and met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, in a particular room at the top of the tower. This demon hunter was messy and grizzled as always, having not put effort into combing it. The wrinkles on his face were rather deep, leaving behind either deep or distorted old scars. His light blue eyes were deep with experience as though they could see through a person. After Derek saluted him, he nodded and said, "How's your grasp of the Priest of Light potion?" This was referring to the spirituality convergence and the corresponding familiarity with the various theurgical spells. Derek answered in a frank manner, "Almost grasped it. Yes, there's no rush. The other members of the expedition team have yet to make preparations. They still need a certain amount of time, just like Lovia. She's gathering and searching for the ingredients needed for her advancement." Colin Iliad gave a casual mention. Indeed, Elder Lovia will also participate in the expedition to the Giant King's Court. She's trying to become a demigod? Derek was taken aback as he asked without hiding anything, "Elder Lovia has the subsequent potion formula?" This was a problem that had plagued this shepherd elder all this time, preventing her from becoming a demigod for years. Yes. Colin gave an affirmative answer, but he didn't provide an explanation. He instead asked, "Is there something this time?" Derek turned anxious when he heard this. He didn't make a request, but rather directly said, "Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the Sun pathway." The tall and muscular Colin in a linen shirt narrowed his eyes as the look in his eyes changed. Those complex and indescribable emotions made Derek freeze on the spot, causing him to momentarily forget what he was about to say next. Amidst an indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, "Relic." Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he accidentally mentioned something of great significance. He had felt pained that the Creator had been eaten for a very long time, knowing that he had completely fallen, never to return again. This made him develop the illusion that it was common sense. Faced with the chief's question and gaze, Derek fell silent, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds and finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. Yes, relic. The kings betrayed the Lord. He subconsciously used the term the ecclesiastic at Afternoon Town had used in referring to the kings of angels. Colin looked at Derek, his light blue eyes seemingly losing focus temporarily. This demon hunter remained silent for a long while, and after nearly a minute did he calmly say, "Got it." His voice subconsciously turned deeper. He didn't ask where the relic of the creator that Derek had discovered, or what it looked like and what its use was. His eyes regained their depth as he didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "You've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what holy sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you're able to converge your spirituality and fully grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and take you to the place where they're sealed. If you have an affinity with one of the holy sealed artifacts and can reduce its negative effects, you can wield one." The affinity he mentioned here referred to the similarity between Derek's psyche and the remnant high sequence Beyonder psyche mark on the sealed artifact. It could reduce the terrifying negative effects by deceiving it to a certain degree. In the City of Silver, there wasn't a lack of common Beyonder characteristics and ingredients. Furthermore, everyone knew the acting method. The only thing preventing them from advancing was the rituals. At times, without a potion formula, it didn't stop a Sequence 8 from advancing to Sequence 7, or Sequence 7 to 6. As long as one had advanced correctly via consuming potions the previous time and had completely digested it, if one was willing to take the risk, they could attempt to directly consume a Beyonder characteristic to advance. The chances of success weren't too low, but from Sequence 6 to 5, without the help of a ritual, the chances of success were very low. Therefore, in the City of Silver, there were a lot of Sequence 6 Beyonders, but Sequence 5 and up became rare. It was a level that earned serious considerations. Why did the chief suddenly mention this? He means that I can choose a holy sealed artifact to exchange for the creator's relic. I haven't even mentioned this yet. Yes. I'll first offer the information to Mr. Fool and see which item will please him. Derek was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He nodded heavily. "Yes, Your Excellency." He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the harvest. Demon Hunter Colin watched his figure disappear as he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training field. There were already many people gathered there. They were circling the creator's altar, and they were using ancient dances to please the deity. Others were singing praises of the mighty existence. They had obvious smiles on their faces, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. It was as if the creator would return if they held on for a few more years, and all hardships would come to an end. Such expectations had been repeatedly shattered in the past 2 to 3 millennia, but it rose up, again and again, to support their hearts in resisting the despair and burdens. Colin Iliad stood by the window and watched intently. Backlund Street. After returning from above the gray fog to the real world, Klein's heart felt heavy. Emperor Roselle's diary page allowed him to understand the secrets of the spectator. He understood how dangerous it would be for him to continue investigating the king. Even with the Church of Evernight and the goddess's blessings, it wouldn't be completely safe. It mainly has to do with the goddess's digesting of the death pathway's uniqueness. She won't be able to descend for quite a long period of time. I hope the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can react in a timely manner at the critical moment. Regardless, with Mam Ariana, Will Osepton, and Pallas Zoroast, even against a king of angels, it isn't an outcome that spells certain doom. Even if I were to die, they still have a chance of grabbing my corpse. The longer I hold on, the higher the odds of my survival will increase. Klein relieved his stress by making a self-deprecating comment. Previously, above the gray fog, he had already decided the focus of his investigation. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katarina and Demoness Trissy, whose current sequence was unknown. As for Vin Rambus, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he wouldn't try to seek him out. Otherwise, he might encounter an accident he couldn't fend off. On the one hand, I'm waiting for Miss Judgment's feedback, and on the other hand, I should try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment. By using their blood connection, I can try to lock onto the Saintess of White. This isn't too realistic. The three churches will definitely come up with this method, so the demonist sect will definitely counter this. I'll later get Danitz to search for items related to Vice Admiral Ailment, and I'll use the Grey Fog's ability to interfere and screen. Yes, I'll also ask him about Anderson. This isn't too pressing. The unshadowed crucifix is still being experimented with. Klein retracted his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the Grey Fog suppression to bind unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, Broken Finger, together. He wanted to see if the Beyonder characteristic would be purged. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet, Inuni. He planned on praying at St. Samuel Cathedral before visiting the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually the winner, but Kona's Kilgore. The real Earl of the Fallen had been turned into flesh with the flower of blood and was hiding inside the Earl of the Fallen's stomach. Backlund's weather these days was often gloomy. The gas lamps lining the two sides of the road had yet to be lit up, but the houses on both sides of the street had already been lit up. Klein watched all of this expressionlessly. He rode his carriage from Backlund Street to Phelps Street. He first headed to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before he wore his top hat and cane and walked to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard a ringing sound. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle which didn't have a horizontal bar and was rather exquisite. She had come out from an alley. She was wearing a plain white dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up as her green eyes were peeled on the road. Sitting on the seat harness behind her was a golden retriever who could maintain her stability no matter how much the bicycle shook. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns, Audrey smiled brightly and greeted in a cheery tone, "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood." Klein watched as she hit the brakes and used her foot to support herself. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened a little. "You're right. I am indeed in a good mood. After riding this for a while, all my troubles have disappeared." "Not bad. A spectator's ability to adjust their own emotions are rather impressive," Klein commented inwardly as he looked at the golden retriever on the back seat of the bicycle. He then sized up the bicycle that looked different from the bicycles on the street. He casually asked, "Is this a new bike designed specially for women?" "What do you mean specially designed for women?" "If you wish to ride it, you can too," Audrey replied with a smile. "I only told the people at the bike company that they needed to consider the requirements of the different demographics. This is their latest product they designed. It has yet to be industrialized. I was given a prototype to give them some feedback." "An excellent idea," Klein praised with a smile before asking thoughtfully, "Do you know the owner of the Backlund Bike Company?" Audrey's eyes narrowed a little as she answered, "Of course. I'm one of the major shareholders of the Backlund Bike Company." "Major shareholder? I almost forgot about that." She ultimately succeeded. Klein seemed to understand something as the corners of his lips curled up slightly as he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I see. My imagination still isn't good enough. How is it? How does it feel after riding it?" Audrey held the bicycle's handles and darted her eyes about slightly, recalling as she said, "It's great. It's very suitable for women." "Honorable lady, that wasn't what you said a moment ago." Klein pricked his brows, but he didn't interrupt the girl. Audrey smiled and continued, "To me, it can help me adjust my mood and relieve stress. It's like riding a horse. However, that requires special equipment, and I have to do it at the horse ranch in the suburbs. It's impossible to get the horse to gallop at full speed at home or on the streets. It lacks that feeling, but bicycles don't have that problem. I can even head into the alleys which horse carriages can't enter. It allows me to take in different sights. Just now, I rode past a house and saw their garden blooming with flowers. It made me feel especially happy. Oh, when I encountered other people on bicycles, I feel very happy too. They work hard to live, carrying that little bit of hope. Although they're busy and in a rush, they don't appear listless. Alright, don't laugh at me. I know you want to say that those who can afford bicycles are definitely not those at the lowest rungs of society. I'm just happy for them. I hope that one day, I can ride through every street in Backland. Klein listened quietly as his mood improved. With Miss Justice's description, it seemed possible for the scene to appear in front of him. And this was a trivial change he had brought to this world. He laughed and said, "No, I have no way of refuting it. It sounds very interesting. This is what I wish to see in Backland, the more the merrier. I originally had doubts about certain things, but now, I seem to have fewer doubts." With that said, he pointed at 22 Phelps Street, the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's door. "Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon." "All right. I'll park the bicycle." Audrey got off the bicycle and pushed it and her golden retriever towards the back door. There was a parking spot for bicycles which had been specially demarcated. It was indoors, so there was no need to be afraid of the rain. In an organization like the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, more and more of the staff who often needed to travel deep into Eastborough were beginning to ride bikes. Of course, none of them dared to venture too deeply into Eastborough on such a transportation tool, as everything could be stolen there. As they approached the back door, Susie jumped off the bicycle. She turned back to look at the spot from before and said in puzzlement, "Audrey, that Mr. Dante's person had a mixed tone when he heard you say that you were one of the major shareholders of the bicycle company, but I failed to decipher his true meaning." Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. "I previously heard that Mr. Dante's was one of the people who attempted to compete with Hibbert for buying the shares of the bicycle company. I get it now." Susie revealed an obvious smile and felt happy for the accuracy of her observation. Inside the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, Klein very gentlemanly waited until Miss Audrey returned with her Beyonder dog and followed them to the second floor. At this moment, a staff came forward and said to Audrey, "Director, Chancellor Portland Moment from the Backland University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room." "Why is Chancellor Moment here?" Audrey asked in surprise. The staff first greeted Director Dwayne Dantes before answering, "He didn't say." Before the staff could finish his sentence, the stout and ruddy Portland Moment walked out of the reception room while combing his white hair. He then pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive me for rashly paying a visit." In Lone, after getting to know each other, they greeted noble ladies by their last names and greeted the young ladies by name. "It's my pleasure," Audrey replied politely. Portland Moment was a chancellor who paid more attention to academics. Without any further flattery or pleasantries, he bluntly said with a smile, "This is the thing. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to our technical university. The goal is to invent and promote various mechanical technologies that aids businesses and daily life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing in them." "Heh, Dwayne. How about it? Do you have any thoughts of working together?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely get a grant from the Higher Education Commission. It's a very good idea, but Backland and the entire kingdom might be falling into a maelstrom afterward." Klein was a little dazed after hearing Principal Moment's words. Audrey nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is a responsibility for myself and my responsibility towards you." "I think so too," Klein added. Portland Moment chortled heartily. "No problem. I'll arrange the information when I get back." In the fog sea on the Golden Dream, Gehrman Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation. Also, what's the meaning of searching for items related to Vice Admiral Ailment? Many pirates are wildly going after something similar, but they have succeeded. Danitz, who had received Gehrman Sparrow's message, was completely puzzled. But regardless of his puzzlement, he thanked Mr. Fool seriously and carefully. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and turned to enter the cabin, heading straight for the room where Anderson was residing. He knocked on the door and opened it in one fell swoop. With his arms crossed, Danitz stood at the door and said to Anderson, who was composing a portrait, "How is it? How's the digestion of that thing in your stomach?" Anderson put down his brush, glanced at Danitz and replied heavily, "It already knows how to call me Daddy." Danitz subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson immediately returned to his relaxed state as he said with a smile, "Just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and the drive. The only problem is that we've met with failure too many times. The object in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time. As he spoke, he rubbed his belly. Danitz pricked up his brows and curiously asked, "There was originally some sort of effect?" Anderson sized up Danitz a few times. "You should have heard that some Beyonder characteristics or potions will seep into items that are in prolonged contact with them and transform them into sealed artifacts that are difficult to use. However, a human's body is just a relatively special item. At times, I really do suspect that you obtained Beyonder powers through contact with potions and not through consumption. That's why your brain has rotted." In the past, Danitz would definitely be furious, but now all he did was chuckle. "In other words, if you don't isolate it, the thing in your stomach will gradually fuse and reconstruct your body, including your brain?" Anderson was amused when he heard that. "Very good. Continue, don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you're usually very skilled at setting up fires." Danitz replied disdainfully, "I'm only lacking in the ingredients." Thinking of Gairman Sparrow's instructions, he pressed unwillingly, "How is the matter supposed to be dealt with after its isolation?" Anderson stroked the first button of his shirt as he chuckled. "Two possibilities. One is to seek the help of a demigod, such as an unshadowed, allowing the object to seep out bit by bit. In this aspect, your captain knows someone who can do it. The only problem is that my Beyonder characteristic might be purged while purging that object. It will drop my sequence and even turn me into an ordinary person. The second line of thought is to think of a way to obtain the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula. Prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients and see if there's a way to accommodate that object and use it to become a demigod." "That sounds very dangerous." Danitz gave an objective assessment of the second line of thought. Anderson's smile became more obvious. "Indeed, this is very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But don't you think it's interesting to have such a challenging task? At least, this is more consistent with my aesthetic judgment than the first method." Danitz shook his head seriously and said, "No." Following that, he asked in a provocative and probing manner, "Don't you have a large inheritance, no wealth? I can bring back your ashes." Anderson wasn't annoyed at all as he solemnly nodded. "When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly. Why isn't it possible to provoke this guy at all?" The corners of Danitz's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He wanted to seek the captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral Ailment. Late at night, at 160 Buckland Street, just as Klein was about to sleep, he saw Miss Messenger walk out while holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. One of them bit on a thin envelope with a letter stuffed in it. "Who's it from?" Klein asked out of habit as he extended his hand to receive it. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "Sharon? Who doesn't like nicknames?"